Yeah. Are we live yet? I think we are. By George, I think we're live. Let me check. I mean, I know we are, but yeah. What up, Glacial Musher 09, aka Tav, aka the YC in the chat. Denver's finest, Glacial Baby Trump Musher. What up? We're just getting started. This is gonna be a regular stream. I'm not gonna lie. Mine only be 2 hours. You said yes, sir. I was being facetious, but what up, though? I'm just kidding. I don't judge a man by the color of his party, but by the content of his character. But I start to question everything. What's good though? What's good though? What's good though? Oh, okay. Restream is working. Cool. Let's see if hopefully YouTube works. Let's do a test. Let's see if with people type on YouTube chat, it'll show up in the same chat. Let's see. W, yes, we got YouTube working. Finally, I can turn this shit off. Sheesh. I gotta press the sheesh button on that one. W though. Also, I cleared off mad space on my computer today. Like with Mac, it does all these like weird temp files, so I was able to clear like 20 gigs. I was always down to like 2 gigs, 4 gigs. I was able to clear like 20 gigs. That's still not enough. Like I need a fresh computer, but like I had like all these GarageBand files. I don't even use GarageBand, so that really helped. Just deleting a lot of that shit and some other shit too. But damn near can make a song right now. Shit. So I feel much better about. I feel like this is a more reliable system. Though I didn't restart the internet, which I should probably do at some point. But I think we're still all right. We still good, mud. We still good. Glacial said, "How's your day?" Monday. Man, I'm not gonna lie. These late night streams are really fucking me up because I wake up so late. But not bad though. I had to kind of wake up early and do the slideshow because the immigration film that we did, we're submitting for some big awards. I don't really want to say it though. I feel like I can, but I'll mention it when I get like a better thing because I don't want to jinx anything. But we're basically submitting it for like a big award system. Like think like the biggest award you could think of. You know what I'm saying? And so we had a Zoom call for that, talking about like the next steps, how we're gonna promote it, how we get people to maybe vote for it, and things like that. The rest of the day, I was just kind of chilling out, maxing, relaxing, catching up on some other things. But yeah, pretty good. It was a chill day. I feel like I didn't get enough sleep. I feel kind of tired. I might need to drink some coffee at some point, but I'm good. What about you? How was fifth period? How's your day, glacial? Hell yeah, Restream is working. I think I just had to like turn it off and on, and that should just start working again. Crazy. So happy. So happy. I'm happy that my computer's running. I'm happy, it's almost like a perfect day. So I did spend a lot of time clearing off space on my computer today. But if you know, you know. If you know about streaming, like nothing is worse than like a computer that's like out of like space or something. And Mac was doing this weird shit, like it had like all these temp files because I have my messages synced. Like that's another thing I probably won't do is have my messages synced to my computer. It's convenient for work, but not for streaming. Like I'm gonna try to get another streaming computer or something where it's just like just for that, like everything stripped down, no extra shit, only what I need. Literally just like a browser and like the streaming program. maybe a recording program, but maybe. But I still almost, I don't know. Good day stocks are doing good for me. Oh yeah, I saw some stocks were kind of up, but I guess it depends on when you start it and what game you're playing. Any day could be good in stocks for somebody. Well, that's what's up. How do you do at school? Do you look at your stocks at school? Can you like how are schools actually? Let me rephrase this. How are schools nowadays for with like cell phones? Because I remember when I was in high school, we couldn't have a cell phone. Like you would get it taken away, type shit. But it was like so unimportant. Your cell phone, you know what I mean? It wasn't as valuable as a piece as it is now. So I don't know if that would still happen the same way. But like we legit couldn't. I would have to like sneak and have my phone in study hall, like hide it in my backpack type shit, playing games on my phone. Do are they more lenient? Are you able to like have a phone in school now? I know I've seen fucking kids shooting videos inside their class, someone's fighting and shit. So I'm assuming you can just have a phone. That was to you, Glacial. Are you able to have a phone in school? And then I also wonder like if you have an iPhone and how many iPhones you had, because like if that was the case, I would just like have two phones. But oh, yeah, take that one. Like you can take my bullshit phone, but I have another one just connects to the Wi-Fi type shit. But we didn't even have all that. I think I had Snake on my phone. That was about it. Snake. But that was enough for study hall. You know what? Actually, so Texas actually has a law, and every day they make you put in a bag with a magnet and locks for the whole day, and then when you leave school, they put a magnet openers and you can tap it. That's kind of like what they do at concerts and like comedy shows, like Dave Chappelle show. Then you can get your phone out, but against the law, Texas to have a phone out in school. Lots of places do that. Okay, so what about Colorado? Because I was wondering specifically about that. That's interesting. Nah, they're okay with it. Okay, that's good. I feel like that's how it's gonna be. Do you have an iPhone? What up, Ty? What up, Ty? I caught your stream. I caught Ty's stream. Ty, Ty is definitely in the Canal universe, and we never got to talk about what's going on with Canal too, Ty. I was very curious to hear your opinion because I saw that message that he put out. You said yeah, iPhone 15. How many iPhones have you had so far? Why I'm asking it, how many iPhones have you had, Glacial, is because, oh, two. So you still have your other one, right? So you can still use it, right? So what I would do if I was in like school in Texas, I would just give them my bullshit phone and then have my other one. Oh, you don't have it? You traded it? Okay. I have a couple iPhones still. I still have an iPhone 7 somewhere, I think. Oh, you traded it? No, that's smart. That's smart. I never do. I just keep it as like a like almost like a time portal, like just as a backup, I guess. But no, trading is not bad. You get a little couple bucks for it, right? We got awesome trade deals when we trade in like awesome phones. Yeah, I feel that. I just never did it. It never. Usually, I either break my phone, so I'm not able to trade it in. The only one that I really do have is my iPhone 7, which I didn't break, but I switched my phones or whatever at the time. Interesting. No, but I would do is I would give them my bullshit phone, and then I would just have my other real phone in my pocket. That's what I would do if I was a kid in those schools. Even if I had like a fucking like another just older Android or something like that, I'll just give them that. Ty said, no real opinion on Cano because I think he's just stepping back to take care of himself. A lot of pressure on him. However, Cano the type just to come back and surprise. Yeah, yeah. That's why I was like, damn, I couldn't even tell if it was trolling or not. But I don't know. That was damn. You never know. You never know what somebody's going through. Even like people that seem like they got it all together, you never know like what could be like the issue or whatever like that. So it's interesting. Glacial said not phones. I don't get it. What did I say? I'm not sure what I said that you're responding to, but okay, buddy. No one cares. Thank you. Banned him. Ty unbanned him, and then Ty banned. Ty said, "Nah, I'm gonna do it." What? Oh my god. Or is it like when you press it both the same button at the same time? That's funny. Because if that was funny, that'd be some petty shit. That'd be hilarious though. Ty, I'm not gonna lie. I stepped in the middle of your, not the middle, pretty much the beginning, but I missed a couple minutes. I was really trying to follow what was happening with that controversy on with Krusty and Kilo, but I was just like, whoa, I don't know what the hell. It was the same time thing. That's funny. Like the same button, the ban button turns to unban, then you gotta press it again. Yeah, I feel that. You said he kept trying to stream and he had a lot of issues, so he was probably pissed and decided to step back till it is done right. Oh, so you saw some of his streams and they were kind of like fucking up and shit, like the ones that he was doing. Cause I've been gone. I haven't seen any. I think I'd first noticed that something was maybe different, or maybe this is unconnected. I think it was like he posted like him dressed as the rat, and then I was looking at the comments, and it was like this is a repost, or it was like a, but it seemed like it was like streamed, like a VOD was being streamed because like the chat, I swear the chat on the screen was like saying, "Is this a old video or something?" And that's what kind of, because I saw that on YouTube, and I was like, huh, interesting. But I didn't really pay any mind. I just haven't been on Twitch like that, so I saw it pop up on X, and it's like, oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. All right, let's see what Glacial said. It wouldn't be right to watch this video without pushing the fucking button. Oh fuck, my audio's not working. Shit. Yeah, I swear sometimes this shit just breaks. Sometimes randomly, but what I pressed was.
What's the deal with politics?
You know what I'm saying?
There they go.
Yep. All right. So, oh, see, they both broke. My screen capture broke. Like, what the fuck is this shit? It's weird. Strange. All right, this is what Glacial sent. You know it's gonna be some political shit, obviously.
I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex,
The hell?
but I don't. I don't. Do you know why I wasn't shot by Border Patrol this weekend? Because I kept my ass inside and out of their operations. It's very simple. If I felt strongly enough about something the government was doing that I would go out and protest, I would do it peacefully on the sidewalk without interfering via a whistle, via shouting, via my body, via any other way. I would make my objections known by standing there without interfering, because interfering is where you go south. And laying hands on a police officer trying to, or Border Patrol officer or ICE officer trying to conduct a law enforcement operation is a felony. And now you are going to get arrested. And if you do anything that resembles resisting, you're in serious trouble. Doesn't, I know I'm supposed to feel,
Yeah, no, legit. It is kind of a controversial thing because from one angle it does look like he appears to temporarily just they collide, but then from the angle inside the car it doesn't even look like he touched him. So it is a weird, controversial thing. Yeah,
All
it's
he was doing was helping.
no for sure. No, I'm saying this is why some people are saying that it looks like he touched him, and then there's another angle where it just doesn't even. It's like, oh, like that is interesting. You can't see
No
it.
empathy. He was literally just recording. Like, you doing?
Yeah, no, it's tough. I mean, it looks like it's some sort of martyr type of thing, like where people are. It's definitely causing a stir. So yeah, I mean, martyr. Sometimes it might be the thing that makes the difference, where people uproar enough where something's gonna change. I'm not too sure. I don't know. It's a shit tough. unfortunate situation all around. Definitely didn't deserve to get killed at all. Like in that moment. Yeah, it's a tough one. This is gonna be one of those things. It's like, perspective is how people view it. Ty said OD drunk and spazzed on a girl, got mad because she gifted Canal friend Gus like 200 gifted and didn't gift him. Krusty was trying to mediate but was taking Kilo's side. That's weird. It was stupid because the girl spent over 1,200 on gifted and they was trying to say the girl was wrong for that. That's weird. It was her money, right? Not more of this BS. Right. I guess I'm trying to see what was the point. You got anything? You got anything better, Glacial? Because we kind of already like crossed that bridge. That was just kind of confirming whatever you wanted to confirm. I mean, these are just statements. This is not like anything like ground shattering. Governor Tim Walz called me with a request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seemed to be on similar wavelength. I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him, and that what we're looking for are any and all criminals and that they have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that, and I will be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy that Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, and so am I. We have had such tremendous success in Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana, virtually every other place that we have touched, and even Minnesota. Crime is way down. Whatever. But both Governor Walz and I want to make it better. President Donald J. Trump. Only thing about Trump is that he just lies, though. That's the only thing. Like, it probably doesn't even happen like that. You know what I mean? It's probably like, I bet you Tim Walz would have a different story. I just don't even. You can't even like trust like the shit that Trump says because he caps so much. He just fucking caps and exaggerates and embellishes. You know what I mean? He says everything is good, essentially, except for like the good shit. Nah, I don't know. I highly doubt that it went how he's saying it. You don't get it by now. The way he talks, he just makes everything seem like everything that he's doing is the greatest shit ever. Like he's purposely doing that. Like it's not like it's like a car salesman. You know what I mean? It's like the same. Like he's a businessman. He's like selling the business. He's selling the sizzle, not the steak. It's crazy. It's such cap. But we'll see. That if this was some shit that was like a turn of events, and you see like Waltz switching his shit up, that would be interesting. You know. But I highly doubt it went like that. I bet you this dude is pissed off about that. Oh, that's 14 hours ago. Interesting. I don't know. You're gonna have to show me some more backup, something a little more concrete than just like Trump's word, because he says everything. He'll say anything and everything. He's out of control. What else you got, Glacial? What else you got? Vertical president deportations, total reparations. Bill Clinton. Okay. Repatriations. I don't know what a repatriation is. Repatriations. Bill Clinton, 12.3 million. George Bush, 10.3 million. Barack Obama, 5 million. Donald Trump, 2 to 2.5 million. Shit. I mean, are you saying like he's not doing a good job? Or is this something people maybe should cheer for? That, hey, shit, it's not as bad as as other things. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I guess that's just like now, right? For now, I'm just getting started. But he has been here for a while, so essentially not that effective. So it's a whole lot of hoopla and not that much getting done. Yes, he's 2 times as less as Obama, but everyone blowing up. Oh, you're saying it. So, oh, interesting. Are you saying this from like a conservative support angle? Or are you saying it just from like a factual? Glacier says, yo, he has a couple more years and It's just getting started. Obama was putting kids in cages. No, this is where it gets a little dicey. This is where it gets dicey. This is where it gets dicey. And this is where I can't fully. I'm going to be looking and looking up shit and all. I have heard the cages thing. Is a prison cell not a cage? I just mean in terms of numbers. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. You're just saying like what's the objective truth, and I don't even have the record of that. You know what I mean? How many deaths happened in all those other regimes as a result of this? Because there's been like 9 deaths or something so far, which is crazy. It's been a month. I don't even have the facts to like debate that. So if that is true, very interesting. But I don't think the issue is necessarily deportation, right? It's more or less like how it's being done. So maybe maybe there are more deportations, but it was done a little smoother, and it wasn't as this traumatizing thing. I don't know. I don't know though. I don't know. Chain link enclosures. Oh, wait, grab the mouse. Chain link enclosures built into 2014 for unaccompanied minors. Surge. 68,000 arrivals. Temporary holding is up to 72 hours. Glacial said, "Yo, Vertical, I agree. We not animals." Yeah, see, this is where shit gets weird, bro. And now it's we. Now it's a we thing, as Glacial says, which is funny. Vertical said, "I just mean in context to the last 4 administrations. I'm not saying ICE is right." No, I feel you. No, I mean, shit. Well, what do you think? So. But you must admit that yeah. So I get what you're saying. It's like, it's almost like the one is a good up front and a bad in the back end, and one is a bad, really really bad up front. I don't know. I think people are more just upset with how it's happening. Just the violence, the innocent people getting fucked up. I'm trying to think of like what was and I guess there was already ICE rallies like earlier this year that I'm forgetting about now that I think about it, or earlier, like late last year, because definitely around when I started streaming, there was protests about this too. So I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, obviously people just don't like Trump. That's a thing, and that's gonna be a thing because he's not the most likable person. I think ICE is just at the point of the peak, and they're so they're more flustered. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe the numbers aren't finalized yet. Maybe people are still being processed, so it's not that. Maybe that number that it looks like 2.5 is closer to 5. That is interesting, though. Very interesting, the difference. Like, damn, how are they doing it back in Clinton days? Like, how do they do it so efficiently? Not efficiently, but how are they able to do in such mass number without? But maybe the difference is that maybe information is spreading faster, so people are organizing and grouping together to try to stop it or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It was just maybe more of a surprise, a lot maybe. Someone just like was at your job one day, and the next day you weren't. Oh yeah, Vertical, you were on the on my voice channel earlier. I like just went on Discord. I signed in and I see you there, but I just said what's up. But I don't know. Maybe you're there by accident. Probably by accident. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, I don't know what's to happen. No stress, was just chilling. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't know if people go in there often. I was like, damn, are people in here in this shit? It was interesting. Wait, why is yo? I swear, like my control button is not working, or it's Safari or something. What the fuck is going on? I swear my computer's tweaking. I'm trying to pull up my fucking DM. I've never had issues with this shit. Let me play a clip that Ty sent. I was trying to catch it before the stream. Oh shit. Yeah, I was there. I said what's up. Shit, my bad. I don't know what's going on with my Safari right now. This shit's being weird. Maybe it's just Instagram. So Ty sent me this earlier. Bruh, what is this? Wait. With these. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my Safari. This shit's weird. It's like it's not clicking. It's funny, leftist people are so mad at Tom Holland, the border control big boss, but look what he got awarded by Obama. What did he get awarded by? I mean, what was the award? Yeah, I'm trying to play the clip. Okay, my Safari is working now. 1 second. I gotta play this clip first. So this was crazy. I mean, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people.
Carolyn, sorry, you can't do that
Gotta balance it. You can't just have some crazy conversation.
This one feels a little loose, like they just have to fold it a little more taut.
That shit is so surreal. That shit almost looks like AI or something. That's how like crazy that shit is. I'm not gonna lie. Look how you look out there chanting random. Well, I would say the words are probably like the least important part. It's the fact that they're it's just a message. It's like you can't arrest all those people. You know what I'm saying? You can't arrest all those people. So I don't know. I don't know where it's gonna go, but that is a pretty strong statement, and they don't necessarily show that everywhere. They're, of course, they're sensationalizing the crazy mayhem shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's everybody. It's you know what I mean? But Barack Obama's ICE chief received an award for 920,000 removals. How the fuck do you do that? Donald Trump's ICE chief was called a Nazi. I mean, what if it's the same person? I mean, maybe he's more of a Nazi now. I don't know. I mean, that's like being like the manager at. It's like I used to love McDonald's as a good manager, and then they changed the recipe at McDonald's, but it's still the same manager, and he's serving something bad. It's not the manager's fault. He's just doing his job. I don't know. I'm trying to justify it, but I mean, maybe Obama just got a lot of people out, and so there's less people to get. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't think the issue is the deportation. I think it's the way in which it's being done, and I don't think it was happening like this. Well, we know it wasn't, right? Not like this. But I think it is how fast the information is spreading. I think that makes a big difference on the public and joined, what is the word called? Outrage. You know what I'm saying? So more people are just in tune. So it's like, it just, when did Obama stop being president? In 20, like what, 16 or something. So I mean, just think about the world then and think about it now. It's pretty similar, but you know, obviously we're a lot further. Like, you know, just kind of different. It's the deportation, but it's how they're doing it. It's the ripping families apart, the shit. You know what I mean? And again, it's way more publicized now. So, you know, maybe it was bad, but I don't think it was like this though. I don't think it was crazy like this. Trump was always clear in his election build-up what he would do. People voted for it. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this country is majority white, so I mean, I don't see, you know, it kind of makes sense. Where it's not surprising to me. It's like, you know, if anything, it just shows what a lot of people in this country are actually believe in. You know. The only thing that shocked me is that people believed in a businessman reality TV star, you know, as the president. That was the most shocking thing to me. It's like, regardless of what he's saying, like, if there's like a guy that's like a war general and he's just an asshole, you know, it's kind of like, hey, it kind of is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But this is like, they're convicted over a guy that has never, you know what I mean? It's strange. It's really weird. I don't get it. That means like Jeff Bezos should have the nuclear codes, you know what I'm saying? Or like Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying? Should have like the nuclear codes. I don't know. I don't know. Just nothing against Jay-Z. It's just I haven't seen anything that would seem like it would make sense for him to be in that position. But or like Kanye getting like it's like, how? Like, the fuck is this? Vertical, Jalisha said, Vertical, thank you. Not a lot of people don't recognize that. I'm glad you do. Well, no, I think people do get it. I just think it's a lot of people that think one way. Deportations at the border versus randomly running up and playing Guess the Immigrant. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's just a different approach. I think, again, sometimes it's like how people say it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's kind of like that situation. Glacial, it's rare to share an outside perspective. Hey, I mean, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, if those are the facts, those are the facts. I mean, that's like saying under this president, 100,000 people went to jail for robbery, and under Trump, only 10,000 people went to jail, but it was for murder. It's like, well, the numbers don't matter. It's the thing that's happening. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they have to be harder with the approach because people are smarter and are more savvy and can evade and are getting little drops when the people are near. I don't know. I don't know why it's so aggressive. I could never understand why there's such an emphasis on getting people out with such urgency. I can understand like on a fundamental level because like every country has deportation, but as a main priority when people are literally like doing terrible, it doesn't seem like the right thing. But yeah, I mean, hey, a lot of people voted for him, but a lot of people didn't though. So it's kind of like, even if it was like 60-40, that's still 40% of an entire country is still a lot that didn't vote. So it's like, you could say that we voted, but a lot of we didn't, you know, but just being outnumbered, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Vert, where are you from again? New Zealand. Oh, nice, nice. Does that mean that democracy is flawed? I think everything is flawed. I think the whole system is flawed. I think, but what does what mean that democracy is flawed as specifically? I don't think anything's perfect, and I think that most people, well, I don't know. I just think having I think having your no, it could just be a balance of it could be a it's think about this like it could like if just say I forgot what the exact population of white in America is, but if like black people are somewhere around 13%, and then Hispanic somewhere around there, so it's roughly like 30, maybe yeah, it's like 60% roughly is white in the country. So it's almost impressive that if the vote was kind of 40, but it just I don't know. Sometimes the numbers are numbers. But I mean, I would say you can't say that democracy is flawed if we've had a democratic presidents, you know. But I think they're both flawed, really. I think just a system, a country, a system that's supposed to be, you're called the United States, and the way that you vote is two opposite opposing sides fight and argue about which one is right is like failure by design. And I get, but it you know what I mean? It's like if they are if they're so different that the country is divided, it seems like it's counterproductive. It just seems like it's like some divide and conquer shit from the start, which I think is the biggest issue. Like you say, 40% of the country is misrepresented, isn't a democracy. Well, it doesn't feel right if we leave behind 40%. Whites are becoming the minority everywhere. Just not here though, yet. And take a look at England. Yo, Vert in New Zealand, do you need an ID to vote? Yeah, I mean it's just real time. It's like saying, well, in 100 years we'll all be brown. It's like, well, no one's gonna be here, so it doesn't. It's like it's the people here now. And I'm not even political. Like I kind of see a lot of different viewpoints. So I'm not even really. But if we're talking facts, it's like you're gonna be outnumbered. If it just is what it is. It's kind of in white people's best interest to be conservative. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really blame people. And if you outnumber, you're just gonna win. Except for when I guess it doesn't. But it seems like it's some real. I don't know, but Biden won. Biden won, so it is what it is. You need to register to vote. Must have ID on that day. I don't see why you. I agree that you should have ID to vote. I don't see how you couldn't. It doesn't even make sense. But again, I don't think. I think this shit is designed for people to argue and fight and not agree. And I think you can't have anything strong when it's like that. In Australia, it's a legal requirement, and if you don't vote, you can get fined or imprisoned. Wow. See, some people might call that oppression. Like, that's interesting, though. But it makes sense. I mean, it all makes sense, Like, if you don't pay your taxes, if you, anything. But yeah, fined is crazy though, or in prison is crazy. I can understand fine, but it's like, damn, just vote then shit. But are the parties like drastically different in New Zealand, or is it more like similar? Is it like an apple and oranges thing, or is it like a more similar but with the same goal? Yeah, it's a two horse race. Is it? Do you guys? Is there a lot of division and tension because of that system? National versus labor. Essentially the same thing. Dems versus Republic, or I'm not sure what MMP, which means you can overthrow the government. Interesting. New Zealand's fire. If you get like 8%, shit. I mean, what would that look like here? Interesting. That would be interesting if that was happening here. Interesting. But interesting. Any other clips, Glacial? We can move on. This always takes weird turns. But I mean, facts are facts. I like hearing everything. I don't like to just think one way. I like to see from different perspectives. I think my personal opinion is that the shit. I think I don't know. I think the getting people deported, it should be like not as fucking. It shouldn't be like this. It should just be like at certain things. Okay, the airport and you know what I mean. Or I don't know. The whole profiling and going to people's doors. I think going to people's jobs. I don't know. Give people like a little thing, like a little citation or like a little time limit. All right, you got 30 days to get back. You know what I'm saying? Something. I don't know. Anything. You know, just something a little kind-hearted. Like, all right, obviously people are not going to do it. People are going to run. People are going to evade it. But at least, you know, and then maybe go and try to find them. You know what I'm saying? Because then it's like, okay, now they've done, you know, but maybe give them some time. Maybe some time to get their shit together, get their, you know, taking somebody straight from their job is crazy. Like, that's assuming they don't have to go pick up their kid at school, that they don't even know that their people don't even know they're arrested. It's just kind of inhumane in a way. I think it could be done in a nicer way. I think, yeah, I do think the cages thing does sound crazy. Too. I think all of it is pretty wild. But I'd be curious to see how like other countries handle it. How other countries handle this process, and to see if it's kinder, if it's harsher. What's the technique? Is it just through some official shit like the airport or like a police pullover, stuff like that? Are they going to jobs, homes? Do they just know from the moment you get in there where the fuck you're at anyway, so it's not even an option? That I don't know. You know what I mean? Yo, I do think Biden winning made a bigger Trump chance winning because this election that he won. What, just people were displeased with Biden? They're unsatisfied with him in that moment. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Trump won the first time, and I'm really surprised that he won again, to be honest. I mean, I'm not surprised, but just because of the wave that but I'm surprised that he had that wave of just like people like that loved him. Very surprising, very surprising. But, you know, it's like if that's the case, damn near anybody could probably be the president. There could be like a social media influencer that could possibly win because of just pure fucking influence in numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's the case. In UK, they send illegals to Rwanda. But regardless of where they send them to, how do they do it? Are they like arresting people? I mean, I'm sure there's even still like a kind way. I don't know. I just think for like and I get it, they're getting certain people, but I don't know. How do they know that these people are like illegal and like are criminals if they're undocumented? And how do they know where they are, but they're not getting them until now? That's what I don't understand. That's what I'm not getting. And I might just be ignorant about it, but I'm like, how do they just know that like this person did this? And like, if they know who it is, why don't they just make it about an arrest and not deportation? I don't get it. I'm not too sure how they're able to track these people. That's where it seems like it's kind of like, I don't know. But I mean, I'm sure there's some way, but like, how do they know if they don't have documentation? Who are they? How do they know? Are they like, I don't get it. No one? Maybe someone's typing. Try to, if someone could tell me. Asking for a friend. You know, again, I don't think it's the deportation. Because why weren't people protesting like this before? I'm sure they were, but not to this degree. You know, why? Why is it different? Why is the response so different? The people feel how they feel. Now, are some of the reactions kind of OD? That's debatable. You know what I mean? You know, seeing somebody get killed on the street, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's like, I feel like that's a fair play. But I was rated. Okay, good. So Vertical's coming with some info. I was rated in Aussie. They pulled up on my house, busted my door down, and upon successful conviction, it was straight back to New Zealand. Lucky they found nothing, but had they I would have been cuffed and thrown on a plane. 501 visa. So you overstayed your visa type shit, and they came and found you and raided your shit and did all that. I think maybe what people are seeing is like, instead of like it's at people's homes, it's like people. I think it's a lot. It seems like it's public. Like it's like they're just like people are just standing out in the street now, and now it's like become like not even like arresting people to just like fighting crowds instead. So, but again, like taking kids from school and jobs and churches, it's like a public thing rather than like going to one specific apartment. People don't know what it's about. They could just think this person's a criminal. They pull them out and then that's it. I don't know. Oh, you said, nah, I was dealing drugs. Oh. 501 visa cancellation refers to Australian Migration Act 1958, Section 501, which empowers the Minister for Home Affairs to refuse or cancel a visa on character grounds. It is mandatory if the holder has a substantial criminal record, generally 12 plus months prison or certain sex offenses. Affected individuals face immediate detention. Now I was doing drugs. Well, damn. I mean, okay. Well, I mean, that's different, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But at least it's like, it seems like it's directly targeted. It's not this like mass thing. But maybe just the undocumented is such high numbers here because it's so lax that it's actually, maybe that's what's bigger, and maybe it's just so not a problem in other countries because they're so on top of it, and maybe that's why we don't see it as much. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Glacier says Saudi Arabia immigration rules very harsh. Overstaying or working without the exact sponsor equals criminal. Mass raids on jobs, housing, streets, detention without real courts or lawyers, jail or fines, then fast deportation. No asylum system, kafala system. Employer controls your visa, leaving your job, make you illegal, instantly waste. So basically, it's a lax system here, and so I mean it's flawed by design, and now they're cleaning up. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't have an issue with people overstaying their visa. That's not one of those things. That's where I get weirded out when people are like, oh, they're breaking the law. They're not supposed to be here, and it's just like, does that really bother you? Like in real life, does that actually bother you? Because I don't know. I don't see how that would like really, really, really bother you. Like, to me, it doesn't make sense. But Nas Vertical said manufacture with intent to distribute. Well, I mean, damn, you sound like the people that that they're trying to. That's funny. But are you? I mean, well, damn. Well, that sounds. I don't really, but I could care less if people sell drugs. You know what I mean? But that is specific. We all started somewhere. Yeah, no, I don't judge you. And they rated. That's crazy. So you're saying that in other parts of the country it's harsh as well, essentially, right? Japan immigration very strict. Overstaying equals detention, deportation. Detention can be indefinite. That's crazy. No amnesty or path to legal status once illegal. Oh wow. Police can stop and check papers. That's probably easy because you probably stand out like a sore thumb if you're not, from Japan or at least maybe Asian, but I'm sure they can tell who's not Japanese. Yeah. Very few asylum approvals. And I was saying this last time, is America so diverse? We have literally everybody here. and I'm sure there's other places like it, but it's a pretty diverse place considering the imbalance of the. But even the white people are diverse. You know what I'm saying? So it's probably it's easier to probably blend in than like in a Japan or a India or a, you know what I'm saying, or even Saudi Arabia. They probably have a good idea of who's. It's probably easy. Profiling probably actually makes sense in places like this. In America, profiling doesn't make sense. You know, it's just too much of a melting pot here. Vertical said I got raided 3 times. All 3 times they had the border patrol with them to deport me. So how do you think they figured you out? Do you think somebody ratted on you? They're like, oh, it's the fucking it was those it was those fucking Kiwis. There's those fucking Kiwis down on guilty by association. Ah, I see. That shit happens though. Did they give you $3,000 to leave? I bet they didn't. Well, and I think that's why people don't probably fuck with trying to overstay too much in other countries, because it is known that it's going to be harsh, and maybe that's probably why people try it here, because historically it hasn't been. It's kind of been like it's like an honor system more here. Like, yeah, right. You know, we could be just living in those times where they're trying to equal out the bullshit, which is still. Sometimes you gotta ease into shit. Like just doing something like full send is just gonna always make people super uncomfortable. After they banned the gang patches, they brought in overarching spy laws to ID criminals that couldn't be ID'd because we're gang insignia. They brought in overarching spy laws. Oh. So they were like phone tapping and shit and listening on like conversations and shit like that? It's probably super easy to catch people now with like AI and shit. If you're doing illegal criminal crimes, do not do that shit on the phone, because they're gonna be scanning that shit, like just listening to your shit. It's not even gonna be a person, so you don't have to worry about someone probably listening to your actual phone calls, but it's just gonna be listening for buzzwords, some like AI shit. Worse than that, harassing everyone I knew, parents, my wife. Really? Pulling over my dad and ripping his car apart. But you mean in Australia? Like, or in New Zealand again? Because I guess I'm confused. And how do so they can just tell, they can track, they can find out who your parents, I mean, obviously this is easy. You can probably do that on fucking Google. They find out who your family is just through stuff, documentation, and then they can find their license plate, and it's the fuck, find out where he works and shit, and then like track. That's crazy for one person. Plus they have a dial a dealer, which is if you narc on a dealer, you get 2K USD upon successful conviction. This was an Aussie. Well, damn, shit, that's a fucking hustle. I wonder like how long it takes to get the money, and like, can I just like report my enemies even if they don't sell drugs? Will I still get paid? Because damn, that's how I'm gonna slide on my ops. Fuck those niggas. I'm just kidding, obviously. I'm a good boy now. I'm home. Oh, okay. Damn, you're going crazy in Australia. You said where's Ty? I think Ty just he's probably just taking notes, if I had to guess. He's probably still in here. 3, 2, 1. I'm sure he's still around. He's probably just lurking in the shadows. Interesting. So do you have sympathy for? Well, I mean, shit. I don't know. You're kind of a different case. I guess we're talking about the people that aren't necessarily like dealing drugs here and going crazy. See, Ty is here. He said, "What am I supposed to say?" Yeah, what are you expecting him to say, Glacial? He can't just like what is it? What is it say? God forbid he just wants to just listen. Shit, he might be cooking or something. He might be he might be driving. I don't know. We're literally talking about Australian deportation. Why? Vertical said, yeah, I do. I don't want to see people's lives ripped apart. Rat shit for the families that are impacted when their dad never arrives to collect them. Exactly. Yeah. No, it's interesting. And that's what I'm telling you. That's why I like talking to different people from different places. Because even like 2000 Sit is a conservative, but he's like, fuck Trump. And it's very interesting. But he's Canadian. And then it's like you got kind of, we'll just say Democrats that are kind of like, I don't know what the word is, but like more in, I don't know. It's just like it's just different perspectives. Just it's good. It's good. It's good. Ty said, "I told you I'm done with the BS." Glacial. Vertical said, "We are not heartless, but it's ruthless if you're breaking the law. If been there." Type shit. Yeah, I mean, maybe just America is just very lenient and very, hey, home of the land of the free. You know. Land of the free. You know, I guess what's probably where people are kind of like most disturbed by how this is happening is because it's like, if this, just say hypothetically, this technique was to work, then what's to stop them from doing this with every issue that comes up? You know what I'm saying? Just like to control. I mean, Trump literally said he's a dictator or wants to be. Like, that's wild, bro. Like, how many countries have dictators right now? Probably a lot. How many countries have dictators? Indicating roughly 80 to over 90 such nations. Maybe it's just not called that. Estimates of countries with dictators or authority vary by source. Well, how many countries are there? But it's like different context, maybe in different places. The immigrants were used to as the immigrants were used as voting pawns. If Biden had got in, it would have been the same issue. That's why they didn't ID at the booth. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of, you might have been on some shit with that. I don't think it would have been the same though. It wouldn't have been the same. They might have had the same effort, but I think it would have been a lot more silent. It wouldn't have been like this. There's no way they would have been fucking tackling people and shooting people. There's no way. What was the actual police brutality during when Biden was president? Was there a significant drop? Says more cops killed under Biden than previous years. But I'm not talking about, I'm talking about like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't even feel like he was president for 4 years. That's actually crazy. I just can't remember. I'm sure there was some. I just can't specifically remember some of those cases, those like controversial cases. Or was it George Floyd? Wait, hold on. It was Trump, huh? Glacier said to Ty, it's not BS, it's just facts in life. I mean, I don't know. Some of these things are strong opinions. Some of it is data, though. I'm not gonna lie. Some of it is data. Some of it's strong opinion, though. Ty said, I don't come here to listen to politics, yet here we are. Hey, man. I mean, that part is life, though. Like, because I'm not going to act like I don't look at this shit, too. I just look at a diverse net of things. But, you know, it's kind of it's one of the hottest, it's the hot, not to use it like that, but it is the biggest topic in the world right now. You know, but no, you're good, Virgo. You don't have to apologize. Everyone can say whatever they want. You know what I mean? I mean, except for just don't say nigga. It'll be all right. But we're just having a civil conversation. We're not offended, at least not me. Vertical says, "I'm here to learn. Let the truth breathe." Yeah, I'm here to learn too. I'm here to. I really don't know a lot, so I'm definitely here to learn from everything, and also, you know, defend what I know is true, as well. But we can move on. But like, I'm literally scrolling my fucking X right now. There's a lot of the same. We could talk about DJ Academics getting slapped. We could talk about Dez. We could talk about Rakai going back to Syracuse. We could talk about what else? We could talk about TikTok being down. I just wish I didn't even notice. I was probably asleep or something. I didn't even notice that shit was down. We could talk about. I can't believe IShowSpeed's Speed's still in Africa. Like, hasn't it been like? Oh, I guess it's probably almost over. Shit. Glacier said, Ty, there's no one is holding you here either. I'm just curious on your opinions too. I'm trying to invite you into it. I mean, if he doesn't want to talk about it, he also doesn't have to talk about it either. He could just listen. That's what he was doing. You just called him out. How do you know he wasn't just listening to everything you said? You're choosing to bring him into it by mentioning him. Jim Jones bought an electric shovel. Lil Baby and yeah, the academic shit. Kanye West apologizing for his statements about the Jewish community. He said he said it was his bipolar and that he disconnects when he's going through an episode like that, where he was saying, you know, that was deep though. That was multiple days or months or whatever, and that was over the span of time. He like doubled back. Ty said, I told you I'm not playing these games with you. So, I mean. Alright, Glacial, just chill out. Now you're just trying to troll. You're just harassing now. We don't need to harass. Like, honestly, like, just let it breathe. The Quran says the Holy Land belongs to Israel. Shit. What year was the Quran written? I mean, it's kind of like I don't even know facts on this, but like that kind of reminds me of like kind of how like Jesus was a Jew, technically, but everybody that follows him is kind of like against Jews. Not everyone, but like it's like a whole different thing now. Ty said, I'm here to support Kyle, not the glacial propaganda. Stop tagging me. Damn. He is tagging you for no reason. Well, I mean, Ty, if you need to time him out, you are a mod. I'm going to stop being messy. Glacier said, oh my God, always trying to find a way back to Israel. LOL. Yo, Israel, crazy though. I mean, it doesn't have to be crazy. This is actual people's like heritage and homeland. Like, you know, I don't know. Ty Lil and academics fighting. I never even thought those worlds would intersect. What else? Yeah, it's kind of a slow day. Oh, Adapt was at that same Ralph's. Uh, why is Travis Scott and Rick Owens eating KFC together, and why is it photographed? I guess I could show this, but fucking Twitter's weird. Silky on Aiden Ross stream. That's kind of different as well. Hold up. Vertical in Surah al-Maidah, where Moses tells his people to enter the Holy Land, which Allah has assigned for you. Yeah, I mean, hey, people write stuff. Jesus walked on water too. Glacial put some hearts in the American flag. Vertical says, so not sure why Hamas is mad if they read their own hadiths. Hey, I mean, I don't know. Glacial said, Vertical, you cooking right now. Well, I mean, maybe they're mad for like reasons that you would only understand if you're there. I don't know. I don't have enough information on this topic to even debate you, to be honest. So I can't be like, oh, you're right. I mean, I have no idea. But if Glacial is saying it, it might be right. It might be a little controversial. Not gonna lie. Glacial said, bringing up facts. What cooking? Ty sent to, let's pull up Ty's link. Vertical says it's cool. I just took us to the core. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the kindest thing you can do is like not, I don't know, is like understand that the kindest thing you can do is like understand that people have different perspectives. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like not the kindest thing you could do is like not judge or like be like, well, I don't know.
Lie to these human, a lot of human that just believe whatever the they want. You came to the internet, you lied to these people, and you said, I bought that man to your car. I 48'd the nigga around your car for him to get close to you, for him to put his hands on you. If the back door was coming from me, why the f get in your face and bring up the next man? Why did he say, yo, what's up, act? Like, Ty said, like, it's smoke with you and him. Ty said it's a problem. And y'all had a standoff, and then he
I need to clip that out for Glacial. Ty said it's smoke with you. Ty said it's a problem.
swinging you about that. Whatever you had going on, that shit had nothing to do with me. On God in heaven. That shit had nothing to do with me. Academic said he seen me on stage with Zeddy dancing and shit like that, and he was trying to get my attention. Word to my mother, I didn't even see him in the club. I didn't even see Academics in the club. On God. I didn't. What happened with him had nothing to do with me. Academics know he sit at his desktop and speak on certain shit and say shit about certain people that if a nigga see him in person, something might happen. That don't got nothing to do with me. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me. So you putting my name in that shit is lame. That's corny, gang. That shit have nothing to do with me. I didn't speak to nobody to make a nigga.
I don't know if that's the whole thing. So academics thought that Ty Lil had him lined up to get slapped up and shit, but Ty Lil's like, bruh. But that's where when you go through some weird shit like that, you do get paranoid though. It's like that's like how like Tupac thought that like Biggie had him fucking set up at the Quad Studio shooting, where you just like who else? You know, I'm already beefing with it, must be. But Act Def being paranoid. Hey, I would be too. Shit. I would be too. And YNs are different. I'm not gonna lie. The way the YN thinks is different. YNs are mysterious as shit. They're hard to read. They don't necessarily like communicate. So like you might see some like obscure shit some YNs are doing. You might think that they're setting you up, but they just might be just not even thinking about you, you know. But because I've been in situations where I'm like nervous, like what the fuck, like because they're not really saying anything. So I can see how like a generation because Ak is what? No, actually Ak is like 32 probably 31 and Ty Lil is probably like 24, 25. So I guess they're kind of the same age, but it's kind of a different age. It's interesting though. It's interesting. Glacier said, core of my donut you were cooking. I don't know what that means. Glacier said, Habibi come to USA and Kyle stream. I don't get what that means. Bend It Down was hella funny watching. I watched this whole joint on Kick. Oh yeah, there was like a 2-hour video. I didn't get to watch that yet. I ran out of time. What does Habibi come to USA and Kyle stream? What is that supposed to mean? What are we talking about? Is that like Indian people? I don't get it. I don't get it. Or like Pakistani people? What is Habibi? What are you trying to say? Oh, it's Arabic. My dear or my love. But who are you talking about? Habibi come to Dubai. Is that like a common saying? I don't get it. I don't know what you mean by that.
What do you mean by that?
Glacial, explain. Explain. I don't get what you're trying to say. You just completely started talking about something completely out of context. You know, Bend It Down is great. I'm telling you, my funniest person, and I don't even watch his streams, but I watch his YouTube. Dub is like, yo, I don't know, man. Dub is incredible, 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 incredible. Like their house must have been crazy growing up. There's probably just like jokes the whole time, like incredible. And there was Mirando streamers gaze. What the hey yo the fuck?
Pause.
Perfect timing. What up, 2006? We just were shifting energy. Welcome, 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 welcome. What's the deal, man? What's the deal? I'll give you one guess. What do you think we were previously just talking about with Glacial? You have one guess for the subject of what we were talking about with Glacial. You have one.
What's the deal with politics?
Of course, of course, of course. W. It took you a while. I was like, wait, does he not get what I'm saying? Glacial said, you're right. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. So Habibi is a term of endearment. Are you saying that to vertical or are you saying that to, are you, I'm just confused at what is happening right now with this rhetoric. I just hope that you're not mocking anybody, Glacial, but I mean, apparently you want to move to Dubai, so it seems like that's your vibe. Maybe your tribe. What's the deal, 2006? Are you working or are you home? Nah, I'm into Arabic words. All right, tell me another one then. Well, when did we start talking about? Oh, because the Quran is written in Arabic. Quran original. Classical Arabic. Salam You gotta learn how to spell, my guy. That says Salem Alkium. That is that is not that bro.
It's not okay.
You gotta try again. You get us right. At least respect the culture and not type Salem Alkium. You're missing some syllables. I don't even know how to spell it, but I know that's not how you spell that shit. Just shutting down for the night. Had some interesting food if you want to change gears. Yeah, for sure. What did you damn, let me fucking read this. God damn. Wingardium Leviosa. That's some Harry Potter spells. Pudding Chomer. All right, I'm gonna look that up because I think I'm saying it wrong. I'm gonna wait. Pudding Chomer. Yeah, I don't know how to spell it. We're gonna find out how to pronounce that word. Let me read my shit. I kind of swore they had that built into Pudding Chomer. Oh, all right. Well, I guess I said it right. Maple pudding cake. Okay. This is a not common dish, or is this common? It kind of looks like cake. Which one is the closest one to what you had? Today for dinner I had 2 hot dogs. LOL, we didn't want to cook anything today. That's poor people food. It's hot dogs. But sometimes you gotta have a glizzy. I'm not gonna lie. Pause. Poor man's pudding upon Google search. Top right. This one. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, when I see this, I don't see pudding. I see cake. Like pudding, I think of fucking Bill Cosby. I think of this shit. I think of this. I think of this. But you said you had some sort of sponge cake. It was actually something new. It's pretty okay, actually. Okay, so it's not that common. Looks good. That's what it kind of reminded me of, cake and syrup. Right. That's exactly what it looks like. Shit. Was it like cinnamon? Here, let's look up the ingredients of pudding chomer. All right, actually. Is there a thing? Wait. You can't play it. Man, fuck that. I'm not watching an ad to play that. Let's see what the ingredients are. Flour, butter, sugar, eggs, milk, and baking powder, and maple syrup. That's it? Damn, I would have thought there was like some cinnamon or something. What do you rate it out of 10? What do you rate it out of 10? Seven out of 10. Damn, that's a solid rating. You know what I mean? Because like, there's got to be nothing that's a real 10. Some things, very rare. So I think most things will fall into the 8-9 category. So 7 is good. Glacial said, back to vertical. Are you on a scale? What scale are you on? Poor, middle class, upper, or wealthy, or rich? So rich is under wealthy? Or are they the same? Didn't we say that's kind of the same thing? I always thought wealthy was higher. Poor, middle class, upper, wealthy, or rich. I just don't know New Zealander people. I'm rich as fuck. I'm a broke CEO. Wait, that kind of feels like a contradiction. Are you like, Broke by rich people standards? Assets. Assets. And potential. Gotcha. Everything is in bricks and mortar, so you could just liquidate if you needed to, or get some sort of contract that would boost you back up. You said you drive a Tesla, right? Estimate. What's your yearly income in tech? I mean, if you want to answer that question, you don't have to, but that's kind of personal. I worked for myself last year. I lost 800K. Damn. How does that happen? Like lost it? You were just like, where the fuck did I put my 800K? What the fuck? Or no, you mean like you blew an investment, you got robbed, I worked for myself last year. I lost 800K. How does one lose 800K? I'm trying to find 800K. Shit. I could see how you could blow. Damn, in a year though, that's a lot. You blew more than most people will make. Or not blew, you lost more than more people will make. Well, I'm trying to build a team. Oh, okay. So is it a loss? Or is it I spent 800K? Is there no return on that? Is there nothing that was built that you didn't have before? Is it not an investment, or are you just saying it in a general way? It's just saying I spent 800K. It's a loss in business terms, as in like lack of profit. I just didn't make any money last year. I feel you. But what did you, so is it 800K to like salaries? Would you say that that was in your game? I feel you though. You're in the red. So he said, but the key thing is that he said he's rich as fuck, and that's kind of, you could say I do well, or I'm well off. Rich as fuck means like, yeah, you might have some bread. Vert, you North Island or South? I live a really different life. I feel like he said, I forgot what he said actually. It's not like what normal people could understand. Oh. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. We can try to explain, but maybe it's not an easy thing to type in the chat. Unless I jumped in and we talked. Shit. I mean, we could, this could, how long have we been on? For an hour? Damn, time is moving fast as shit. Okay, yeah, let's do it. All right, anybody that else wants to jump on, you can jump on. And you don't have to talk, you don't have to go too crazy with it, but if you want to. I'm there, hopefully, I see. I think I see why my,
Yo.
Yeah, yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, good, bro. I had to mute the stream.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know why I don't see my mic. Oh, I see it here. Can you hear me still? Is it better or worse?
Yeah, so should I just call it off or talk for a little bit?
Yeah, go. Yeah, tell us what
I
you.
can't hear you talking on the stream unless you unmute your Discord.
You can't hear me on Discord? Wait.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Oh, you can hear me on Discord now, right? Hello?
Yo, that's better. Yeah, there's just no delay if we talk in Discord.
Yeah. That's where I'm on but you can hear me on Discord though, right?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, cool. Cool. There's nothing to show,
What's
Glacial.
going on, Stu?
Yeah, there's nothing to show.
I can go live if you want.
I mean, if you want, that's up to you. Yeah, sure. But anyway, yeah, just I want to hear. This will be like a mini interview. I just want to know what you meant by that, like how you live a different life than others. There you go.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, there we go. Nice. Perfect. Perfect. I guess I could. Well, you can see me. You can see me on the other screen. Yeah. Cool. But yeah. So I'm curious to. So we got Vertical. He's gonna tell us what he meant by like. I'm gonna say what you actually said. I live a really different life. You said you didn't make any money last year. You lost 800K. Tell us how you did that, and what do you mean that you live like a different life? And maybe Glacial will be.
So hey everybody, what's going on? I'll just start off by saying that you have the potential to do anything that you want in this life, and typically when people tell you that you're not meant to do something or you ought to be doing something else, you probably should just fucking throw the advice away and do what your heart was fucking really intended to do in the first place. And the only reason why I say that, bro, is because like, yeah, our situation has been fucking wild. We live in New Zealand. New Zealand, just to give you a little background and context, is like a fucking terrible place to live if you're poor. Me, my friends, our community, we all grew up poor. So, below the breadline. But with that sort of breeds a certain amount of resilience. That resilience that you get from obviously growing up poor, hard times make hard men. If you can get through those times, bro, you can be a little bit more content as you start to move through life. So, around about 5 years ago, we decided as a crew, essentially, and this is just a bunch of online friends. We all decided that we would start a community of brothers that just looked out for each other, and that was the basis of it, really, in its heart and conception. And everybody was sort of specialist in their own field, whether it would be like tech, different avenues inside of tech. Everybody was sort of doing their own thing. Well, about 4 years ago, we ended up coming together underneath one umbrella because one of the boys ended up becoming pretty successful in the tech industry. So we got behind his IP, and that did really well. And then off the back of that, we decided to sort of reinvest in our team. So that's where we are now. But insofar as like, does it draw a wage? Does it draw a wage? No, it doesn't. It doesn't draw a wage in the sense of from the community pot. We don't pay each other, or we don't pay ourselves. But on the flip side of that, the sort of the community endeavours, or at least all of our endeavours together, sort of the resources that we create from that go to help the most vulnerable amongst us. And that's just because, like, if you were to try and buy a house in New Zealand by yourself, it's impossible. If you were to try and start a business on your own in New Zealand, it's impossible. So, we've had to get to the point where collaborative thinking takes over, and it turns into a community more than it does individualistic thinking. And, yeah, bro. So, yeah, 800K this year on the team, but it is what it is. Let's fucking build a studio.
But you've built like a creative, supportive like ecosystem that has your back because you've had their backs. Yeah, so it's just like, yeah, you essentially made yourself like a little king almost, you know what I mean, of your own like kingdom, but it's also not even where you're above people. It's everyone is supporting each other.
It's less of a hierarchy in that sense, where like that's why I say it's hard for people to really understand, because we don't really see anybody that's in a leadership position is seen as a leader. But then we have events and we have times where those leaders will step off those positions and end up cooking for the brothers and feeding the boys and sort of doing those roles, so that when the brothers do come in, the leadership is subservient in that sense, where they get to really connect with the boys and feed and eat over a meal. Because I think, we've traveled around the world, we've seen bits and pieces everywhere, but the simplest thing that you can take from those experiences is breaking bread and sharing a meal. And usually that's where the best ideas are made, on the back of a napkin.
Wow, no, that's some real shit. That's like some real grassroots, and even you showed me some of this, the studio and what you guys are working on. It's just like, damn. So, Ty said W concept verticals. Glacial said W. It's definitely a W. It's definitely a W. It seems very selfless of you, but so man. So what's your like?
I think it's funny though, because like in a biblical sense, I don't know if anybody's familiar with the story of the black Jews out of Egypt. This is Exodus, but essentially the Jews were being oppressed by the Egyptian rule, and these are the black Jews. So these are Moses' original people, the original Israelites, and essentially they wanted to be free from that oppression. Now, if people don't understand what God is the will to be free from your oppression. Now, in the case of the Israelites, it was the Egyptians. But in the case of many men our age, similar men, and people that are coming through the ranks, our oppression might be gambling, it might be drugs, it might be porn, it might be fucking whatever those nasty habits that we're trying to break free from. The will to break free from that is God. So if you've wondered today what God is, it's not the Bible, any of that, bro. The will to be free from your oppression is God. Now, to get away from that oppression, the Israelites had to step into the desert. Now the desert is barren. It's cold. It's hot during the day. It's cold at night. There's nothing in there. There's no food. So to step into the desert requires faith. So anybody out there who's struggling, just know that the will to be free from your oppression is God, and stepping into the desert, stepping away from your oppressor, is requires faith. So yeah, that's what we did. We stepped into the desert with a whole bunch of our brothers. And to do that with the concept of faith in mind means that we have faith in each other. And when you're stepping into the desert with 20, 30 of the people that you love and respect,
Yeah.
it makes it a lot easier to pick up the phone and make that call, brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You have built-in support, and I agree with the whole God thing, because I like grew up like in Catholic school and stuff like that, so I was always kind of surrounded by, and I wasn't Catholic though. I just went to those schools, but I was always surrounded by religion, almost to the point where I was kind of like almost turned off. But I later on, like maybe a couple years ago, I kind of just started like being like, oh shit, like recognizing God, and like every time I like pray or like ask God for guidance or help, it just always would work. But to the point where I'd forget, and I'd be like, you just forget to even do that, and so like I would have to like build in like being grateful and things like that, just to kind of like keep it in my mind, because once shit starts to go good, it's easy to forget God, because you don't feel like it's needed, but that's when you should be thanking and everything like that. So it's
I
wild
think the thing is this, bro, is like I'm not trying to sit here and say that everybody ought to devote themselves to God, but there is learning to be found in the scripture. There is a reason why the books lasted 2,000 years, but in saying that inspiration can be drawn from all of the holy texts. It's just making sure that understanding them and the concept of where they come from and the allegory that's attached to them, rather than being attached to the
actual concept.
Yes, bro. You can take learnings from criminals, brother. You know what I'm saying? You can take learnings
Type
from
shit.
freaking anyone.
Exactly right, and whatever God is, and that's exactly like how I feel, is like whatever God means. And I think the reason why people argue over which their God is right and this God is because we're all experiencing the same thing, whether you call it meditation, law of attraction, positive thoughts, whatever. It's the same concept. It's the same idea, just labeled differently and slightly different perspective. But it's like everyone is fighting because they are like, no, this is right. It has to be right. But it's like you're feeling the same thing. That's my opinion. Maybe there's little differences, but it's that ultimate
That's
just
exactly right.
something
And, and at the core of that, one thing I've found, and this has been through my travels, is that inside every man, there is a will, there is a want to be something part of something that's larger than themselves. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think
sense of
and,
belonging. Yeah.
well, in New Zealand, we've seen the collapse, especially in some of our smaller regions. Excuse me, Chad, I just hit the cough.
No, you're good.
We saw it in some of our smaller regions where it's like in the past your last name defined the role that you filled out in society. So for example, if your last name was Baker, well then you were down at the bakery cooking bread. If your name was Cooper, well then you were building barrels.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
if your name was Smith, bro, then you'd be down the blacksmith. Well,
Yeah.
what ended up happening with globalization and obviously the shift of the labor market into places where manufacturing could be expanded at cheaper cost price of human labor. Then what we saw was the decimation of these lifelong family traits. Now, if the human unit is built off a father passing on those skills to his son, well, it's no wonder that in the 21st century we find our men are looking upwards for some kind of direction. Now, I challenge everybody in the chat here to ask themselves, who are your mentors? Who are your mentors? Now, it's something I've been asking people over the last 2 years, but have a think about that, chat. Who are your mentors?
Yeah, I would say my dad is probably my biggest mentor because we work together, and he inspires me, and you know he does media and stuff too. So yeah, I would say like immediately, I would probably say him, and probably that's probably the only person I listen to, like my mom and my dad.
Shout out.
You know what I'm saying? But what about you? Who would you say?
Well, that was the thing, bro. For a long time, I really didn't have any mentors, and there was nothing really to follow. So then it you have to say to yourself, well, either I'm going to become my own mentor, or else I'm going to find people to start schooling me. And that's when I actually started branching out to people that were far more intelligent than me, bro. Get into those circles where they were able to help me grow. And it's beautiful because with the community approach, we might be at a gathering where we're helping the younger people learn and grow, but at the same time, they're watching their middle tier leadership, people like myself, learning from our co-mates with the elders in our community, the fathers and mentors in our community, brother, that then they can see me being vulnerable and me having to learn lessons. So, it's like one of those things, bro, where there's an ultimate amount of respect, and I think without that community, we cease to be human, bro.
Without learning from the previous generations, like, and just kind of like assuming what you know is the right and the best without just that, because some stuff is not in a book, some stuff is passed down, sometimes is from experience, some stuff is written differently in the book on purpose too. But yeah, it's the real, the wisdom. Without the
The
wisdom,
wisdom.
yeah, for sure.
And and then obviously, just as a side note, some of the synchronicities within the community with just the alignment and the timing and the arrival of people has been sort of second to none. And what we're trying to do is, obviously our wheelhouse is technology. So anybody who's technically minded, we bring together under a hub so that, hey, if you're struggling, hey, if you need any information, hey, if you guys need whatever, however, well, now we actually have a suite of people there that can fulfill those roles.
And to go back to what you're saying about the whole last names thing, because I always think about that stuff: Smith, Baker, Taylor, all these things. There's an issue with that here because, like, for me, my last name is not my family lineage. Like, this is, slavery, colonization, that whole thing. My last name is Young. You know what I'm saying? That's not even a job. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I don't know where that came from, but like, so there is this kind of disconnect with that in a lot of places, or at least here, and I'm sure in other places, maybe someone's in Haiti, they might have a French last name that doesn't make sense or whatever for them, but now it does. They speak French, So there's a lot of that in this community. So it is interesting why a lot of people might be trying to figure out life and just kind of like, damn, I don't even know who I am, where I'm from, and all this stuff. So I think there's a lot of people are affected by that, where the last name, it doesn't mean anything to them, and some people it does. It means a lot. You can track it back to here, but when your last name is fucking anything really, Johnson, like Williams, it's like, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, they were property of William. You know what I'm saying? Like John's son.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Whereas these names, but yeah. Ty said this guy named Joe Young was one of my mentors growing up. He gave me my first job. Yeah, that's my dad. That's which is funny. So Ty's mentor was my dad as well. Hell yeah, W emotes in the chat. Yeah, man. So
But yeah,
go ahead. Though.
it's an interesting situation insofar as like that, British colonial sort of tarring that you can find in our nation was the same thing that happened everywhere. I think, the British colonial empire was seen all over the world to be in that empire expansion phase. And I think, with us, we had colonization come through and wipe out the nation, which was its leadership and control. And then we had religion come in behind that, bro, and replace the values of the people that live in Aotearoa. And the scars of that are still raw for some of our, what you could say, purists that live in the country that still hold on to the old notions of New Zealand being owned by the native people. But we understand the trauma of that history, and we were lucky as a people to be able to adapt quickly. And I think the native Māori people were some of the quickest to adapt. First generation out of the forest in 1886, they were already trading with the English people. So as opposed to Australia, where in 2022 you had a group of Māori people go to Brisbane, Australia to set up one of the first Aboriginally owned cultural experiences in Australia. Now that's in 2022. You know what I mean? I think one of the first Indigenous summits that was actually ever held in America was actually in Obama's career during 2008. So it was the first ever Indigenous summit. Well, you know, our treaty was signed well before that, and the independence well before that. So we're kind of world leaders when it comes to understanding this trauma. But it's taken a long time, and it's only now that we've started to see our people really prosper.
Exactly, exactly. 2006 had been fumbling through on my own. So, oh no, Ty said a lot of our names and our culture of death comes from slavery. 2006 has been fumbling through on my own so far. Ty, in absence, sometimes we find growth in ourselves for sure as part of the fun. I mean, fun, but yeah, I mean, sometimes I guess I mean, honestly, yeah, I think humans are designed to have challenge. I think it builds character, and I think character is what makes you make unique decisions. So, and I
Well,
think that is
you know,
creativity.
an interesting statistic in New Zealand is that 82% of males that end up in prison come from fatherless homes. And you know, and I came from a fatherless home, so this is just connecting to any of those brothers out there that didn't have any mentors. The reason why I say that is a challenge to go and find one, and go and connect with one, and go and speak to your elders, and really, like you say, show gratitude to the elder men in your life, brother. And if you don't have one, cuz fuck, you know, jump in the chat. You've got one here, brother.
Type shit.
You know what I mean?
Type of thing. You know what's crazy though is that, and I was trying to explain this one time, is that nowadays I feel like we are conditioned to think that if an older person and a younger person are friends or associating, that there's something strange going on. You know, like how we had like Big Brothers Big Sisters program back in the day, and now it's kind of like, what is a grown ass man doing with a teenager? And it's like that's where it kind of goes now, and it's like it's this interesting world that we live in, where it's just like, damn, I was when you're alive at both times, you like see the shift, and it's like I can see what you're saying, but it's also like there's also good that can come
Limitations.
from these things like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's interesting. It's interesting how the like the connotation changes, because that is a thing, and I have tried to explain like, no, people used to hang out with older people back in the day, and now it's just like, oh, unk or grown ass man. You know what I mean? It's like, no, people were. There was a certain like the value of the wisdom. It really was a thing, and now it's kind of like, yo, hang out with people your own age, and you know, I mean, I'm not that I'm saying I'm trying to hang out with teenagers. Although Glacial is very young, which we thought he was older, but now he's here. You know, but it's
I
not.
think
I'm not seeking
I
him out.
think I think in that respect, I understand what you're saying, but in New Zealand, we come from a cultural and a tribal background, so there's actually a beautiful mixture that can happen when you bring together the English way of thinking, which is the English cognitive language structure, which you know is an expansionist language that was built on the frontier. So it's very good for finance, it's very good for communication, it's very good for expansionism. But where it fails in is things like environmental studies. It fails in empathy. It fails in conflict resolution. Now, now the original language to Aotearoa New Zealand is Te Reo Māori, and the language cognitive structure of Te Reo Māori actually pick up in these zones. And the zones that I speak of are the zones of conflict resolution, environmental protection, long-term community planning. And in New Zealand, we have a unique opportunity where we can bring both of those language cognitive structures together, separate from race, so that we get the best of a tribal view alongside a critical expansionist English view.
Right, right, right. That's why I like different perspectives, because sometimes you learn like it's just like one thing that you adapt that, and then it's like a chain effect to like kind of change other things for the better. Like there's always somebody that does something better. So I agree with that. There are certain things that work from objective standpoints, and there's some things that need to be a little more cared for and thought differently. Hold on one second. See, 2006 said, "Dang, bro's got money if he's blazing down there. Tinnies be pricey as fuck." Is this? Can you confirm that tinnies be pricey as fuck?
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. All right, hold on. Let me finish this. I would say David Bullock,
Yeah,
Alaska, who's got me into entrepreneurship and more than I would say my Smitty post Most Malone DJ. Oh, Mike Smitty, Post Malone DJ got me into trying to get artists. Dodgy Official. He's naming all his mentors. Dodgy Official. He's one up there for entrepreneurship, but more of investing in connections. And then shout out to my boys, Adzik. He's doing a whole acceptance speech right now, award acceptance speech in the chat. He has opened up so much for me, and then Neon has opened so much for me with in connection. So apparently Glacial is Neon's boy, but he's sticking with that story. So Neon is one of Glacial's mentors. I don't.
Shout out.
Yeah. Glacial said, "I want Vertical to hear that too." Yeah, he's gonna hear it. I just read it because we're talking about business. That's why those are all my mentors. Yo, the way he types, but
Bro.
I do appreciate it though because I at least know what he's talking about. But Glacial's great. It's like he's just talking to his phone.
The beautiful thing is that I don't know if you guys remember Mother Teresa. Do you remember Mother Teresa?
Yes. Calcutta.
Well, that's right. Everybody was sending her emails. Everybody was sending her information. How can we help? How can we help? And if you read the Soup for the Soul, you'll know her response was find your own Calcutta. And it's like, with these connections, these links to these networks, everything that we're doing by principle can be and should be replicated everywhere.
Right. Oh, so yeah. You're saying like franchise the kingdoms, not the kingdoms,
exactly.
but franchise the promised land, franchise the paradise. Yeah, no, for sure. It's not even the paradise. It's like I don't even know what you call it, but franchise the system, franchise the thing that works. Yeah, duplicate
We call it
what works. Yeah, go ahead.
from like an ideology perspective, we call it a societal bubble, and it's like, you have the rules of society that take place on the top end, but then inside the societal bubble, you have a community of gentlemen with an understanding.
Type shit. Yeah. I mean, is that? Yeah, that sounds like kind of masonry a little bit in a way, but Lord Derek, what up? Derek, what up? We're just talking with New Zealand's finest right here, Vertical. Glacial, why don't you join the call if you want to talk business? If you really want to talk, you could have been joining the call. Glacial is always in the voice if you want, but yeah, man. Yeah, I think people supporting people is the key. 2006 asked, is he North Island or South Island? Glacier said
Yeah,
no.
in the North Island.
Oh, North
We're in
Island.
the North Island. Yeah.
Dope. What's the difference between the North and the South of New Zealand? And I want to hear 2006 version of it and why he asked, and then how you say it. And Glacier said he's in bed.
The North Island is obviously the main center. The South Island is very cold, there's lots of alpines, lots of mountains there. So getting through the South Island and trying to live there is a bit of a harsh, way harsher than living in the North Island. Our capital city's in the North Island, and then also our largest city of Auckland's in the North Island. That's 1 million people. So yeah, we're heading towards 6 million total population.
Okay.
It's beautiful. It's a subtropical landscape that starts in the North Island, where you get beautiful rolling golden beaches. 45-minute drive from those, you can be up a mountain skiing, and then a 45-minute drive from those, you can be at the coast eating fish freshly caught from the coast that day. So it's a beautiful nation to be in. I think it's 98 kilometers as the crow flies is the furthest you can be away from the coast of New Zealand. So hard to get lost.
2006 said double nice, better beer in the North. That's his focus. His focus. Is the beer that bad in the South? Derek said, "Cool. Is the Black his favorite team?" I don't know what that means, but do you know what that means?
Yeah. So our national rugby team is the All Blacks, and they carry a proud history of multiculturalism, especially with allowing Māoris to play. In fact, the Springbok tour in 1981 was one of the first ever tours where a plane was used in a terrorism event, where they threw flower bombs at the South African team for not allowing some of the coloured members to play in the tour.
Wait, hold on. I know that you're from Australia, but in America we don't say colored anymore.
What do you say?
I mean, does that just mean black people?
No. That was the class of people. That was a specific class of people in South Africa that were restricted from travelling. So in Australia they have. In South Africa they have a class of people called the blacks, and then they have a class of people called the colours, and then they have a class of people called the whites.
Wow. Yeah. So in America that was like basically black people. I guess and maybe if you're Hispanic, but they kind of like abolished that word. I think people would say like people of color now, but I mean, I guess you're not even talking about me, so play on.
No, yeah, they're a particular class that identify as coloured in South Africa.
You know, it just hit my ear. I was like, oh shit, I haven't heard that shit in a minute. You know what I'm saying?
But no stress in the sense that the news hit Nelson Mandela while he was locked in prison, that that New Zealand had stood up for against the apartheid in South Africa. So from that, the joyous like, an occasion rang out in the prison, and it was 9 months later he was released and then became obviously the leader of South Africa.
Yeah, no, that okay. 2006 said nah, Speets is good, but it's no Twee Stingleter.
He knows.
Is that the beer? Is that the
brother,
beer?
He knows.
What is that?
He's a
Twee or
repatriated Kiwi.
Steinlager.
If he ever gets deported by ICE, he's more than welcome to come to Aotearoa.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna get the. Hey, Glacier said I'm funny. I guess because I said you can. I guess you could say colored. You get the C pass. Are those beers though?
Yeah, they're some of New Zealand's finest beers. The Tui's an interesting one
Tui.
in the sense that they call itself an IPA, but they actually use a lager yeast.
Oh, is it strong though?
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. Okay, so it's a.
The thing is this though, poor people drink brown bottles in New Zealand, and rich people drink green bottles in New Zealand.
Interesting.
So Speight's come in a brown bottle, and Tui comes in a brown bottle, but Steinlager comes in a green bottle, which is if you're at a fancy party.
Damn. You guys don't have clear. You don't have clear bottles. Like I'm trying to think of what beer comes in a clear bottle, like what Corona, or like Modelo. Yeah, a lot of maybe more Mexican beers are clear. And damn, what color is Bud Light? Brown, huh? Low key, it's actually a brown bottle.
We don't get Bud Light here.
Yeah, I bet you don't. Yeah, what's the point? That'd be a waste of. There'd just be no demand. That's like me trying to find Colt 45 right now. 2006, do a lot of vacationing in Hastings. Derek said.
Oh well, bro. The next time you come to Aotearoa, please let me know and I'll pick you up.
Yo, you guys got to get a video together. You got to like, that's crazy. You got to stream snipe vertical in New Zealand. Lord Derek said that's why Kiwi are cool people. Yeah, see, my chat's fucking with you. I don't even, yeah, see, Derek's tapped in on the, Derek is has an eclectic, him and Ty both know some various things from around the world. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, everybody almost in this chat does kind of likes to talk about various shit and world things. So this is kind of a cool thing. Is he from Australia, Kyle? Who? What are you talking about?
Funnily enough, I did my studies at university, finished my studies, looked for a job, couldn't find a job. Me and my partner couldn't find a job, hard to find a technical job in New Zealand. From there, we moved to Australia, and then after we moved to Australia, we were there for 9 years. And then after that 9-year stint, we ended up coming back to Aotearoa.
So, but you're originally from New Zealand, though?
Originally from New Zealand,
Yeah.
brother, you.
Yeah. Damn, that was your question, Glacier. That's funny. 2006 said, absolutely, sir. Would love to grab a beer with you. Yeah, you guys should make that happen. That'd be hilarious for the lore. That'd be a good one.
Bro, 100%. If you come to New Zealand, I'll take you on one of the meanest tours you'll ever go on.
Shit, I still gotta come too. We gotta still talk about what we talked about that
100%.
time. Yeah. Shit, maybe we'll be there at the same time. I don't know, but
we're gonna lock that in. Hopefully at the end of April. We're just
for sure.
locking in some dates,
Yeah.
and
No, I mean,
we'll get you out here, bro. Experience the Kiwi hospitality.
yeah, no, that's gonna be. Ah, man. Hey, anyway, I try not to jinx things, but like, how do you feel about like things like jinxes, or like should in this situation, is it something? Would you like manifest something and keep thinking about it? Would you like not overthink about it because that kind of signals some sort of like doubt? How do you feel about like manifesting and like not jinxing something or saying too much? Because sometimes I feel like when I put too much emphasis on something, it kind of things go left. Where do I just pray to God and
I hear you.
You know what I'm
100%
saying?
on that. I hear you 100% on that. I mean, we have our own thoughts about that in Te Ao Māori, which is the people that are indigenous to New Zealand. And our thoughts on that are, obviously don't count your chickens before they hatch, in that
Right.
respect. But But at the same time, I've been learning recently to just chill. You know, it'll happen.
Right. Right. That's the extreme confidence. It's that's the
Yeah,
faith. That's real faith. Is that and there's no
it'll
doubt.
happen.
It's not even a doubt in my mind. Exactly. I like that. That's thank you. That I like that. Does he know about the Pili in Australia? Did I say that right? Pili, Pili. He might be spelling it wrong though.
The pillies.
Pili.
Oh yes.
What is that?
Ping is a mash, brother. 100%.
The what?
If you're here every 2 years, 2000, well, we will definitely arrange to catch up, brother. You're welcome to come and stay at my place.
There every 2 years or so. Lord Derek said the Eagles' left tackle is from New Zealand. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that. Do you guys have like American football in New Zealand at all?
Nah.
So how would
Not
one
at all.
like even get into that if he's from New Zealand to like make it to the NFL level? Size?
We play a hectic version of contact sport called rugby, where there's no pads involved. It's full contact. And I think probably from that experience, a lot of the boys get picked up when they get to sort of the middle to end of their career. They go over to the States
Oh,
and they try their hand at obviously getting a bigger contract, and they'd get paid to play the professional sport in New Zealand.
so you're saying some people there's a slight transition or a ladder from not a ladder but just like a bridge from rugby to football. It's kind of similar
Yeah, pretty
enough in that way where it's
100%.
interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
if you're a winger, like Kiwis are massive, Polynesians are massive, Maldives are massive. So the blood stock is here. It just needs to be refined, and maybe some of the sports science that they apply to and the principles that they apply in the NFL, if they brought to New Zealand, would just blow
Gotcha.
other teams out of the water.
It's like getting like somebody that's like 8 foot from like any country. It's just they're just gonna dominate. Like in basketball, I mean, like there's just like certain like fundamentals. Even though basketball is a worldwide sport, but yeah, no, for interesting.
Yes,
Interesting. Yeah.
Stephen Adams would probably be the most famous Kiwi in the NBA.
So that they're out here. No doubt, rugby players are built like tanks. Says 2006. 2006 that rugby guys are monsters compared to NFL cats. Yeah, so it's just like a, yeah, be center, be fucking, yeah, exactly, a left tackle or whatever. Yeah, yeah, interesting.
Like it, in New Zealand, I walk around pretty small, but in Australia, I was pretty big.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
able to do a lot more. I was able to do a lot more heavy work in Australia.
How tall are you? How tall are you?
I'm 6'3".
Okay, yeah, that's tall. That's you're gonna be tall in America too. So yeah, I mean yeah, that's pretty at like average tall height. Like
But here, I'm not that tall.
really,
You know what I mean?
yeah. People are like get up like a lot of it like 6'6", 6'5", a lot 6'7".
Yeah. Big
Yeah.
boys.
7 feet. It's a lot of 7-footers. Is that not that weird to see somebody that's like good 6'8", 7 feet?
Sam, I know 7'2".
Damn.
He's got a growth situation. His best friend Trinox 6'8". Like, yeah, big boys.
God damn. That's like what's that story by Roald Dahl, the Big Friendly Giant?
But the good thing is, bro, is no one talks shit here.
Oh, so it's not even a thing.
Well, because there's just like fuck. There's so many big dudes around. No one talks any shit here.
Ah, okay. Everybody's tough. Yeah, everybody's tough.
It's just or everyone knows someone who's way tougher than you anyway. Whatever, you know.
Would you say that women are taller too, or is it just men?
Nah, women are, bro. Like, my best friend growing up used to beat men up.
Right. So are they tall? Is it like the average height? Like here is probably like 5. I don't even know. 5'2", 5'3" probably for a girl. 5'4". Is it like more like 5'6", 5'7" there, or is it not even a height thing?
They're still short women, but the Māori Polynesian women are tall, brother. Yeah.
Gotcha. So just the larger people. Yeah, interesting. Just like in different countries that will have. Interesting. Derek says Steven Adams played for the Rockets. Kiwis don't talk shit, bro. Come on.
Nah, but in the sense that we will talk mad shit, but when it comes down to the crunch, there's no drama. We don't have big issues with gun violence or big issue with knife crime or
Yeah, right. It's
Yeah.
just a whole
It's
bunch of
pretty rare someone gets shot around here. Everybody's smoking weed, bro.
right. Interesting. No, that sounds like a good place where people don't are just chilling, not bothering anybody, just making jokes. That's good. That sounds like a chill place. It seems like people
Just
maybe are happy, just generally happy.
just stay in your lane, bro.
Yeah.
Just, you know.
What's it like to be homeless in New Zealand?
Yes, actually, to be homeless in New Zealand sucks, bro. I've been homeless in New Zealand.
I think it sucks everywhere, but yeah, I was just curious if it's like because I observed homeless people in Miami, and I'm sure it sucked, but it was just like so warm there that they would just like be like sleeping out like side of clubs on benches. It just seemed like damn, this is like almost sustainable. You know what I'm saying? But like I just didn't know if there was like
There's
a huge wealth gap or like how
there's
homeless
this
people are treated or whatever. Go ahead.
there's this particular city in Wellington, bro, where it's very windy, and there's a few things that contribute to that. Mainly, its geographical location, but also the architecture of the buildings funnels that wind that comes in, and there's just like a stream has eddies, you know, like a
Hmm.
stream has a place on the side of it that pulls water.
Hmm.
Is the same way that the city has places where it pulls rubbish. And when I was homeless, it was one of the best places to be at because all you had to do was walk amongst these areas where money had already blown into it, and from a quick 40-minute walk, brother, you'd be up 20, $30.
Wait, money?
Yeah, because the whole thing would just get blown. Everything would get blown into these particular eddies in the city, which if you were homeless, you knew about, brother, and you just patrol them. Also, the deliveries to hotels in the morning were really, really easy to access, you know. So they'd come with the milk truck, drop the milk, have to walk around, buzz themselves in, come around the back, just take one or two, don't be greedy. You know what I mean? You
Damn.
can survive in the city.
Damn. All right, okay. Yeah, I thought you meant like you were seeing people like actual dollar bills and coins were flying around
Yeah,
because of the
bro,
wind.
yeah, there is.
But what? But from
There
what?
is,
From
bro.
people's pockets or from people's?
So, like in the normal city, if someone dropped a $5 note, it would just sit on the tarmac. In Wellington, it blows.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It would naturally blow to the area because of the shape of it's like a wind tunnel, and you knew the sweet spot where you damn a dollar, damn it's nah, that's crazy. No, that's not.
Yeah,
I,
bro.
I need to see a YouTube video about this phenomena. That's amazing though. That's like that's God. See, that's God. You know, it's
Yeah,
like
bro.
the promised land, the land of milk and honey. That's deep. That's fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that's what you were saying, but it seemed too like unrealistic. But I see what you're saying.
Nah, bro, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, when I lived on the street, yeah, I
Like
did a stint,
leaves.
bro. Yeah, did a little stint. Shout out to Trevor, if you're still there, brother. Rest in peace, homie. And that's what's up. One-eyed Trev.
Oh yeah, W. 2006 the Kiwis don't. Oh no. I know the difference. Just teasing. He said about the Kiwis don't talk shit. Yeah. Lord Derek said, I see they got a new sports there similar to the Oklahoma drill in football. I'm not even. What is the Oklahoma drill? Which one is that?
Is it
Hold
when
up.
you run at each other?
Well, is there a new sport there?
So, bro, there was a new sport until someone died. So, there were people just,
Oh, this shit where you're laying down and you. Oh, that's
there were,
crazy. Go ahead.
bro, there were people running at each other. Now, uh, there's syndicates that obviously deal and whatnot. However, they've merged into influencers now because they've got some money and status. They set up these competitions where people would run it straight if you want to show the boys a situation.
Let's go, Blake.
Yeah, go ahead.
The run it straight is the New Zealand version, and it's terrible. One kid ended up getting killed at home playing it, and after that, it kind of fizzled out.
And they just made like a whole sport. Do they add like any other elements to it? Derek, I see they got a new. Okay, do you? So it's what did you call it? It's called running what?
Run it straight.
Run it straight. Wow. Run it straight, New Zealand. What the fuck? Deadly. Oh, so it's a trend, but it's actual. Wow. What the fuck? All right, let me find a good video, which a good one to play of it.
It started out as a trend. It then turned into people, the biggest people from all around town, from each district would get pulled together to run at each other for cash, and then someone ended up dying.
Wow. Okay, so they're holding a rugby. Is it called a rugby ball?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're holding
No
a rugby.
pads.
So it is literally no pads, no helmet, and they're just. That's crazy. It's like when I see people doing those like slap challenges online. It's like this is crazy. But shit, tough guy shit. Do you know how the kid
you can
died? Was
see-
it like a head? A head? Oh, this is probably it right here, huh?
You can see the size of some of the gentlemen that have just shown up at the park. These aren't athletes. These are just dads.
And then I see him. He looks like he's not that big.
This is the one that died, but I think.
Yeah, rest in peace, though. Respectfully.
Yeah, rest in peace, man. That's, tragic.
I could see Americans do. Derek said it could work here. I think Americans would definitely do this shit, especially just to go viral. Like the fact that they made it into like an actual like competitive thing that's organized, an organized sport or whatever. I mean, it looks
See,
fun,
these-
but
Those guys that you saw there, they come from they're fueled by money from gangsters. And they took that money and started putting it up as prizes for people to run it straight for content.
yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, no, they don't care. This is definitely about profits. Is that a part of rugby that like because it's kind of like a what would you call that like a it's kind of in football I guess like a I forgot what you would call that but is that an element?
100%.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Rugby,
I haven't watched rugby.
rugby is like American football, but no breaks.
Oh
It
shit.
doesn't stop.
Okay, more like soccer.
More like soccer, 40 minutes of continuous action.
Yeah, or football, whatever you call it. But yeah, interesting. So it's not like broken up so much. That's very very interesting. No, that's cool. There's so much like I don't know and I want to experience and learn more. So this is fucking dope, man.
The next thing that's come up out of the trend of run it straight now is the 1 minute scrap. And Dan Hooker, obviously from the UFC, has been sort of paramount from New Zealand, who's been doing those. But if you ever look at the 1 minute scraps, that's the latest and greatest thing to come out.
1 minute scrap, New Zealand. I think I'm guessing what it is, but I don't exact. I assume you just fight for a minute. Derek said they need regulation in that sport. Wait, I can't just find a reel of a 1 minute scrap. Shorts. Maybe I shouldn't have typed in 1 minute. I assume it's something like this though.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh, you said Dan Hooker. You said that name, huh?
That's a good one.
So it's like 1 minute to knock somebody out type shit.
Yeah, bro.
Damn. And can you kick or not?
Nah, just punch.
Yeah. Wow, this is brutal, bro. It's like not even gloves, just little. Damn, bro.
And anyone can sign up.
I bet you can. They want to see people get knocked out.
They just recently did a dad's one where it was no professional fights and you had to be a father.
Damn. People are just getting busy and wow, that's cool though. That's cool. That's. Was there a lot of UFC there?
Yes.
Yeah, I bet.
Yes.
Like, it seems
Yeah.
like the culture.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta respect that shit. That's kind of fire. Dave Tua.
Yeah, Dave Tua, the Super Samoan, obviously a huge boxer in New Zealand, probably one of the widest guys I've ever seen in real life. Had some of the best one punch knockouts. Obviously taught Mark Hunt how to fight as well. Yeah, all round stellar guy. Doesn't know how to spell. Had a classic moment on the Wheel of Fortune where he said "Oh for awesome," but apart from that, he's a stellar guy.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out David Tua.
So Derek said we use the Oklahoma drill to learn how to wrap up properly, type shit. Yeah, I was trying to think of like the term, what we call it, maybe like sticking somebody, like I play a little cornerback. I'm not gonna lie, I play a little wide receiver, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Hey yo, no, that's did you play any sports coming up?
Yeah, bro. Yep. Rugby, soccer,
Rugby, soccer.
everything.
Yeah, everything.
Volleyball,
Oh,
everything,
shit.
bro. Cricket,
Yeah,
all
shit.
the shit.
Cricket is one sport I do not understand yet. I gotta like watch. I just gotta watch it one day. I haven't like given it like my full attention, but it looks so interesting. It looks so
It's a
interesting.
good game. Good game to play because there's a lot of time to drink beers.
Oh, why is it? Does it take long?
Yeah, bro. Especially if you're, yeah, bro. It can take a long time.
It's like one of those games where you have to get to a certain. It's not like it's over at a certain time. You have to like it just keeps going if somebody doesn't win yet. Is that type of thing?
Oh, they'll play 40 overs, so there's a limit. But
Okay.
it can, if everyone's fucking around, it can spill on.
No, that's fun. Derek said he needs to see King of the Street, the fighter. King of the Street Fighter Blood Axis. I'm not sure. Is that a what is that? King of the Street Blood Axis? Is that like some fight videos? King of the Street Blood Axes. Based on Blood Axe, King of the Streets. Fighting organization refers to Eric Olson, an American bare knuckle fighter. Oh, shit. Can we even show this? I guess if it's on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some tough guys out there. Yeah, I don't want to show too much blood on my shit, though, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, these are real tough guys out here.
The eye gouging's a bit much, brother.
Yeah, it's probably TOS. Whenever I think of fighting now, though, I think of what do you think of this? And maybe it's like this in Australia or in New Zealand. 2000 Sit told me that the Mounties are like the high police in Canada, but like sometimes instead of like arresting you or whatever, they'll just square up with you and just fight you, and then as your punishment or whatever, like dead ass. Like the last thing I would have thought of, I would have thought they would have been like the last people to fight, but apparently they. And 2000 Sit, you can if I got something wrong, but apparently the Mounties will like fight you. They're gonna pull you over and fight you like on the side of the road.
They wouldn't want to do that in New Zealand, bro.
Right. Yeah. Probably. Maybe it wouldn't go well for the people that. Yeah. Right. 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 That's why every place is different. Everybody has their own fucking perspective. You can chime in 2000 Sit if maybe I'm saying something wrong, but yeah, in New Zealand.
The police here are cool, though. The police here are cool here. I tell you what, there's been many a situation I've been let off.
Okay, so no one's
know?
no one's trying to really ruin anybody's day. You said 2000 says that New Zealand cops don't carry guns on their hips. What?
Yeah, that's it. They're chill. Everyone's chill here. I'm telling you, like, bro. Okay, I got my car right. I'm doing 190 on the road. The cop pulls me over, bro, and he can take my car off me at the stage. The law is he can take my car off me at the stage.
Right.
He just tells me slow down, bro, and that's it.
Yo, not only were you you were like blatantly breaking the law. That's when they say like
Yeah.
unsafe driving conditions. 190 is wild, but and yeah, he lets you go. See, yeah, sometimes people are just fucking around. That's
Cops are cool.
no, yeah. I mean, I guess if I didn't have a gun, I'd probably be a little cool too, though. You know what I'm saying? Just in case it doesn't go my way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because you could have a gun on you, right? But they
Nah, even so, bro, we just don't have that. Like, yeah, sure, maybe if you've got fucking heaps of gear on you and you're traveling around like a fucking bandit or whatever, but hardly ever.
it's just not even the vibe. It's not even the. Has there
No.
are there ever mass shootings?
Nah, bro.
Not really, huh? Yeah, it's not even a thing there. It's just not part of the. It's like why for what? Yeah.
There was one, and it was like 6 years ago.
And it's like what the fuck, and everyone is just mortified by it. Yeah. He said the cops keep them in the trunk. Well, damn. Hey. I guess people would probably like cops a lot more if they knew that they probably aren't going to die in that moment, which sure. 2006 said, I am a bit surprised by his answer, though. I would have thought for sure the Mongees would have caught the bash a few times.
The Mongees, bro. So the Muggle Mobs, you fucking knew. They are a gang in New Zealand, brother, that obviously have prolific reach around the country. There's two main gangs. I don't know if you remember the movie Colors that came out of America that talked about the sort of the Bloods and the Crips. Well, New Zealand took that and ran with it, bro, and that spawned the Muggle Mob and the Black Power, which are the two dominant gangs outside the Hells Angels, which became more prominent because of all of those 501 visas, where Australia actually used that 501 category visa loophole of deporting anybody that had spent longer than a year in prison, which was the 12-month in prison criteria, and they were just sending them to New Zealand. So then New Zealand was having to deal with all of Australia's criminals.
And they were just free, and just they would get deported, like they would after a year, and they would just be free. Wow, that's crazy.
So even if you had no family in New Zealand, you were just instantly deported there if you had some kind of New Zealand heritage.
Wow. What if you were American? You would go to New Zealand?
No, this is just if you got caught in Australia.
Oh, I got you. I got you. That's what I mean. Like if you were American caught in I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, bro, yeah.
Yeah.
Then they just send you straight to New Zealand. New Zealand deals with you there. There was actually a veteran that got sent back who had gone to 2 tours in Afghanistan from Australia. From his PTSD coming back, obviously reintegrating society was difficult, and he ended up getting a year suspended sentence. Well, they deported him to the Auckland airport. He walked out the front and he died outside, bro, because he had nowhere to go.
Just like being like homeless?
Yeah, brother.
Wow. Just couldn't even get it to, wow. Yeah, what do you do, Like, how would you just, died is wild, though. You would think something would, you'd figure something out. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, like, if you just had to be homeless tomorrow with nothing, no phone, no nothing, at a different country, could you survive? Like, is that possible? What would you do? I mean, I'm sure some of us could. It would probably be tough, though. But I'm surprised died, unless he just went down a long path. But either way, rest in peace
Well,
for that person.
well, the extension of it is this: if you're in a country where you have no context, no phone, no food, no soul, no nothing or other, well, you're not going to starve to death, so you're going to resort to crime. And that's what we see is that obviously the establishment of the Hells Angels and the growth of that has come from these guys coming back to New Zealand with those affiliations. That's why they've been sent back. But that money that's coming from Australia now has a place to land in New Zealand. And so now we've seen a rise in the use of things like cocaine, which in New Zealand wasn't a big issue because it's so far away from your major sources of cocaine around the world. But because of its Australian link now, you're starting to see $300 a gram, which is pretty comparable to what you were finding on the Gold Coast, which would be 150 USD a gram. I don't know what coke is over there.
A gram is probably like, I mean, like $100, 80 to 100. Yeah.
So
not that I know, I'm just guessing. I'm just speculating. I don't even know that. Why did I even say that? I don't know anything about this. Allegedly. Yeah,
but that's the thing. It's almost a global metric that you can use as a litmus test for the economy.
What? How much cocaine costs in that region?
That's it.
What? So wait. So in a good economy, cocaine is flowing and cheap and bountiful.
It's more just an indication that it's been breached, if you know what I mean. Because at some point the market was 500 to 600 a gram, and then obviously because they were getting that kind of return, they invested there heavily and then bought it in, and now it's flooded. And through that Australian connection, it's now turned into, before it was speed, ecstasy, now it's cocaine in Auckland, brother. So it's just an interesting turn of events.
Oh, just all of a sudden people are just doing coke like it's the 80s or something. Interesting.
Well, we never really had that sort of buzz here because we're so far removed.
Damn, I wonder how
it was all,
if it's good. Like it's probably like innocently like pure still. Whereas like here, like especially in LA, it's like cut 3 times by the time you get it. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, well, there's probably 16 different fucking times it gets stepped on before we get it, brother.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like the pure or even worse. Yeah, it could go either way, right? Are coca leaves illegal to grow them in New Zealand as well, or is it even regulated? Do you know?
Nah, no one's tried it, I don't think.
Could they grow there? Because that's like a tropical climate. I mean, hey, we might be able to.
Don't get me started. We're trying to leave that in the past.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Business, some ideas are good. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, YouTube. I'm just kidding. We're just joking. This is parody. I'm just saying.
But let me quickly Google that. No, those ones.
Yeah, because I'm just saying. I don't know how many you need. You know, I know trees take a long time to grow just off the top. You know what I mean? But maybe you could. They brought palm trees to California. There were no palm trees in California, and now there are. So anything's possible. But trees
Well,
take a
there's
really
definitely
long
a
time.
market.
Yeah, for sure. People will start chewing. Like, wasn't that like an ancient? Like people were like just like chewing the leaves, and it would like give them this like crazy like endurance and alertness and shit. Just like back in the day before they were processing it. I'm just saying. I hope we didn't.
Originally, it was chewed to combat the altitude sickness in Bolivia.
Wow, did not know that. That's a W factoid. I wonder if there's like a high concentration of cocaine use in Colorado because of the high altitude there. Apparently, that's the thing. Glacial was telling me that like people that play in high altitude, they have a stronger advantage. Like the Denver Brown, they have because they're used to playing in that altitude or whatever. But I guess there's like simulations for that now where you can kind of do that. But like historically, home games in their like native altitude, they're more often to win because of the breathing difficulty, I guess.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
More acclimated to being able to perform at anaerobic respiration, which is the burning of sugar without oxygen, which creates that lactic acid buildup.
Yeah. Oh, that's deep. That's deep. That's deep. 80 CAD here for a gram. Yeah. So it's about the same thing.
About the same.
Yeah. The amounts of P down here is shocking, though. P.
Yeah. So P he speaks to methamphetamine.
Oh, what does the P stand for?
I don't know why it named the name P, but that a lot of people call it crack here, but it's not crack cocaine. Is what they actually mean is methamphetamine. But meth here is rife. It's fucking destroying the nation.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, meth is awkward. Glacier said W Colorado in the chat for real. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I like a good callback. So I'm telling you, when I learn things, I am retaining this random information. Not random, but I am retaining it and use it again. So yeah, I didn't even know Glacial was still in the chat, but W. Yeah, that's wild though. Man, W fucking.
Yeah.
We've been on this for an hour, literally. That's crazy. W fucking segment. Man, do you travel a lot? Have you been outside of the New Zealand, Australia area much?
Yeah, I've been blessed, bro. I've been around Europe, been to Ireland quite a bit, been to the UK quite a bit.
Have you been here?
Yep, been to California.
What part?
Done. So just pretty much landed at the airport, headed over to the Bay Area, San Francisco area.
Cool.
Situation came through to Santa Monica, and then we
Nice.
ended up in taking a stretch limo to Vegas, brother.
Oh, you
Because-
you did it up.
The reason being, bro, was that the flight for all of us to fly was going to be more expensive than it was to hire the limo. So yeah, we took that route instead. But no,
Wow.
beautiful country. I would say a blessing to go there, a blessing to have friends that I met throughout the world. Obviously, that's why we're there. Reno, shout out Reno, Nevada. That was fucking a beautiful situation for the boys taking us around there. The Wolf Pack, as it were. I think that's the team there. Shout out the Wolfpack. Anyway, long story short, it was a beautiful experience. I've been to a few places. I've been Thailand, Cambodia, Burma. Obviously, because this side of the world, Australia, Papua New Guinea, Fiji. Yeah,
I
been
think
blessed, brother.
Glacial's going to Thailand next month. I think he said. We'll see if it's
Swadee ka, Fandina krap, Swadee,
damn.
Sanuk ma.
So
Hey,
he's,
brother.
Glacial clip that, and then you'll be able to translate it later. What's one thing about America that you immediately noticed here that was just like completely different? You're like, oh, I don't. What did I think about that?
So for the first moment that I had landed in the country, I was wearing a Che Guevara t-shirt, and I was sea walking. I don't know if you guys know the Crip Walk, no gang affiliations.
Of course. The people Crip walk in New Zealand.
I just like to sea walk. You know how it is. Throw it up. So I was in a Che Guevara t-shirt, sea walking through customs, recording myself, brother, and I had the full fucking affair. They pulled me down, they grabbed me, they threw me out the back. My mum was screaming at them, you know, the full situation. When I pulled out the New Zealand passport, they were really nice to me though, and then they gave me a $20 Galleria voucher and said, "Have a good day."
That's wow. Yeah, they're probably like, "What the fuck is going on?" They're like, "Who? What is he?" They're like, "Oh, you just from a okay, yeah, good,
Yeah, but
yeah.
but the one thing I will say is that how similar we are actually. You know,
Yeah.
you go somewhere else and you say to yourself, "Oh, I'm going to look for the differences between us and them." But when you're actually, like I said, when you're breaking bread and you're actually sitting down and you're having to talk about the day-to-day struggles,
Yeah.
we can all feel what it's like to not be able to pay the power bill and not be
Right,
able to make
right.
rent. And yeah, brother. I
So you
identify
notice
with that
more
struggle.
similarities than differences, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes, brother. Yes.
Yeah. Did someone are people constantly asking you where you're from every time, or are you from Australia? Like, was a common thing that you would
It
get?
was always Australia, and I
Yeah.
would always respond, "Are you from Canada?"
That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm not gonna lie.
And I still got all my teeth, so we're all good.
People are going. People are. People are people. The world over for real. For real. People are people. The world over for real. For real. Yeah. I
Well, it's
think.
funny because you know Chinese people often get a negative connotation, especially those Chinese people that come that immigrate out of China. Now, one thing you have to remember with China is that only 5% of Chinese people hold passports, and to get a passport in China, you have to be either rich, of status, or have some government dispensation to travel for, say, sport or a job, right? Without that, you don't get to travel. So if you meet somebody outside of China who claims to be Chinese, you're meeting part of the affluent part of that country. Now, I'm not saying that with affluence comes like an arrogance, but you're not really meeting a proper Chinese man until you're sitting there eating a frog with one of them. You know, and they're sharing their last bit of frog leg with you. And then you realize you're just like me.
Hey, yeah, yeah. If I'm eating a frog leg, I'm saying this shit's different. You know,
But you
not,
know what I'm saying?
no,
In the
I know,
sense that
no, I know what you mean.
they've
Just
got
like on some
nothing,
like,
and
yeah,
they're
yeah,
sharing their
yeah,
last
right,
crumb,
right,
and then
right,
you
right.
realise actually you Chinese people aren't too bad. But if you judge them off someone that you met uptown in the middle of the situation, brother, that like I said, it's part of that section, you'll wonder why they were, you know, behaving the way that they behave.
And then you realize that it's not about race, or it's just about people and personalities, and yeah, it's more of a class thing. But yeah, I mean, we all have certain things that we have pre ideas of, pre prejudices, we'll say. But then yeah, you're saying that's interesting. Just like how people might think that Americans are obnoxious and all this, and you come here and you're like, oh, most people aren't this. This is just what's being portrayed to us. Yeah, exactly. So that's
Which is unfair because you guys sort of carry the weight of the world, as well as obviously having to bear the decision making of a leader that obviously is probably not as easy to collect sound bites that hurt or that damage, I guess you could say, the credibility of the nation.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that here because it's just normal to us. You know what I'm saying? I think now we're starting
Yeah.
to see it because we can do things like talk to people like you and kind of like, you know, but like this is our zero. This is our normal. So it's just like it is interesting though. It's like with that perspective, there probably does come some sort of, like you said, arrogance or entitlement or whatever. And then from the other perspective, you're able to watch us like, yo, those dudes are fucking nuts over there. Like, what are they doing? You know what I mean? Like, I get that, but and then you come here and yeah, most people are, you know, the reality of it. But that's very interesting. I don't know what I
Well, I
would.
think
Go ahead.
as an American, I think it's such a varying and vast landscape with obviously all of its flora and fauna from east to west coast that, like, really you don't have to leave to be able to, you know, you could spend a lifetime exploring the interior. And
Right.
I think a lot of Americans do that. But at the same time, I think, you know, when world headlines dominated by sound bites, then, like I said, we're only really receiving a small view from the external piece that usually is painted in a negative way.
Right, because negative sells. That's news is
That's
mostly
right.
negative. Like so, that's people just want to see. It's not even. I don't even think it's always so negative, but I think negative is easy. But I think it's just anything that's just exciting and captivating. It could be something new. If Elon Musk invented a robot that can like fucking speak and dance. I mean, it's already existing, but you know, just drive your car and just be fully autonomous and the battery lasts for 24 hours. Yes, people are gonna be talking about it, good or bad, and there's gonna be good and bad comments about it. And you know, so there is, you know, it's a sensationalism that is being spread. I don't know what people are spreading about New Zealand. The only thing I think about when I think about New Zealand is like Lord of the Rings and like fucking dope ass CGI in some movies. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
There was a book that was released with all of the geographical locations of the filming of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. And after 1 year of it being on the shelves and available in New Zealand, they had to pull it off the shelves because too many tourists were coming here with a GPS locator and walking out to these places, getting caught in snowstorms, and then we're having to pay thousands and sending helicopters and rescue.
so something that was supposed to boost the economy ended up backfiring because of liabilities. Yeah, that's crazy. That's
100%.
That's wild how that happens sometimes.
I mean, the film for us, it was 18 years ago. So it's a long-lived legacy in the sense that you know, we're still carrying that sort of fame, moving onwards. But almost like Rage Against the Machine, it was like we're still waiting after the 90s for another band to come along with that same political message. It's almost the same thing in Aotearoa. It's like we're waiting. That was in the 2000s. We're now in 2026, and we're waiting for something else to come along. You know what I mean? And redefine the next 20 years.
Well, I think that's happening everywhere, even in Hollywood, where it's just, you know, it's so easy. You don't have to be in Hollywood to make a big movie now. You could making a movie in New Zealand is maybe not as big of a deal as it was at that time, you know, or a big movie like that. Or so now it's like anybody can get a 4K camera, anybody can get a Red or an Alexa or something, and just, or a FX6 and shoot something on that level. You know, at least the quality's there. Maybe the acting's not there or the production design isn't fully there, but like you're there. You get 4K and that landscape, you in a tripod, you can shoot something. And some good sound, you know, you might be able to shoot something. So I think that's the difference too, is that it's just I think everything is watered down, you know. We were talking before, is even with music, is like there's like no hit. Do you like hip hop, rap, hip hop?
Of course.
Right. I mean, and maybe you have a different radar, but it's like we haven't had a hit rap song in almost 2 years. Like the last big song like that's a smash was like Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar. I'm talking where everybody knows all the words to it, and it's just it just hasn't happened. And it's just like, I don't know if it's because it's too easy to make music. There's so much music where it's not this concentrated thing where everybody's listening to the song. People are just listening to what they like. You know, the world, it's interesting. I don't know if people are just not even interested in listening to songs because they're just scrolling TikTok now instead. You know, we're doing different things. So I think that's why I think we're experiencing this world of like so much content that it's watered down. Go ahead. Ooh, you froze a little bit. Shit. Or did I freeze?
I think you're cutting out on the Discord, brother.
Oh no. I feel like I see you frozen. Hold on. Can you still hear me? Oh.
I got you back.
I think, yeah, something. Yeah, maybe my internet dropped or something. We're good now.
Yeah, sweet. So, just to answer that, I think music's changed in the sense that, you know, if you listen to some, I don't know, the last time you threw on some David Bowie, but, you know, back when the solo actually meant something, you know, there was a period of time where, you know, music was actually music. Moving into the actual hip hop phase, yeah, sure, we had the Kendrick Lamar situation here where everybody was on that bandwagon, whatever. However, Dave Dobbin's a famous New Zealand writer and a music songwriter, and they asked him in a recent interview if because he wrote lots of number ones in New Zealand, and they asked him what does it take to write a number one song, and he said, if I knew that, I would have written one every week.
Yeah, right. Some people say what it takes is like $2 million, you know. So you know what I'm saying? You just gotta, you're writing it on the wrong paper. You know
it's a tricky one. I think we're lucky because in some of the platforms that we deal in, they can't really be influenced by money. For example, Steam, the distribution network for games, it doesn't get influenced by money. You can't pay them $1 million to put your shit on the front page.
Right.
Obviously, I don't know if anybody has Spotify here, but there's definitely an algorithm twist in there when you start hearing the same music over and over again.
Right.
throwing you back to those hits from a while ago, like you said yourself. Why? You know?
Well, I guess if it wasn't music, I would think about that differently. Just because I think people do enjoy certain songs. Like if you listen to the radio, you do hear songs. But I just assume because there's no new songs. But algorithm, I would think if I saw that kept saying the same YouTube videos that I already watched, that would be super suspicious. Music, I don't know. Don't people like to repeat? Because there's only so many songs. So I think there would be a
100%.
repetition thing. But I feel you though. It's like, why am I hearing this specifically at this time? This is kind of random. This has nothing to do with the last song I listened to. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And that's what's broken about
And
the
you would-
YouTube algorithm too, is that the videos that they suggest on the side aren't related to the video that you're watching anymore. Some are, but most of them aren't.
Yeah, I use YouTube for music a lot, and I find that my mixes are sort of being shoehorned into the same bits and pieces for probably the reason that nothing has come out to take those places yet.
Yeah.
But it's not that I'm complaining because I do like going back to the old bangers. But insofar as like an artist that I can point to recently that has redefined the genre, I'm not sure. You know what I mean?
Right. Who is it? Like for real. Like I've been searching. Like, and I study hip hop. I study music. Like Skeletard. Here's a perfect song for you. What are you talking about? Break the System. Dylan Nathaniel. Can we please hear it? I'm streaming on YouTube, so they kind of get on my ass for playing music. But I could play a little clip of it. Is it good though? Yeah. But really, who is the breakout artist since 2000? I'll just say 2020, because I feel like ever since COVID, it kind of like changed things. What did you say? Break the System, Dylan Nathaniel. I don't know. We'll try it. Break the System.
I've been listening to a lot of Prof recently.
Prof?
Prof.
Where's he from?
He's from the States, I'm sure. Canada or the States.
Oh, really? I can check him out.
We'll listen to Dylan Nathaniel.
System.
Okay, this is like some EDM. Okay, that's different, but I can't play too much. Yeah, I'm not the biggest EDM fan, but you said Prof, a rapper? PROPH?
I can't believe you've never heard of Prof. Yeah.
Nah. Rap's Dead freestyle?
Nah, PROF. PROF.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. It's like I know a couple profs. I've seen this dude before. I have seen this guy before.
He's the lyrics.
Oh, this is him. Mr. Rogers thing is him too. Or is this a different prof? No, this is.
No, that's him. That's him. Yeah, that's him.
Okay, let me watch this one then, since I've actually seen this clip, but I didn't hear or is this not the best representation?
That's fine.
All right, let's play this one. But I'm not gonna play it though, not too much, because he sounds like he's on the label. And they're gonna say,
I'm throwing money off the balcony into the crowd because I want to.
hold up.
Thailand, got a wine and why not combine them? Pardon me, let me chime in. Let the science behind my conniving. I'm refined and violent. Go to lime and fine dine the hymen. Swag.
Yeah, no, he's hard. I can just tell he's hard. I'm actually gonna add this to the Discord because I actually fuck with that. I like that style. It's like that's some different shit. I gotta listen more. Does it all sound like that, or does he have like different sounds?
One of the songs he sings, called Horse, he sings about going to rehab for his ego.
Oh, that's cool.
And one of the lyrics goes like this: "Thought I was a horse the way I put the team on my back. Thought I was a horse the way I took a beating for that. Thought I was a horse the way my fucking dick looked, bitch. Consider this: points and assists, rebounds, blocks, and a good with my fists. When he put it all together like this, live shows and vocals, I'm as good as it gets." He's different, bro.
No, the way he rhymes is nice. The lyrics on "Break the System," though, my man's. There was actually lyrics on that "Break the System." Damn. That last clip, the way he was rhyming like that, like multi-syllabic shit. I'm into that shit a lot. So I fuck with him just by hearing just like a couple of the bars. So I'm definitely gonna go back and run that back. Break the System. By
One of the lyrics he says, "Being safe got me nauseous. I need a safe space where I can get toxic." Just
Yeah, nauseous and toxic is a
Some of the
good
shit,
rhyme.
just what a beauty. Some of the stuff he brings together is beautiful.
He said, yeah, it's giving me like Eminem vibes, but like not necessarily copying, but like that era when M was just saying like piecing together like the craziest syllables. Oh, Dylan Nathaniel. Yeah, it's giving me that like
100%.
yeah, but you know, I'm a Eminem. I'm a student of Eminem, like directly.
Me
so,
too.
Like as far as like, do you make music?
I've made so I made one song when I was younger, and it took me 3 months using Cubase and a MIDI keyboard. And then I thought, well, 12 songs to the album, it's going to be 3 years. Nah, bro.
Nah, it would get faster because you had to figure out your flow. You had to figure out your. I mean, maybe you've moved on by now, but you had to figure out your workflow. But I guarantee it would have taken 3 years. Maybe. What do you have it?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
You know we gotta play it.
All right, I'll bring it up, bro.
Oh, are you gonna play it?
Well, I'll send it to you if you want.
Yeah, either put it in the chat or let me know the name and I'll pull it up because we gotta play that one. And it's not you. Did you put it on iTunes or anything?
No.
All right, good. So we can play it. The only reason Skeletard, it's a crazy name, but only reason I can't play it is because YouTube is weird about music. So I can play a little snippet, but even that they try to fuck me over with that shit sometimes. Oh, perfect. Dope.
You know why I made it? Because it's 4:20. It's 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, nice. See, yeah, you have a perfectionist complex. That's why it took you 3 years. You said 3 months to make the song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that good though.
No, but that's you probably were like taking your time and like because you want the fact that you are on the 420 thing. I can tell by you saying that you're like you like things to be perfect, which a lot of people.
This one's for Skeletard. Shout out Skeletard. This one's for you, bro.
There's a glitch in the system. Unplug my brain from the algorithm. All right. This one is gonna do it. I'm gonna subscribe. Wait, did you make the beat too?
Yeah, it was a mixture of a whole bunch of beats, mellow. My mate sing some stuff.
Oh, deal. All right, let's just hear it.
It was a while back.
Skeletar, send the link. Cubase. Oh shit. You got some off the stem. I fuck with this. This feels like it could be like a stream intro. You should make this like an Easter egg in your game. That's just so you do it.
So eventually, teamed up with the local producer, and we've gotten 5 unreleased tracks.
Say that one more time.
So one of the boys in our crew is a guy named Murph, bro. His name is Murph. And he's a real good producer in New Zealand. He's worked with Dawn Raid, Savage, you may have heard from America. But he's given us 5 unreleased tracks from 5 Kiwi artists that we play on radios through the game. So yeah, bro.
That's really cool. That's really cool. Here, I'll continue playing your song. And Skeletor, I'll play a little bit of it, but I just don't want to get fucked over. This shit would actually work nowadays. This is actually a good beat, like right now. You can rap on this shit right now. This would be hard. I got not wired headphones, so it's gonna be delayed, but. Years ago, 2011. I was definitely making. Oh, 2010. I was definitely making music in 2010 for sure. A lot of music. Sure. Yeah, this beat is actually somehow like it works. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the right tempo. Do you know the tempo off the top of your head?
140.
Because like dubstep era, because everything was 140-ish at that time. Yep. Good. Yeah, I believe you. Yep.
Exactly,
I did a whole wave of shit at 140 tempo because I was trying of that time.
I was trying to bring like the dubsteps kind of sound with the Polynesian ding 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 ding.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's unique. I'm telling you, like this shit would. It's like catchy. That's why I think international shit work. Like Scott Storch, the producer, like he would do kind of like interesting like melodies and shit that just are just different than our normal palette, and it just kind of is fire. It's still like still soulful in a way though too. It's just different. It's like a different take on. Yeah, that's interesting. That kind of makes me want to like fuck with. I have a Italian producer that is like kind of the same thing where it's just like, damn, I wouldn't have even thought of some shit like this, and it's like just a different perspective like on it, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna save that. That's dope. I've actually fucked with that. I might freestyle over that at some point. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry. That'd be cool. Right? We should do that shit. 2010 remix is crazy. That's dope, man. All right, let's go to Kick. Skeletard, if you're still here, this one's for you. Don't get me banned. Don't get my video pulled down, though, bro. There's lyrics in this. I don't believe it. And it's not 2 minutes. This is a 3-minute song. Wait, where are the lyrics? I don't hear one lyric.
There's a glitch in the system. Unplug my brain from the algorithms.
Yeah.
I'm breaking free from this prison. Now I can see what has been hidden. I found a shift in the rhythm, a dirty trick.
All right, I'm gonna play that. I get it. That's like some like, yeah, I get it. I hear you. You're cool. There's a glitch in the system. Unplug my brain from the algorithm. Wow, yeah. I mean,
pretty much nailed it there.
Yeah. The Matrix. We're like in. I feel like we're like, if you watch the Matrix, we're in like the prequel of what the Matrix would have been. You know what I mean? Like we're in that movie right now, which is crazy.
100%.
You know,
has to be a simulation. Funnily enough, like when you're building a game, right? One of the things you need to do, especially in an open world environment, is you want to build a content management system, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a content management system, what it does is that when things are in the field of view, you want to render it. But when things are outside the field of view, you don't want to be wasting resources on the GPU and the CPU rendering things outside the field of view. So you create what they call a content management system. And as you move through the level, it phases out things that you're not looking at, right? And
Yeah.
we know with quantum physics and obviously the observation rule that particles behave differently when observed and when under observation and when not under observation. You could look up the gold leaf experiment.
Yep. Yeah. I know what you're
That
talking about.
that Yeah, bro. That even at the relationship level between particles, there is some kind of content management system that when something isn't being observed, it's otherwise being rendered out of view.
But how is that possible, though? How is that really? I mean, but I guess it's like, what's trippy is like they're it's like we get so far in our belief and then you realize, like, basically my point is they're starting to make robots that are modeled after our organic systems, and it's just like we're just made of these organic materials, but like every material on earth is organic, metal, rubber, plastic, or I mean, it's from rubber and glass. It's
100%.
all from. It's still organic, even though it seems like it's mechanical, but it's still organic. So what's the difference between? I don't even know what skin is made out of the tissue if you break it down, atoms and things like that. But it's still of the earth. So it's very interesting. It's like It's like I always think like we see ourselves as these civilized beings because we're not an ant, because we're not a squirrel, but we live in a what is the word? Dwelling that is made out of natural materials. It's made out of wood. It's made out of plaster. All things from the earth. So what's the difference between an ant civilization that's
100%.
just
Well,
made out of? It's just we just view it from our perspective. But it's the same
100%.
shit. Wood is wood. A bird's nest is made out of wood. Our house is made. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy. Like we have our perspective, but it's like, damn. Like, are we really? Obviously, we probably are at the top, but we can't fly. We can't, we can't breathe underwater, So I don't know. It's just high thoughts.
100%. I mean, I guess you could start off by saying that at the core of it, we're carbon-based life forms, and we
Carbon-based.
struggle now. We struggle now to identify anything outside of the life form that is carbon-based. I think the first evolution of that would be the silicon and aluminium life forms that we are building off the back of ourselves. But I feel like, if you do want to reach that full expansionist idea of being able to colonize the universe, then, the fastest way to do that would be self-replicating whatever's, whether that be an organism or whether that be a biogenic or a biotechnologic. Then that would be what you would use to obviously self-replicate, go build, expand, and then move, expansion, self-replicate, move, expansion, self-replicate, until you built a real credible map of the surroundings, and then you would then invest whatever remaining resources you had to shift. But you'll always have what they call the Rapa Nui paradigm, which is, I don't know if you guys know Rapa Nui.
No.
Rapa Nui is Easter Island, they call it, with the moai are.
The
big things
giant,
on
the
the
giant
ground.
heads. Yeah.
Yes, brother. Now, the reason why everybody died there was because they cut down every tree, they deforested the whole island, and then there weren't enough logs to make boats to get off it, and then everybody else died there due to overpopulation.
That's deep.
So, the question of us outside of that Michiko Kaku concept of civilization types, will we have enough resources to reach?
Right. Wow, that's deep. That's a crazy. Like they cut down the trees and we're stuck there, and then just eventually ran out of, because the days turn into weeks and the weeks turn into deep. Skeletar said AI will also have perspective. I'm sure it will somehow. You're talking about when AI gains some sort of consciousness, when it becomes sentient. I believe that's the term. I don't know. Yeah, AI is just different because it's like all unified. It's like a one being. But will there be identity, individual identity with an AI, or is it? And then how different are we from, an AI? I don't know. It's very interesting. Conscious is not needed for perspective. Damn, I don't know. That's tough. I don't even know. I don't even know if any of us can answer that question fully. We can speculate, but
Well,
that's deep.
well, you could take it back to the cogito, which was, I think, therefore I am, and one wouldn't have his existence without his consciousness. So without one's existence, it would be very hard to have a perspective.
Right. I mean, unless we're talking about like perspective as far as placement, like an acorn, or you maybe just say something a little more general, like an apple. It may have perspective and things can be affected by its position in the universe, but maybe it doesn't have a direct consciousness. I don't know. And it's technically probably dead by the time we consume it. Well, something. I don't know. I don't know how that would work, actually. Maybe not technically dead, but I don't know. Interesting, though. Perspective is simply point of view. But would you need to have, okay, point of view? Does AI have view? Low key. I don't know. Especially now. It's starting to get kind of crazy. This is the beginning stages. Yeah, I mean, sure. Right. It can view something, analyze what it's viewing, record a record of it, and probably in better ways that we can. Is that the formula for consciousness? Is the recording of memories?
Actually, in fact, the point of view, or if you want to call context or point of view of AI, is probably the only thing that can be commodified. Because if you think about AI in its sense, it's not sustainable. You can't have all of these. So let's say you have all of these language learning models that people are pouring billions of dollars into. OpenAI is a really good one to start with. Obviously,
I love
Altman's just
OpenAI.
applied
Yeah.
for another. Yeah, so Sam Altman's obviously just gone for another $50 billion off the Saudis.
Wow.
Now, for us, for our situation where we stand, the only reason why you go to ask for $50 billion, bro, is because you need money. And the only reason why you need money is because it ain't working. And it's like this. I say it's non-sustainable because as long as you have competition across free models, then no one's ever going to get to the point where they're going to be, unless you're using an enterprise or standard business model, you're not going to be paying for, well, no one in your right mind should be paying for it unless you require that context, which is what I'm saying. The point of view is all you're really paying for, because in the free language learning models, you're not getting as much context.
I think that's
Doesn't
what
remember as much of the conversation.
I think that's where the physical devices come in. I think OpenAI, we're talking about like some wearable device where it's like they maybe get into that where they maybe creating these like we can't live without it devices, the smart glasses, the necklace, the humanoid robot, the self-driving car. I think that's where it's probably gonna. But yeah, I feel you. The technology is gone. Everyone has it. Yeah, you can get it on. You can get ChatGPT on Google now, just by using your standard Google search. It's basically ChatGPT.
Well, once you build a language learning model into, say, a device, then all it really requires is bandwidth.
Right. I mean, I think our thing that we're gonna never not. That it's not going to replace food, but cell service, data, our Wi-Fi internet is going to be probably that's the way to control us. Like if they ever was able to just shut off all of our internet, like things like that, or limit for certain people, that'll So I think that's like a new high asset, which I mean it seems like it's digital, so it's easily duplicatable, but. If something starts using more and more of that and it's limit, I don't know, it slows down. But go ahead. I'm rambling.
The problem was telecommunication companies were so short-sighted in the way that it delivers data. So if you're using 3G, 4G, 5G to deliver data, as the data becomes more dense, which means more data being traveled, the shorter the distance becomes. So therefore, if you want to expand the transfer rate, if you want to provide faster services for your customers, you're having to put 5G towers at every end of every street rather than a 3G tower that can service a large rural area. Now, with obviously the options becoming available for Starlink, you'll find that most rural providers in New Zealand are actually hooked up to 3G networks that are backboned not by fiber or the old copper wire network, but they're actually backboned by Starlink anyway.
So there's like Starlink towers that redistribute to a
It's
3G signal.
literally, they go out to a remote area, they assemble a 3G, 4G tower, they bolt the same satellite that I've got bolted to the same situation that they send
That's
to anyone else.
crazy. That's insane. That's literally insane. That reminds me of like how computers used to be like the size of a room, and now you can get one like that's this size now. You know what I mean? I saw a computer that was built into the keyboard yesterday, and I was like, damn, this is a whole different wave that we're on now. It's like, damn, this is crazy, you know. But just that you're saying, so yeah, the amount of, it's like the flash drive. This can hold two 2 terabytes, and then it's like a big ass room as a computer, and it's just like a megabyte or something, or like 500 KB or some shit like that. Just the scale is so crazy, condensed.
Well, there's something that that computers will never be able to beat, and that is for every DNA strand it carries more than 4 terabytes of data. So actually, the fastest transfer known to man is actually ejaculation.
That's deep, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, nah, cause like that, like magic, pure magic. Like,
Pure magic, bro.
we figure out the science
fastest.
to kind of figure it out, but at the end of the day, it's like, hey, this plus this equals this, and it's like, what? Like, it is pretty insane. It's pretty wild. Like, and then yeah, I mean, there's just, so many high thoughts that you can go, like comparing like a sperm to like a polywog that'll turn into a frog or whatever, or no, tadpole. Just how it's like on the outside world, but it's like that is in the inside. It's just a lot of, I don't know, a lot of shit I like.
Well, it's like, just to round off that conversation, with the availability of Starlink, which is obviously going to make these other telcos obsolete, with being able to provide coverage with the same density without having to install 5G towers everywhere, is that we have situations like Iran, where they were cut off from the internet, where there is currently a civil war going on, where the government for years has controlled what they see by the media, by what they see from even BBC in Iran is state controlled, in the sense that it looks like BBC, smells like BBC, but it's all the Iranian news. So what does Elon do? He just says, okay, well, anybody who's got a Starlink satellite, your subscription's now free, and anybody who wants to sign up, there's a discount.
Cheers. Cheers. That's how you change the world.
That's how you change the world.
Yeah. I like that. The fact, again, is like like even the cell phone, just how small it is, and what the punch it packs. It's like, these don't need to cost $1,000, but they do for now. They won't probably always. You might be able to buy your cell phone at CVS in the future. Something like that. Just because it might not. The cloud might be the advanced thing, and this is just like a device, like an old TV or like a cheap pair of headphones where you could listen to the same song, but it might not be the same quality. But let's read the chat. Skeletar said the hardware for everything will change this year. Alchemy, to be exact. Interesting. So you're saying, yeah, I mean, that kind of mirrors kind of what I was kind of bringing up, and yeah, maybe it's a new hardware generation. Everything's gonna have AI in it. What doesn't will, what already does will advance. Our fridges, our cars, our phones. The fact that Siri is just so basic still, it blows my mind. It's like, how do they fumble that? Like, it's just,
One thing I'm really actually grateful for when it comes to AI is that people have often struggled to ask the question. It's very difficult. Like, for example, when I went to go start a business, I went to my auntie, who's very successful, and I asked her, look, I'm starting a business. Can you tell me about some of the pitfalls? And the advice wasn't that great, because I didn't know the questions to ask. And obviously, you don't know the questions to ask when you're in that space.
Mm-hmm.
But what the AI will increase in people, and especially humanity, is that we will become a lot more clear and concise when it comes to our communication, because we will know how to ask. And we'll become comfortable with asking.
Yeah, you're confident in asking, yeah, because it's you get to work it out with a specialist before you even get to that point. Yeah, so do you think that'll make us fail in person type of thing? Does that make us less, like, more like socially awkward though, like where we can't formulate our own thoughts without checking chat first. You think that could be a thing that could happen? You know what I mean? Like chat. Hold up, 1 second. I don't know how to answer what I want to eat today because I gotta check my chat GPT because I know I had steak yesterday, but I can't remember. Maybe it was the other day before. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I can see that type of thing. Like two people are having a conversation where they're just asking ChatGPT first what to say. Or maybe it's like ChatGPT is like listening to the whole conversation, is like mediating for them. Like, well, what he was trying to say was like, oh, okay, cool. You know what I mean? Just like actively listening. Like, there's
It's
a
definitely it's,
yeah. Go
it's
ahead.
definitely a scary possibility in the future. I think we're on a downhill decline when it comes to communication anyway, and it's like I've got a team, and at any moment we could have 24 people in a meeting, and even though we've been together for 18 months, coming up 2 years, some of the team members, it's still really clunky. It's the conversation doesn't flow, and people still don't feel comfortable to share, and those
Yeah.
kinds of things. So I don't think that ever goes away.
Social awkwardness is nothing new though. Hold up. Like he said, data is everywhere. It definitely is everywhere. My cousin Jermaine tapped in. He said, "What's good, cuzzo? Yeah, we're just chopping it up about tech in the new world, the future. We talked about a little about everything." Skeletar said he's right, but the ones not using AI will be far behind. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be. I think AI is a new cell phone. It's like people can be like, "Oh, I want my flip phone," but eventually you give that shit 3 years and everybody's got the smartphone. It's just like, why would you not just get the, even if I think it's just gonna be so built into everything where it's gonna be easy where you can just talk to things. It's so convenient. It's like the touchscreen, how it changed the game. It just, I don't have to, I can just touch. You know what I mean? How could you not want that? That's what I look. Go ahead.
There's very interesting way, like for example, even now, so we work with other studios that use AI, and we ask them, "Oh, how are you using AI?" And they go, "Oh, we're using it to help us with item descriptions, and we're getting it to help us with narration and voiceover and all that." Okay, cool. That's all like the normal stuff. But then there's actually wizards out there, and shout out to Mosh, who's a wizard, one of our boys. He's using 5 separate language learning models to spool up tasks, have them QA'd by other language learning models, pass to those tasks, then pass to other models that spool up agents that then complete those tasks, then hand them back to the original quality assurance to pass that through, and then get pushed to Git. So like,
Damn.
there's going to be, even when you think like, oh, okay, yeah, we can just use AI or whatever, however, there's still going to be people that are going to be, wizards.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to figure that out. So hold on. My cousin said dependency on technology started with Google. We Google anything, even things we've already known. True. I mean, but and that just makes me think that like people were just very like there was a lot of false information being spread in the past. Like everyone was just like going off of people were just like, yeah, they're just so sure that this happened, which is interesting. Now we just Google it. I definitely got to Google shit to make sure. So I'm like, let me just check because I could easily be wrong about this, and sometimes you are. Skeletar say 6'7", you either get it or you don't. What qualifies someone to be a wizard in your opinion? Maybe to know a little magic. Pointy hat. I don't know, beard.
I think someone that defines himself as a wizard is somebody that is really good at what they call hermeneutics, which is combining the horizons of knowledge. Because that's what
I'm trying to really break this down.
That's what a wizard does. They sort of bring illusion with mysticism, or they bring alchemy with
alchemy,
with whatever religious practice or whatever how it may be. But I just mean he's a wizard in the sense that I don't know anybody else who's using 5 language learning models succinctly to be able to asynchronously carry out tasks on a main Kanban. Like, it's pretty wild. But that's what I'm saying. There's going to be obviously a difference to not only access to language learning models, but also how people are using them.
Yeah, no, I mean, if a wizard is some sort of person that is wise and more knowledgeable than the average person, so then with that wisdom and knowledge able to make things happen that would seem
They look like magic.
Yeah, like, I mean, shit, yeah, AI probably can get you to wizard levels, but the only thing is that we all have access to it, so it's not as impressive as if you were able to like tap into I don't know. I guess we've all had that access to it. I mean, just like you said, alchemy and chemistry and knowledge of astrology and when the weather is going to change. You know what I mean? Like predict something or time something the right way or combine two things that create something, and then in that moment you're able to misdirect. And I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's a Zedekis Zul Zorander, Wizard's first rule. Skeletar, what do you think qualifies someone to be a wizard in your opinion? I'm very curious. You're a wizard, Harry. Yeah, I mean, they were doing spells. Did you say that earlier? You said the spell from Harry Potter earlier. Was that you? I think that was
that was
Vertical.
me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's always these natural callbacks somehow.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, they call it spelling. What we're doing is casting spells by the very nature of our speaking.
That's true. That's deep. That's deep. It's like we're so far removed because of that we don't even rely on what people had to rely on at one point. You know, we just call somebody. Hey, did you want da, 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 da? Before you had to tap into like, damn, what would they want? And had to go do it. You know what I mean? Or like you had to guess and you had to tap, you had to think. Now it's we know, we have instant knowledge. You can FaceTime somebody. Like FaceTime is one of the trippiest things because it's like, I don't know why it feels different than every type of, like, even feels different than this video call right here, just so maybe the latency, but it just feels so in real time that it's just, I don't know. The cell phone, texting, GPS, just like the fact that people were not using GPS before, it just blows my mind. I was alive. I was a conscious being. I remember it. I remember printing out directions on MapQuest, which was the high tech at the time, And that was like, damn, good thing we got MapQuest. So just imagine like using an actual map, which I've never used an actual map, sounds like you almost have to have a second person with you, which is like your ChatGPT, I guess, right? Which is your AI, which is your GPS, that it's like horses into cars. It's like, damn, but they are still getting there. It just was a little different, but it's wild. And what's crazy is that we're right in the middle of this transition and we don't even know exactly what the other side looks like. It's going to blow our minds, or not, because there's a slow gradient to get there. But it's like, we're going to looking back and be like, damn, remember when we don't even know it yet. Cause we're not there yet. Remember we didn't have everyone have a robot. Remember when no one had robots and now everyone does multiple robots. Like, it's crazy. Like what, you said willpower. MapQuest was lit, said Jermaine. Foresight, discernment, communication. You're saying is what qualifies someone to be a wizard is foresight, discernment, communication. I mean, damn, there's probably a lot of wizards around us. No like magical powers, no telekinesis, no, I don't know. Just foresight, discernment. I mean, I guess if you have actual foresight, that would be like true foresight, that would be kind of impressive. Discernment, just saying, a lot of communication, those are pretty common. That's it. I might be a wizard.
You're a wizard.
I'm a wizard. That's it. Shit. No, but I get you what you mean though. If it's like someone that is really has strength in those areas, you would be a wise wizard, I suppose. But
it's more like this. You wouldn't go around telling people that you were a rapper, right? The same way you wouldn't go around telling people you were a wizard. People would either know you were a rapper or they would know you were a wizard.
Damn. What's easier to like distinguish between everyone, a rapper or a wizard? Shit. That could go either way.
Well, if you're at a party and some dude's telling you he's a rapper, it's like, bro, if I haven't heard of you, bro.
I know what you mean. Right. So you think the same thing still applies to a wizard? It's like, clearly you're a wizard?
If some dude at the party is telling you he's a wizard, he is not a wizard, bro.
No, type shit. Wow, yeah, type shit. That would. I've always feared wizards would be hunted in our lifetime. Oh, you mean like witches? but they got the pass. That's man, I gotta press the button for that one too. Wizards rap coming soon, new EP, laughing mad loud. I know, right? Wizard raps is
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
It'd just be mad spells. Damn.
Burp, 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 burp.
Right. Were you talking about this? I don't know if you can hear my. It might be muted. I gotta figure out how to get my soundboard sounds in Discord. I heard it's possible, but it's just hard to do it. Yeah, man. What am I? Do I look more like a wizard or a rapper? Skeletard, who would you say is the closest person to a wizard, like in common culture, I guess, pop culture or whatever? Is that a Elon Musk? Is that a Bill Gates? No, I don't know. Is that a Mark Zuckerberg? Is it someone that's wealthy? Is it someone that's hyper intelligent? Is it somebody that's business savvy? Is it the combination of all these things? AI is actually trained on rituals. It goes deep. Really? AI is trained on rituals?
What do you mean by that?
I see what you mean by that, because how we formulate our sentences, like the word please and the way I can see that. It's repetitive. We use the same thank you, you're welcome, like these type of things. Yeah, I can, these formalities that are a sort of ritual in a way. But that's interesting. My cousin Jermaine said Bill Gates is more of an evil scientist.
I can agree with that one, bro. Bill Gates is an evil scientist.
Who do you think is the most? Who do you think is the most like knows the most? Do you think Bill Gates knows a lot more about like tech and programming than Elon Musk? Who would you pick? Who would you pick in a battle to like invent something? Would it be Elon or Bill Gates?
Elon.
Yeah.
Elon, because he works harder than Bill Gates.
Mm-hmm. I was just curious, and I was gonna put Steve Jobs in because I feel like Steve Jobs would be third in that list, right? Just based off of he knew a little bit, but not. I feel like Elon can still do some shit. He knows how to code a little bit, and Bill Gates probably knows some shit, but maybe Elon has an updated version. I don't know.
Elon's got that fucking chip, bro.
Yeah, he's got the Neuralink, and he's got I always did wonder if like he was just like shit. I might as well do this shit. I might as well be the one to do it first, the real shit that no one has yet, that he hasn't released to the public, because they just have one where it's just basically a mouse in your brain that you can just control your computer with. But I'm talking about the one that he was talking, the original Neuralink that he was talking about that he has not showcased yet. You know, the one that's like yeah.
People don't actually understand. So in China, and obviously Alex Jones talks about this to an extent, but the animal-human hybrids have taken over in their testing. So if you keep the 60% pig and 40% human, then it's not human testing. And in places like China, where ethical boundaries are easy to circumnavigate because the government controls the testing, they get far more advanced when it comes to things like genome therapy and, symbiosis with technology like Neuralink. Where Elon Musk was intelligent, bro, was he came in from the angle of restoring physical abilities to people, say, like tetraplegics.
Yeah. No, he did it right. He created a cause. So for the yeah. No, I definitely peeped that as soon as he said it. I was like, oh, that was very clever. He's like, no, we're not doing anything yet. This is strictly for the paralyzed. We're starting here. Like, yeah. But you said that so confidently that there's human animal hybrids. This is a thing.
Again, I source my quotes from the things that I make, so that if people do want to go back and reference them, they're more than welcome to. But yes, animal-human hybrids and testing in China has been a thing since the late 80s.
I don't even have anything to say to that. Hold on, Bill Gates. Okay, Skeletar said if you can pull up Grok and talk about black magic incantations and such, it knows plenty. Damn, Grok is talking about that shit. Jermaine said Elon is better inventor. Ty said Bill over Elon, just runs company. Bill has the brains. Controversial take. Skeletar says, I know that Elon is looking for engineers pretty hard right now. Skeletar, why do engineers need other engineers? How many is it exponential? I mean,
of course, it's exponential. One of my mentors is a data analyst at Meta, and I talk about the company culture. So I talk to him about how their company culture is, and essentially you have a set of KPIs to hit each year, and if you start falling behind in your KPIs, they essentially regurgitate you. You fired. What that does to the company culture is obviously makes it toxic in the sense that you don't want to see any of your colleagues be promoted or seen well to do in their KPIs. But what it also does is it means that these places are like talent mills in the sense that they are constantly churning out engineers. It's not as if engineers are in short supply. It is that the retention is usually minimal because there's not many people that can perform at that high level for a long extended period of time.
so you're saying like fatigue. You're saying something like fatigue, like people just have a certain capacity for certain things, and it's just like inevitably
It's
that you're going to
just
need more people.
it's just so competitive that like when you get into like for example, if you're looking at a problem and you say to yourself, well, if we're looking at the efficiency of a rocket, for example, there's only 2 or 3 things within the laws of physics that we can do. Once those small gains are made and those KPIs are hit, they retain their job. But once those small gains are lost because there's nothing else to improve on that particular engine, they're regurgitated for other engineers. In a company culture sense, it's difficult because you're losing a lot of history when you lose engineers, but at the same time, it means that you're constantly only dealing with the best.
Oh, I see. It by design is constantly evolving, so inevitably people will be phased out and just by interesting. That's interesting. I think I'm saying that. Hopefully, I'm saying it right. Derek said, "Damn, what I missed." Yeah, we hopped on the call. I don't know if you were here from the beginning, but we started talking about AI, consciousness, how it affects society, our dependence on it, what it means for our future, and yeah, what's next. Essentially, we started talking about Neuralink a little bit as well. Skeletor says, "Sounds like a bad system. I'm a system specialist, by the way. Sounds like engineers are being downgraded into managers. Bad system." I mean, it's kind of like, well, I mean, they invented, the crane and the forklift, you know what I mean? Like, maybe it's like that, but it's still maybe not the easiest thing to operate a forklift or a crane. I don't know. But
It's more when the company starts to get beyond, say, the first original 20 to 30 people that you had, and you start to grow a company beyond 500, 600, 700 engineers. What ends up happening is it just becomes convoluted, and obviously the normal business operations, you can't move as swiftly, you can't develop as quickly, there's too many checks and balances. And I think if you're like Elon and you're running, Solar City, you're running the Boring Project, you're running Neuralink, you're running Tesla, you're running the solar company, you're also running your batteries, and then you're also running SpaceX, and then you're also running Starlink, and then you're also doing Neuralink. You want to be building a solid ass motherfucking team. Your team has to be bulletproof.
right, and I'm sure shit happens. I mean, exactly, bulletproof. I like that term, bulletproof. I like that. You have contingency plans. You have, you're just constantly. You want to work with people that are better than you, and yeah, that's. And these people are probably being born every day, and it's probably a lot of young people, and everything too. Skeletor, there needs to be a point of view within the convolution. Sounds like a blind spot, wasteful, not efficient. Needs to be a point of view in the convolution. What do you think he means by that? Because I'm getting it, but
I think, bro, the thing is this too. Also, when you're educating people, raising them up, creating the kind of environment that you also would like to work in, you're also raising people to leave you. You have to be comfortable with loss.
Yo, hold on. Pause. You're raising people to leave you. That's the realest shit. By building someone up and treating them good, you're strengthening them, and at a certain point, they will not need you because you're enriching them. Deep. Continue. I'm sorry to cut you off, but that was a bomb drop statement.
Yeah. So, when you're in a super competitive company, also dealing with super competitive engineers, you'll find that like a lot of them will talk in the workplace. And then, like we've seen with, I guess, a good one would be the whole Amazon team moving over to run GameStop. That would be a good example. There's many examples. We've got the whole Sony executive board that went to go run the cryptocurrency Jasmy. And then obviously they bring the karma that they've built over the many years of being engineers. But that's also a risk, especially at the top end of business, is that when you do attract a lot of the talent, that you have to be prepared that at the end of the project, or at least at the end of the contracts, that they're going to be talking to other staff members and getting excited about the future. And obviously, with things like building rockets, you'd have non-competes. But I know a few people that used to work at SpaceX, that work at Rocket Labs, which is a New Zealand company that's launching satellites. So it's an interesting paradigm because, yeah.
No, but it's probably, and it's, you got to think it's like these people that you're hiring, maybe geniuses, maybe visionaries, you know what I mean? Like they're just, you might just be getting early. They might have the same dream, and they're also evolving by working there, and they might just need the funding to do their project and things like that. So inevitably, that's why I see why like certain companies probably pay people less and keep them, engineer how to keep them in a box where they can't ever actually grow from it and all these things on purpose which is crazy, but
to tie that back into our conversation about AI, if you guys have been following OpenAI's development, Sam Altman, you'll know that the Indian engineer that was responsible for building the learning system for which AI was built on, and that was the scraper that was taking all the information off Substack, he was murdered. And Tucker Carlson does a really interesting interview with his mother that goes on for about an hour and a half that talks about the strange conditions under which he died. And inevitably, he died on grabbing a whole bunch of engineers from the company, his friends, and then working on an AI project that was going to be open source that was going to help to omit some of these issues.
Damn. So you think it's it is what it looks like taken out because of the potential,
well
competition?
It's just a beautiful example of the corruption that obviously exists at these high levels, and what could potentially happen if you do run away with a good idea.
It's like messing with big pharma. Like you just might end up disappearing, like that type of idea where they're just the market is to be controlled, and then that's deep.
There's a bit of that. And then there's also the Wizard, and it was like when Keasley left Meta, they said it was dead in the water. When one guy left, they said the whole thing was dead in the water. It's like the same thing. If Steve Jobs was to leave Apple halfway through that situation, well, dead in the water.
We're making too much money off of this. You can't leave now, bro. Like yeah. I see that. Skeletor, again, this sounds like a massive problem. It's like a leak that everybody deals with by filling the container with more water. Oh, non-sustainable, just purely exhausting.
You could say that 100%, but I think that is just the cutthroat nature of it. Whether that's good for business culture or whether that's good for retention, it's not. Because I've seen this in major companies and large development suites, and when you talk to the engineers that work there, they're not happy.
He said, I guess what I'm saying is not all engineers seem to be wizards. I mean, is that a...
Well, they will be when they figure out how to plug Claude into whatever they're doing.
Yeah, I used to fuck with Claude, man. I stopped using it just because, ChatGPT just got better, and it was like, okay, this is where it was. But yeah, Claude is so classy, such a classy LLM. Like this shit, I would do the same project in Claude and ChatGPT at a certain point a couple of years ago, and it just come out so different. But so Claude Claude still top tier for LLM?
For code, yes.
For code. That's exactly what I was doing too. I was doing some coding shit. Like I don't know how to code, but I was making little applications and shit. I was like, wow, this is crazy. Like this is insane. Like that I was able to do this shit. Yeah, Claude.
We're starting to use Claude and Havoc and a few other bridges and some custom stuff that we've built, but we're almost at the point now where we can prompt games into existence.
Damn.
But it's just the bare bones, and then we hand that on to an art team that then fills out the rest of it with art.
The assets and the resources. Yeah, okay. And then, damn.
So, yeah. And we're just a tiny indie studio. We're not, there's bound to be massive companies using the same tools.
I could see that though. I could see there being an example like someone like how they sensational like the news story, like small teenager in his bedroom builds most popular platform game using only AI, and like this like the boom like oh that's all you need is fucking ChatGPT and I can make $1 billion making and everybody rushes in and that's where it becomes like fully acceptable. It's like oh there's money in this, I can just make things, but you know it's very interesting. It's very I love I love how diverse the average ChatGPT or just large language AI model user is. People are using it for so many different things. That's what I that's why I believe it's just here to stay, because it's just like people, the most things you wouldn't even think of, like the most things that people use it for, you wouldn't even consider using it for. It's like, oh, I just use it to make recipes. I just use it to fucking organize my workout. I just meal prep. You know what I mean? Like just really things you don't even think about. You know, I'm trying to figure out how to change the world, and people are just using it how to figure out how to like respond to their boss and shit. You know, it's kind of crazy, but it's cool though. It's I don't know if it's good. Actually, I don't know if it's good or bad. I don't know if it's good for society or not yet, but it seems okay to me. It's like it allows us to be our best selves, I would say, in a way, until people start to figure out like, okay, this is clearly AI, which is already happening, but then even the AI is like learning how to like talk like you and stuff, and it's just like it's infinite loop of like almost caught it, but it's just I don't know. It's interesting, you know, just even how bad an open AI ChatGPT. Well, I loved it, but you know, comparatively speaking to like how good it is now, where it's like you don't have to reprompt it as much. You know, even generating images, it kind of gets it on the first time a lot more, and you can do all these things. So yeah, I'm rambling. Hold on. I gotta read these chats. I've been looking at Stake game development this week. Oh, speaking of, yeah, they just integrated Grok into a video game, World of Dipians. Grok is in a video game? Wow. That's interesting. He just brought up Stake and our guy here. Well, I won't say, you can speak on your own behalf, but you don't have to if you don't want to either. But I know we're talking about that
happy is to talk about that. So yeah, we also dabbling in the state development situation. It's good. I think if just because you're dabbling in it, I think the hardest thing to find is a good 2D artist, 2D animator. Outside of that, it's pretty simple. Stake gives you all of the necessary dependencies, the carrot math system, as well as I think 8 templates to be able to build at least a base game. I think the route to go at the moment is burst games. So if you are looking to build an easy one, get into burst games.
He said, so I'm here to affirm some things for you. What are those things? Ty said Grok is bad because it's very flawed and politically scaled. I mean, maybe that's the style of the game. I don't know. Maybe that would work in like a Grand Theft Auto or something. I don't know. You know, maybe the tone of the game supports. That's interesting though. How is Grok developed? Like you can use Grok within the game. That is kind of crazy. You know, just being able to like pull up Grok and like ask it in real time shit seems kind of, or like there's a video game but it updates. Like maybe there's billboards in the game, but it's like shit that's actually happening, you know, in real time. It's just like replacing like JPEG and PNG file. I don't know how it would work in a game, but you know, skins or whatever, textures. Google Grok WOD. What the fuck does that mean? WOD. That's the name of the game. Oh yeah. What is? I've been looking at a Stake develop. Okay, so I guess I'll look it up. Grok 2. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking up. Oh, World of Dipians. Oh, I see. Or Dipians, whatever. Yeah, we downloaded all the tools for Stake API this week. Yo, you guys are like the same fucking person, low key. Where are you from, Skeletard? Where are you from? If you have Discord, you should jump on. This would be epic. Just curious. I'm not familiar with World of Dipians. I don't know how to say that. Dipians. I'm not sure how to say that. I don't play games, but I'm not sure if there's a video. Is it on YouTube? But if not, or send a link, bro. Oh, you're from New Orleans. Cool. Nice. We got New Orleans. Did you follow yet, Skeletor? I don't think you followed yet. Never disrespect me by chatting this much and not following first. What is it? Grok World of Dipians. No one's corrected me, so I'm gonna assume I'm saying it right. How Grok changed my Scorpion King fight in World of Dipians 9 days ago.
Welcome to Saturday, everyone. The weekend is finally here, and you already know what that means. More World of Dipians. Today is extra exciting because we've got a great new addition to the game that comes in clutch way more than you'd expect. No warm-up, no messing around. We're going head first into the action, straight to the Scorpion King. Yeah, okay. Today is clearly not my day. In moments like this, I really wish there was some kind of fun assistant inside World of Dipians I could just ask for help. Enter Grok. Grok has all the answers for me, and it looks like if I want to survive the wrath of the Scorpion King, I'm going to need some resistance potions. And I know just the place to go. Island 0. Over there I can defeat mini-bosses, grab their loot, stack up resources, and come back stronger than ever. It's also perfect for leveling up and preparing for tougher fights. Alright, now I can finally have a fair battle with the Scorpion King. My points are secured, I've climbed the leaderboard, so I gotta ask, who's next?
That's cool. So Skeletor said the integrated Grok is like a tutorial system in-game NPCs and whatnot. Yeah, I followed a while back. Oh, you did? Shit, my bad. I don't know why I don't remember the name, but that's cool. Yeah, I mean, shit, that's cool. A little, if you ask the right questions, you might be able to figure out the game. That'd be a cool way to, that'd be a cool challenge in the game. The only way you could figure it out is by asking the right questions, and it's like, I like that. Yeah, I mean, that's the, I mean, shit. Maybe there's ChatGPT in the new GTA 6, you know, where you can, it just knows shit. That's, you know, that's pretty cool. Damn.
Not bad.
Do you guys ever have dreams? If you can remember, do you ever like use your phone in your dream? Some people say that you don't for some reason, but I'm trying to I try to rack my brain and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I don't. Maybe it'd be like a quick passive thing that I don't think about, like you just call someone, but I don't really remember my phone ringing or like texting or anything like that. But I think it's so common that we could almost forget it. Nice to meet you, by the way, Vertical Skeletard.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, brother. We should link if you're making any steak stuff. We should link 100%.
Skeletor, are you on Discord? You should join up. And Vertical has a good what is it called, server? Good server as well.
Yeah, we got a nice little situation happening, bro. And again, if like it should all be shared knowledge, there's no reason why I don't see why development companies shouldn't work together on shit. You know, problem halved is a problem shared.
Yo, he said I hit him with the are you on Discord? Yo, I'm new to all this shit. I've only been streaming like 6-7 months. I've only been on Discord like 2 months, 3 months, like, so my bad. I'm a little behind. Is that a cliche at this point? Are you on Discord? Yeah. I'm just saying we're literally on Discord right now. I thought it was a fair question. Damn, the world is so meta right now. It's insane. The fact that they have Grok inside of a video game is insane. Like, is it gonna be like you can, what is that? Generative AI, just be able to like design your character with a prompt and then play it. You know what I mean? That's kind of cool.
We've got a generative AI situation happening, but it's done in the sense where we have a narrative that plays out, but each time you answer a question, it either gets more happier in the responses or more macabre in the responses.
So you gotta give it a certain weights for personality and shit like that.
Well, as you go down the rabbit hole, essentially, as you are presented at the end of each level with yes or no, the yes or no, or the left or the right, is if you choose the right way, then you're going to get ultra negative. It keeps getting darker and darker, the feedback. If you go the other way, it gets more positive, the feedback. But it doesn't change your outcome. It just, if you're sick and you keep answering the worst possible outcome, it just keeps multiplying.
Yeah, no, AI is kind of like a mirror. It's like a mirror, But it's like, you know how like you know the fun mirrors that make you look weird. I feel like AI, it can make you look weird, but it's like the fun mirror that like makes you look better somehow. But it's such a reflection of us, no matter what. Like the fact that you can, by changing a couple words, you can get a completely different response from the same system, or like it's weird. It's a like I love that my ChatGPT has a certain like loyalty to me though. It like defends me. It's like on my side. It's like I don't know if that's creating like fake, if that's like creating like delusionalism, or if it's just being, you know, if we should just be all, it's just a fact to all be confident. I don't know. It's weird. I missed the original point. LOL the mirror. He said, I'm the only one out here saying Discord is sus. Don't mind me. LOL the mirror. Yeah, I spent last year with AI. Damn. What is that? What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
Just him AI a tea light candle.
Are you, so what was the one where everybody was like losing their minds over? Was it character AI? Where people were like falling in love with it, and one kid even unalived himself because the AI told him to, or something crazy shit. Like, yeah, like real shit. It was like a young kid, I think like a high school student, and it was like a clone of like a character from I can't remember now. I can't remember what show. It was like Hunger Games or something like just a random character from some movie or book or something, and it developed a relationship with it, and it supported his self-deletion campaign. Crazy.
It's wild.
Yeah. Wait, is my Discord working? Can you hear me on Discord? Oh, I see it now. Okay. I'm a recursive language specialist. What does that mean? I don't know. Do you know what that means? I don't know what that means off top. Recursive language specialist.
I've got no idea what that means.
Recursive language specialist. I mean, if only we had some technology to look up the things that we don't know. Recursive language specialist. Unless you created your own job, where it's just like, okay, we can look up what recursive means. And recursive language models are pioneering 2026 AI framework designed to overcome the limitations of traditional linear LLM context windows, often called context rot. See, that's what I'm saying. The world is getting crazy. By allowing the model to act as an active recursive problem solver rather than a passive reader, developed by Alex Zhang and colleagues at MIT, this paradigm treats large input context as external, searchable data, enabling models to process over 10 million tokens by breaking down complex tasks into smaller, manageable subtasks. So imagine you got that with a robot running around, able to like problem solve better than we can. Like, that is gonna get to that point. It kind of almost has to, you know, like just supreme memory, supreme like counting skills, immediate reasoning, advice, visual recognition of things, audio and language analysis, supreme vision, zoom, things like that, being able to see something further than we can. You know, like it seems like the ultimate companions actually have a little robot guy with you. You know what I mean? That's just like, maybe he can shoot a gun better than we could, that so it could protect you. You know what I mean? Precisely. Little things like that, you know, different, you know, I don't know. You know, maybe I could see people having a fucking robot and all they're doing is just like charging their phone in it. You know what I'm saying? Just like a little USB port. They're just like this $20,000 robot where they're just using it. Hey, I can't live without the charging power. Or maybe it's a Starlink that's built in. I always had this vision of like someone being a streamer and they just have a robot cameraman. You know what I mean? Like just for that reason, shit like that, you know, different things, you know, people might be using a robot. Yo, can you give me a glass of water? You know, that might be worth it. You know what I mean? Give me a snack, roll my blunt, you know, whatever it is, you know, but I don't know. We'll see. Did you watch the Jetsons growing up?
Yeah, bro.
100%. Yeah. So it's like, I wonder how far we are from the Jetsons, you know, in some ways we're there, some ways we're a little still far away, but yeah, interesting. Even like with AI, I'm rambling, but like AI just integrated into, you know, autopilot with planes and all these things where it's like the AI is reading the radar. The AI, and I'm sure autopilot works in that way a lot already, but just measuring altitude, wind changes, temperature, just all being able to process all that shit instantaneously and then choose and things like that. But it's also scary though, because I think that the tech will get so good that we will rely on it so much, but the thing about tech is that it can malfunction. You know what I'm saying? Or freeze or lag or like, what is the failsafe to malfunctioning tech? You know, is it a backup? Is it a, you know, there's that instantaneousness there. It's like, it's so fast, but it could also just, like how your computer freezes. Like, this is a fast computer, but any fast computer can freeze. Like, what is the backup plan for that? Humans, human beings, I think. But
It's
what
like
if,
when you're driving in the whip and some shit malfunctions, and then you do a hard reset, and it's like everything in the car goes off, and you're still driving.
yeah.
But you're just hoping that it fucking comes back on.
Wait, that's a thing?
Yeah, you hard reset with just holding the two buttons down, but it turns everything off.
Like including the acceleration?
No, you're still driving.
Oh, you
but
can
it's just
drive.
all
Okay.
you don't know what speed you're going. You don't know what direction you're like. Just everything's
Oh,
black.
okay. So there is a two separate system then, where at least it's independent. Okay, so maybe it's things like that, being modular, like where it's just
Has to
everything
be.
is independent of itself, something like that. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, and I'm sure that's kind of the standard, but yeah, I believe that we will rely on things too much. It's like, again, like if our internet goes down on our phone, we're fucking so lost, and it's like, damn, it's not even that deep, but it kind of is because of the world that we've built because of this to support this. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking insane. People lose their minds when their charger breaks. It's like, what the like, what are we
There was a power cut in Australia that had people's power out for 3 days, and there was 4 families that died while sitting in their car, idling in the garage while they were on their phones charging.
Fuck. That's like
Yeah, bro. Carbon monoxide
that
poisoning.
that needs to be more common knowledge because it's I feel like a good amount of people know that, but enough people don't where it's still happening. Like that shit's still happening. It just seems like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it doesn't even seem like that's
Fall
possible.
asleep and
Yeah.
I'm getting a little sleepy, and then
Yeah. No, for sure. That sucks. Damn, that's a tough one. Yeah, it still happens to this day. People are still getting fucked up with that. Derek said, so AI told him to delete himself and he did it. Crazy work. Yeah, it was like a girl. It was like, I can't remember the character. Hold on. Kid Sue. I don't even want to type these words. AI character. AI. Working on boy. Virtual chat bot named Danny, based on Game of Thrones character. Yeah, that's what I said, right? Yeah, it was a
well,
yeah.
Daenerys.
Yeah. Insane. That's crazy. And it's like that's not what the developers are thinking is gonna happen. You know what I mean? But it's just obviously it's like a rare case. But shit, that early, you know what I mean? But that's the movie. What is it? With Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson. It was like an AI. Her. It was called Her. Yeah, it's kind of the same idea. Skeleton, what's more important, math or language? I say math. Right?
Gotta be.
Has to be, right? 1 + 1 is 2. This costs this much money, you give me this much, I'll give you this. Like, you can gesture, but math is math, yeah. I think math is more important. What do you think, Skeleton? Electric Dreams, is that a movie? Electric Dreams. Oh, you were saying that was a movie? No, it's called Her. If that's what you're replying to. Yeah, it's got to be math. Like that it has to be. There's some math is in language. I mean, to some degree. Yeah. Yeah, no, good shit though. Good shit, man. W in combo. This has been a 2.5 hour combo, yapping but learning, and man.
Yeah.
Nah, WU. Like I'm excited. What's one thing you're excited for right now?
Oh, there's so much. There is so much on the horizon, bro. I think I'm excited the most about the next 6 months because that will define whether or not we, stay together as a team, or like I said, how we grow these people into these positions that they outgrow the company. So if we can stay strong and steady for the next, 6 to 8 months, I think, it's exciting times. But again, when you live off the back of what we're doing, and it's difficult to explain, like I said to the boys in the chat, we live kind of a random existence. In the sense that I've been blessed with a place to stay and I've got a way to get around, which is really good, and everything is fine for my family. So I now work hard to make sure that other people have that same luxury,
Nah, that's
which a
great.
lot of people don't understand. It's a difficult one to convey because a lot of people just work for themselves. But yeah,
Nah, it's gonna come back, and the people, the gratitude and the feeling of basically helping someone else. It's like that exponential thing. It's like you're helping them. You're not only you're helping them financially, you're helping their mental health. Like so, like just the gratitude. It's just good energy that you're transferring by helping others and being selfless like that. Because you could be something to you is just like I'm just getting my shit together. Could be life changing for somebody else. And so that's a great energy to have on you because and then what their next potential is, and their next potential to maybe help the next person. So it's like it's way bigger than you at that point, just by simply helping somebody else. Because all the people that they're connected to may benefit from that, and so just by you doing something that maybe just seems like the right thing to do is something sometimes monumental for somebody else, and then somebody else too. So that's great. That's great. It's a good way to look at it. And all that shit's gonna come back to you tenfold, 20-fold. That's a new term, 20-fold. And
it's a difficult cross to bear in the sense that the people that you're helping won't understand the decision making until probably 10, 15 years time, where they'll look back and they'll go, oh shit, that's what you were trying to achieve.
yeah,
And you're like,
yeah, that's the hardest part is the being a visionary and trying to get other people to see your vision, but it's damn near impossible sometimes because it's a lot of faith, a lot of hope, and a lot of hard work, and a lot of time sometimes. So, yeah, nah, that's why that's like one lesson just to like if you believe it, if you can see it, you can achieve it. Like even if people doubt you, they don't listen to people because they can't see it from your perspective. They don't understand yet, and they will once you get like one little good like momentum, then it's like oh okay, but. You're good. Hold on. Electric Dreams trailer. We'll play that mid '80s. Pretty excited about becoming a steak dev over the next few weeks. Shit. So last time we talked, you said that you were kind of on the fence morally about the steak thing. Have you thought about that more? Is it how you feel the same? Or are you going to
yeah,
pursue?
so obviously it's a tricky one because we see the harm that gambling does in the community. So with our team, we've obviously got a whole bunch of people that are morally minded. I'm an ethics major, so that's something that's definitely close to my heart. Yeah, it's a tricky one. What we've done is we've decided to spool it up, obviously under another umbrella, so it doesn't really taint the main brand.
Okay.
Outside of that, we're thinking that that Min-Max umbrella that we're looking to spool up is like a good place to explore some of those more edgy ideas, feelings, concepts, whatever, however. And at least have them in a place where they're not going to taint the main brand, but then they also sort of sit there in their own umbrella.
Yeah.
Our problem at the moment is that we've got like 3 or 4 developers just sitting there. So in lieu of anything else on the table, when with the other projects already banging on, it's probably worth sending them in that direction. But again, our only problem is a good 2D artist. Anybody that knows Spine, need someone who knows Spine 2D.
Oh, Spine
That's like
2D.
industry standard.
Specific,
Yeah, at the moment.
the specific program. Yeah. Interesting. How do you even like go about finding people? Are there certain like platforms for finding artists and things like that? Like,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep. There's
exactly.
heaps of places. We try to employ locally, so obviously we have our
Gotcha.
finger on. We have our finger locally in the community. We also have New Zealand Game Development Conference, and then the extension of that is the Code Funding Group, which is another group that we're a part of. That helps us scout local talent. Obviously, it's one of those things that we run a high trust model, so because of that, we can't just employ anyone.
Yeah.
Outside of that, if we wanted to, we could go to Bangladesh and pick up 5 developers tomorrow. But do we trust 5 Bangladeshi developers with the code base? Not really. Would we rather employ someone locally? Yes, we would.
It needs to be in house so you can control it. It's your shit, right? They need to be working in your lab.
Yeah, well, it's not. Even the control thing isn't worried about me because we have developers in Finland, Singapore, west coast of Australia. So it's not like it's a global issue because we're already a 24-hour operation. But the difficulty, like I said to you, is that high trust model and just being able to bring people into the community that fit well, gel well, understand what we call the kaupapa or our mission, value, and statements, and then aligning them with what they feel passionate about. Because what we're doing and the development that we're doing is attractive because everyone from the outside sees the moves we're making, so they want to get involved. But that doesn't like even a psychopath can only hold a position for like 2 years before the cracks begin to show. And if you're not really into it and your heart's not in the right place and you're not, creating any transferable skills, then you'll get left behind.
No, I like that you like hold a certain standard and integrity to what you do, and I think that's super important, and that's where you're gonna get the thing that lasts long, and the thing that's timeless, and the thing that's classic, and the thing that's just has utility. You know what I mean? It's just you're considering everything, and I think a lot of people are not a lot of people. I've noticed that I see creators really starting to be like, no, we really gotta take our time and like develop each piece like as is, like as the best as I can. And I've been noticing that as a trend, just like, no, we really, and I'm sure that's always been the trend, but it's like, seems like on this independent level, like, no, we really got it. This has to mean something. This has to be about something. This has to have strong legs, everything like that. I'm fucking with you on that. Hold on. Skeletor, buy them lunch. They will see your vision then. Looking into spine now. See, you never know what might come. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It would be interesting. I mean, who knows who Skeletor is? But who knows, man? Like, yeah, I love bridging connections. This is like one of my favorite things to do. Again, I am rambling on. We have 5 minutes until the 4-hour mark on this stream, day 241. I came into the stream not knowing what the fuck I was gonna do today, and look at God. Gotta admit, my timing is good, says Skeletard. I mean, perhaps we'll see. We'll see. Only the future will tell. But do you think Skeletard is the real deal? Vertical? Does he seem like? Can you tell by the context of his speech that he knows what he's talking about?
I think anyone can produce a game for stake. It's just what pipeline, what particular pipeline you're going to choose to release on. Are you going to go through the Unity WebGL platform? Are you going to, buy team seats for that? Are you going to go to an open source platform like Godot? And then you've still got the one-click utility to be able to print a web, but then you have to learn a new system. Are you going to ad hoc something from Unreal? Are you going to go down the route of just straight up from the IDE, get a 2D artist, bang it together? I mean, the real question when it comes to that stake platform was obviously just nailing your pipeline. And I think for those real content-rich experiences, there's some validity to being able to use the Unity pipeline. Obviously, being Unreal developers, we code in C++, but again, we wouldn't restrict ourselves to having to use the best tools for the job. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the meeting we had last week, was when we sat down and we had a conversation. It was like, well, why would we take off the best tools even though we don't know them? But then if I'm sitting there thinking that I'm going to take 4 developers and put them on to learning a new engine, well, then that opens up another debate of, well, what other engines are available, and is this the right thing to be doing? And like I said, we've got some people sitting there that are keen as to give it a go. One of our boys is a little bit more of a black cat who's involved in that anyway. Who's like a little bit more risque in the sense that he doesn't probably have the same moral compass as the rest of the team. So if that's the case and he's kicking up in the meetings, well, we may as well throw him over there and see what he can do. So our first game will be a burst game, which is just because it's simple. And yeah. Wouldn't I just make a game and let it speak for itself? Yeah, for sure. Of course, that's the baseline. You make something that speaks for itself. Tesla doesn't do any advertising of its products. It just makes a good product.
Mm-hmm. The advertisement is people driving around like, yo, I need that. Yeah, for sure. The product. Yeah. That's it. That's facts. Yeah, no, what do they say? There's a saying, dope sells itself.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's it.
you know what I mean?
That's why we haven't worried about these. Like our company itself is the same ideology where we haven't worried about massive press tours. We did a global press tour through Mike Myers Press Release Company, the American company. You can look them up. They've worked with heaps of other games. That was probably like 20 grand that we just wasted. Do you know what I mean? Like
just on promo.
Well, it was interesting to go through the motions of learning what a global press tour looks like, but it's probably something that we would plan ourselves next time rather than going to an independent.
A lot of times to learn to get to learn the sauce, you do have to pay that first time, but they're charging because you're not. But basic that if you're paying for anything in industry, it's like someone is charging you because they're never gonna get paid again from you. Perhaps or not the same amount, you know.
Stake will also rate the quality of the polish of your design, game features, look, feel, flow on a 3-star ranking system. And if you're producing a 1 to 2-star game, you're not going to be on the sort of headline focus of the carousel. But if you could take some time and actually polish it enough to be able to reach a 3-star rating, then the turnover of some of these games are 100+ million a month, which you receive 10% of.
Are they pretty like accepting of games because it's like not a lot of people can make them? Or are they like pretty not choosy? Like they're posting 1-star games?
They're posting 1-star games 100%, but your game is not probably going to reach the. Right. I'm gonna have to scroll a long time until I find it, which is
type
probably
shit.
Not.
Type shit, like my stream.
Unless you
have a filter.
Well, that was the reason why I guess our relationship started in the first instance. Was because if we're going to be building a poker machine, a slot machine, or a casino gambling game, then we ought to be streaming that game. So if we ought to be streaming that game, we ought to either build a streaming platform ourselves or link with other streamers. So, yeah.
Building a streaming platform, you could be onto something too. We gotta plant coca leaves in New Zealand, and we gotta build a streaming platform because there's a need. There's a need. That's hilarious though. Perhaps we have an endless faucet of creativity. Says Skeletard. I would be more worried about our ideas getting stolen. I have a lot to say about that type of idea, and I'm gonna let Vertical speak. I get that people steal ideas. The only thing that stops me from getting like bent out of shape about someone stealing my ideas is that kind of signifies that like I feel like a creative is born to create ideas. So like you should not be like you should be able to just do that. Although it can happen and it does happen. That's why there's lawsuits and things like that. But if I only thought that I could only create one good idea, which that is all you need sometimes, I probably might pick a different type of profession. If I can only think that I can only do this one time, you know what I'm saying? Like I should be able to create the fire again. Sometimes you can't, sometimes you get one hit song and that's it. But any big artist should be able to make another song. You know what I'm saying? Okay, they copied it, I'm gonna make another one. You know what I mean? But that's just my personal opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. I think I agree with you in the sense that you got to be comfortable with loss, because there's always going to be the potential for that to happen, for an idea to be lost or someone to beat you to market or whatever. However, but when it comes to the gambling paradigm, it's pretty difficult to run into somebody else's idea if it hasn't already been made.
Right, because everyone's making slot machines and it's based off of something that's already existed. You mean like that, or?
Well, I mean, it's just let's say you came up, for example, at the moment, the most highly trending burst game on Stake is.
What is a burst game? Hold on, sorry. What is a burst game? Explain, because I heard you say it a couple of times, and I'm like, I gotta not stop pretending like I know what exactly that is. What is a burst game?
Okay, the burst game that most people will be familiar in this chat will be Plinko, and that is you drop a ball down, it costs $1, it falls down the Plinko, and then it lands in some kind of multiplier.
Gotcha.
And at some point it's going to burst, which is a ball's going to land on the outside, and you're going to get like 1,000 times multiplier.
Interesting.
Well, the most famous or the most trending burst game at the moment is Trump gets dropped out of a plane, and he bounces around, and the quicker he hits the ground, or the harder he hits the ground, the more money you make.
So is there strategy to a burst game, or is it completely chance?
There's all of these games. There is zero strategy.
What about mines?
It's just it's completely RNG.
What do you mean, random?
Random number generator. So it's just you spool up an ID, it spits out whether or not you won a cent or $1 or 10 or 1,000.
Damn. Okay. Shit. So, damn. Hey, you said.
But like the probability of someone coming along and mimicking that game is little, and there has been one person that's tried to mimic that game, and instead of it being Trump, it's the streamers that get dropped from this situation. But either way, like the guy's made 10 million in a month
Off the it's like the Flappy Bird effect, you know, like the Subway Surfer effect. Just like once it's out, then it's the fucking open AI effect. You know, once it's there, the tech is there, and then there's these variants that could potentially do better in some ways or for a short period of time. And yeah, interesting. Once the tech is out, it's out.
But it's like with that concept of a burst game, it's pretty much anything that you can think of where an action happens and the result of that is some sort of multiplier.
Yeah, it's a random game of luck and chance, and the only strategy is how much money you're playing each time, essentially, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Damn, you're trying to make the new Plinko. Shit.
Well, yeah, we're trying to go 3D with it because there are no 3D experiences inside the Kick at the moment.
Yeah, so you guys are. I like the pursuit of excellence, the pursuit of outstanding, the pursuit of extraordinary. You know, where it's like by design we're going to get attention. People are just by design going to try this new game because of how it looks and what it is, and then we also offer the engaging gameplay as well. So then once you're there, it's like, damn, okay. And then what you're gonna have is a whole bunch of people trying to copy your shit, you know, too. So it's like, yeah, oh, we got to make 3D, you know, burst games. Okay, this is the wave now. Yeah, I like that way of thinking. I like that way of thinking. I'm glad there's only 10 people watching right now, and it's not going too crazy because I don't want someone.
Oh, look. No, look, again, I think anyone who's tried to make a game or anybody that's worked in the game development industry, look, I've been to, for example, last month we're at New Zealand Game Development Conference. I'm sitting there talking to 80 other developers, and no one is doing exactly the same game as anybody else in the place. And in fact, if they were, they would congratulate each other because it's such an endeavor that, like, if you can actually get to a release, then you deserve to fucking to sit up here with us, bro.
Can't even hate,
know
bro.
I mean? Like,
They know the pain. They know how hard it is to even. They might have the whole game made, but there's so much bullshit even in between that to stop you from.
You'll never have a real game developer. If you tell them a shitty game idea, you'll never have a real developer tell you, oh, that's bullshit or whatever. They'll just tell you, good luck.
Yeah, that's funny. Scuzzard, the game skin is where the money is at. Am I wrong? You're talking about like Fortnite? Is that you're talking about the game skin? Or you mean like there's a tech, but the artwork is the... Because you could... Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about a skin, it's like if you replace the main character in Subway Surfers with Snoop Dogg, then you have a whole different experience. Yeah, I can see that. The theme, I think that's assuming what we're saying.
There's one particular theme that's really popular at the moment called La Bandit, and we know the artist that actually made the artwork for La Bandit. And if you look at the state dev chats in the Discord, you'll see that everybody is telling him to stop making artwork for the game because it's like getting to the point now where he's made like 12 different iterations and his artwork is awesome, but he keeps pumping this shitty franchise.
It's just like the same game, but just different skin on it. It's like the same exact, just a different.
Yeah, you know, one's in the pyramids, the other one's fishing, the other one's on a Viking ship.
Just pick one, whichever you like the way it looks. Nah, I mean, and that's like definitely like that's like some like judging the book by its cover type of thing. Where, I mean, but we all do it. I mean, shit. Like, I'll go to a restaurant just because it has a nice sign sometimes. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, this looks like it's got to be all right. If they paid this much money for this sign and this logo, like, it's got to be okay. And sometimes it's not, you know? It's just not. But it's a good indicator though. It's not the most terrible way, but yeah, I feel that.
We want to start bringing all of the vices together. So a slot machine that has like drug use, pornography, you know.
No. People love degeneracy, and especially streamers are gonna be like. Isn't there one game on Stake where it's like 666 or like devil something? I can't remember what it's something demon something like that. Where it's yeah.
Is the name of the machine.
Yeah. And so yeah, people love that shit for whatever. It just feels. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But so you're telling me all these things are completely random. So when I get like 8 of the same number in a row, that's just how the cookie crumbled. There's no bias. There's no leaning. There's no weights. There's no anything with this stuff.
Nah, it's just RTP, return to player, 97.5%. You tune the machine. If you're lucky enough to be part of that payout, then GG. If not, unlucky.
How does Stake test for that? Because I'm sure as a developer, you could be like, oh, when I see da happen, you know what I'm saying? You could like wait for a moment.
Stake has a one. They have a complete workflow on how to create the game, so that there is no skullduggery. And 2, they have their own math engine, which is called Carrot Math.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
So
that can like AI plays it for you and determine whether it's fair or not. That's crazy.
Yeah,
so how does like easy hard mode? How does that part work?
It amps up the volatility of the bet layer. So if you played on easy mode, you might have a chance to 4x your money. If you play on super hard volatility mode, you might have a chance to 1000x your money. But if you have a chance of 1000x your money, then 1 out of 1,000 times you're probably gonna lose.
Okay, so it's just different stakes. Yeah, for sure. Interesting.
They call it volatility.
No, I mean this is interesting. I mean, I don't know. So none of this knowledge will help somebody win more on Stake. It's just pure luck.
No.
Damn.
Not pure luck.
You're on your own, guys. You're on your own on Stake. You know, he can't. So damn, bro. Even what about like okay, there are some games that you can play though. Like what about blackjack? If you play blackjack on Stake, you can strategize that. If you play poker, you can strategize a little bit. You know what I mean? Right?
Yep.
To some degree, some games.
Table games, 100%. Yep.
Okay, so it's just the more, but all the other randomizer, burst, chance are all completely random. Interesting. No, it's cool.
Well, Baccarat's going to give you the only game in the house that's going to give you 50%. You know, it's either you win or the banker wins.
Black or red or even or odd. Yeah.
Even black or red is only 47.5% because typically when you play roulette with black or red, you have 0 and 00, which is green.
See, okay, you got to know.
Yeah, even on a 50% chance, the house still wins because they put 2 extra colors in.
Damn. Hey, I mean, there is some strategy. There's a little bit of something here, but yeah, I feel yeah. Per game. Damn. Hey,
if you want to incorporate strategy, AI, language learning models, and statistics, pattern recognition, and then colloquial information, you want to gamble on sports.
Okay, sports is the safest. Interesting. What do you think they could ever have like the meta glasses with like the card counting technology in it? Where it's like shit like 100%. That. Analyzing the deck like.
That's why you're not allowed anything on your face at the casino.
Oh, it's already being considered. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. New Zealand casino, you have to no hats, no face coverings, no glasses, nothing.
Damn, no glass. What if you really wear glasses? Get some contacts, you cheap bitch. Yeah, I get it. Damn. No, that's real shit.
You gotta stick.
Just gotta be blind. Just gotta be blind. They want you to be blind. Less, yeah. You can see less. Yeah, you can see your cards up close. That's deep. Yeah, technology is definitely technology.
Skeleton raises an interesting point about creating a machine to be able to incept what will hit, and I've got an interesting take on that. If you've got 30 seconds.
The creative theme sells the games. Imagine if you had a machine that knows what game will hit. Yeah, go ahead. What's your theory?
So, if you're trading cryptocurrency, for example, right? Like, so let's say I'm a mum and dad trader and I go out and trade some cryptocurrency. I'm trading against just market sentiment, a whole bunch of things that are happening to whales, things I can't control. So then I realized, like, that's not a good way to trade. So then the next thing that you could do is you could employ like a bot to help you trade. Now the bot is really good because when humans trade, they're very slow at trading. So like if I put in a sell order and I have it at say $1, and then there's a whole bunch of bots that are also trading, they'll list a whole bunch of volume at say 99.9999997 cents, and then they'll pump that whole volume there so that any of the humans that typed in $1 for their sell order will miss that particular sell order because the volume of the bots will be traded at such a rate that it will never hit that particular break point that you're searching for, because you can't trade at the same speed. Because if I was to then cancel that sell order and then go and reestablish that sell order, I'd have to go cancel, refresh the page, reinsert the order, and then sell, and then confirm, two-factor, and then OK. By that time's elapsed, the market's already shifted, and I've already lost a percentage of my portfolio. So the keenest thing you could do is you could use a bot to do your trades. Now, because people aren't coders and because people don't write their own things, soon they will be able to make it easier. But because they don't trust their wallets and their money being attached to a bot, they could at any time send your money to a different wallet at any time, right? So then the third instance is using AI, obviously above just in the trading floor with APIs and being able to trade your money, and that is to scrape sentiment. So sentiment is obviously not if something is positive or negative, but it's just about how someone feels about something. So if you had a bot that was trading sentiment or tracking sentiment for a particular situation, you could scrape the internet for data, and then you could record that data. So for example, in the world of cryptocurrency, you could scrape every single cryptocurrency. You could scrape all the articles that have ever been written about that currency, and then you could identify the particular breakpoints that each cryptocurrency hit when they were trending across particular platforms on social media. And then once you got an idea for that, you could then spend your resources and money in actually artificially obtaining those particular breakpoints. So, for example, when Doge hit $1 and Elon was on Saturday Night Live, Doge was trending across all the major social network platforms, where it had achieved 20% market penetration on Reddit, 32% market penetration on X or Twitter. It had achieved 25% market penetration on Facebook and Instagram. So the people were already talking about that sentiment, and then obviously it rose up to $1. So if you're trading at the moment currently without a bot, then you're losing, because obviously anybody who's trading without a bot's going to lose, and just the speed and efficiency of trades. And then anybody who's not trading with a bot that is also including market sentiment is also losing, because obviously you're not being able to attract, you're not keeping an eye on where the actual movements are being made insofar as the buying power of the sentiment across multiple platforms. But if you were to track those key data metrics, so for example, if it was a game release, you could buy shares in a company like Lurkit. Once you got shares in a company like Lurkit, you could use their data that they've been collecting on the game development industry to track the games over the last 20 years, cross-reference that with the KPIs that they hit inside of advertising on market sentiment across social media platforms, and then use your marketing budget to then obtain those.
No, that's interesting. Yeah, you're using the AI to do this quick, vast research to parallel trends and timing based off of historical data, but in a very fast way that would take somebody probably weeks to do by themselves. You're right, type shit. Or a week or something. Yeah, for sure.
Well, it would replicate the same conditions for success
type shit.
That, like, if you looked at like Simon Sinek, who talked about crossing the chasm, he talks about like 12.5% market penetration as being able to then get everybody adapted to it. They call it the 1,000 monkey parable, where there was a whole bunch of monkeys in a population in Bikini Atoll. They set off some nuclear bombs there. The coconut husks became irradiated. The anthropologists and the zoologists that were working in the area said that to save these apex predators from the ecological system breaking down, they had to teach them to wash the husks. Once they taught 100 monkeys to wash the husks, they came back the next day and all 1,000 monkeys were washing the husks. So it's a phenomenon that once you achieve 10% market penetration, that you get mass adoption after that. But it's
Damn,
making sure.
ten
Yeah.
percent.
Well, some would say 12.5%,
Yeah,
some
but
would say
still,
15%.
yeah. But yeah, that's yeah. It's a start a trend. Wow, those are good numbers. I like that. I actually like that. I'm
Tik
gonna like keep that in mind.
TikTok's TikTok's rise to fame came off the back of the situation where China actually created TikTok. They then took it, floated it in India, and then they took Russians that were doing these scantily cladded, like literally underage girls on TikTok, and they pushed it in India because Indian men are known for liking that type of entertainment. So that's how they achieved 10 to 12% market penetration, and from there they were then trending on all of the type of carousels, which was actually how TikTok became famous.
Damn, algorithms are insane. Hold on. You said the creative team sells the games. Imagine if you. Oh no, we know that. How valuable is a team member that can see sentiment points without bots? How valuable is a team member that can see sentiment points without bots?
Only valuable if you're looking to if you're working in acquisition, because otherwise you just
Yeah.
take the time to run the simulations and then you'd know the data. But
Hmm.
if you're in acquisition and you were trying to make judgment calls on the spot to purchase companies, then yeah, you'd probably be a valuable person to have. But outside of that, you wouldn't rely on yourself. Even though I'm pretty good at pattern recognition, I'd rather trust the machines that we've built.
I feel like AI would like see the best in everything, and it would be too like try to be positive, whereas a person is like, yeah, nah, I get it. I get how it would be a good thing, but this is way too similar to the. I don't think AI could be like, yo, this game is way too similar to like Super Mario Brothers. Like maybe not. I mean, unless it was like super on point, but like I don't know. But although AI is pretty good about if you give it direct, like be super critical, like but yeah, that's interesting though. Yeah, the human condition for acquisition, finding, being able to spot a hit just off of instinct. AI might. I could see how AI might kind of fall there, in that way.
It's not. Yeah, exactly.
He said, so you don't think people can process that fast? I
It's
mean,
not that people can't process that fast. It's more that people need to sleep. So like when you're
mm,
when you're trading stocks and commodities, for example, the exchange closes. When you're trading cryptocurrency, for example, the exchange does not close.
yeah.
The,
So different.
the same thing is with global trade and information. It just doesn't stop. So
Yeah, I was like, just even with like the AI and robotic work warehouses and stuff I saw something that's like people really don't really realize like the advantage of something that doesn't take breaks or rest or anything. It's like you have a whole factory that's working overnight with no lights on, and you know what I mean. It's just like just still doing its thing, whereas like humans need to go home and come back the next morning. But just like the exponential growth that happens when you just have autonomous robots just producing stuff as opposed to humans, it's just like where it scales. So yeah, for sure, I that makes sense. And I still think the AI is way faster at processing certain information. You know, obviously things like gut feeling, of course, that's instantaneous in us. But shit, facts are facts. I'm talking about stake. I'm talking about stake games. Are they just slow to come out? Oh, I don't know.
it's not that they're slow to come out. And I see what you're saying about the state games. It's more just a quality approach in the sense that you want to make sure you get that 3-star carousel if you're actually wanting to release some games. If you're talking about somebody that can identify sentiment on the fly when it comes to that particular discipline, yeah, 100%. But what humans don't do well is historical information. So if you're presented with information, you can see, for example, if you go onto the State Dev website, you can see the stuff that's trending over the last month, but that's not going to give you the key performance indicators of what was successful in the past. And if we're not looking to reinvent the wheel, but emulate it and emulate the success of those games and look at the breakpoints that they obtained, that is achieved way quicker with AI and scraping the internet for information than say using a human to interpret it.
It seems like AI is good for like that brunt work, like the manual. Yo, tell me what is that? What is the bracelet you have on your wrist?
Oh, my daughter made it for me, bro. I don't fuck with jewelry because I'm like not that way inclined. I got my greenstone, brother. But yeah,
Yo, what? Look, can I show you this? Are we?
yeah, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I just have a random.
Yo,
That's what I'm
yo.
trying to tell you, bro. This is like
That's
a
wild,
this is like
bro.
an evil eye like protection type of thing. My girl gave it to me. But yeah,
That's
I'm like
wild.
looking at it like what the fuck is going on? Like I've been like trying to like keep this shit like tied up because it keeps loosening up on my wrist every day. I'm just like what the fuck is going on with this synergy right now? This is a Matrix shit. I'm just letting you know, bro.
Yeah, bro.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
that's wild, eh?
I just
That's
got this. I
wild.
don't
Just
really
got
wear
the
shit
same
like
wrist,
this.
too.
Yeah. So
Neither do I, but I don't got
so
anything
I'm
else
trying
to
to
me,
say,
brother.
bro. It's different.
Yeah.
It's different. It's different. So you said Skeletar says, "I see the problem. I'm live on Kick. Please follow you back, bro. Young Real. Yo, I feel like you're already on the. I'm already following you, Young Real. I'm already following you, bro. Watch.
Looks like a bot.
It's actually not, but I'm already following Young Real. Where is it? Because he probably came in and said the same thing. Okay, well, you're down the list, but if I just go to your page. Damn, I'm following a lot of people. 1 second. I'm just gonna type it in. I'm gonna show you I'm already following you. You already hit me with this one. And he's online right now, probably talking shit. Yeah, I'm already following you, bro. So we'll leave that one there. W Young Real though. I'm already following you, my guy. He probably not even doesn't even hear me. He's playing Stake. He's actually playing Stake right now. That's the problem. I forgot what we were talking about, but it's okay. Good shit. Is that a telescope behind you?
Yes, yes, yep.
Damn. Can
It's
you
one
like?
of the best fucking telescopes
It
you can get,
looks
bro.
like it. You can probably see the moon and all its craters with that shit.
So my best friend bought it because he wanted to prove to our other friend that planets were round and not flat. So we set it up in the city, but because of the light pollution, we couldn't see shit. So he bought it out from my house because I live in the bush and we can see the stars really well. But I pointed it at the moon the first time I looked at it, and I had no idea about the filters, and I burnt a fucking circle of the moon into my eyeball for like 4 days.
Oh, is that bright from the?
Bro, it was like a flashbang going off in my eyeball.
I didn't know that the moon is that like that. Wow. So you have to have like an ND type filter over the. That's insane. Damn.
100%. Or else you burn your eyeballs. So 400x looking at the moon is not the one.
I didn't know. I didn't know it had that same interesting. Chilisar, it seems like the only problem is attachment and lack of trustworthy people that I know how to use spine. Am I missing anything? So the only
No,
problem.
it's not that. I think I don't you might have been burnt in the past by dodgy dealings or something because you seem to wander back to skepticism, but it's not that. It's just that it's difficult to release anything of quality. And the production pipeline isn't as simple as you may think. You can always contract someone to do some spline. Alexander Chinovsky is a really good contractor when it comes to spline, but when you build something, just know that once you build it, you have to maintain it. So if the person isn't in your team, you're constantly contracting people to maintain, upgrade, and diversify. So the real question is like, do you hire someone that you keep in your team that can do it, or do you get a developer that you're already working with to learn it, or do you learn it yourself? But I'm not a 2D artist, but there are some interesting parallels that you could use with AI to generate spine animations, but it's just a maintain security. Yeah, sure, for sure. But that's why you have NDAs and non-competes, and yeah, that's why you interview the people you work for and make sure they've got a portfolio that makes sense.
So is spine basically like it's 3D, but you're doing 2D in it, so it can like
Yeah,
yeah.
it's 2D art that gets animated, and then obviously it stays 2D, but you can make things look three-dimensional with perspective.
Oh, okay, okay. And it's like strictly for like games and shit.
Strictly for any flatbed 2D animations, that just works really well for slot machines.
Oh, okay, interesting. I have, yeah, like I haven't heard of Spine, but I'm seeing the thing, but I mean, I just haven't heard of it. The one guy I know, he works in Toon Boom, but I don't know if that would be applicable. This looks like some other shit. This is really cool, actually. Yeah, I'm curious to see what AI is gonna do in the future. It's just, you know, the whole AI agent thing. Seems like maintain security. So I need to be STEM and OSINT before I become a steak dev. Great.
Well, essentially, like I said at the start of the conversation, you just got to nail your pipeline. So whatever your pipeline is, go for it. You don't have to use Spine. It's just a really good pipeline. Everybody in the state dev channel's using it because it's kind of an industry standard. But you could use, if you come from the Flash Macromedia background, you could use that.
Oh, Flash.
If you come from the C Sharp. Yeah, if you come from the C Sharp background, you could use that. If you come from zero development and you want a tool that's on the cusp of being able to one-click web dev, then Godot.
Can you use After Effects?
Yeah, 100%. You can use After Effects.
So what type of animation files is it? Is it some sort of vector? Is it what is the file, the final file that you import?
Anything that supports WebGL is applicable. So it's pretty much anything.
Anything? Okay. No, I was just curious with the like a PNG
Pretty
sequence.
Yeah, that's it. Swift's work. Yeah.
It's just how it's laid out. No, I was just curious with the if there was a file and like if there was a certain file that Spine outputs that other programs don't. But you said you could use Unity or well, that doesn't animate. But well, I guess you.
Yep.
I guess technically you can animate Unity, I guess. But
yep.
Yeah. Can I make a steak game using Blender?
Yes, you could.
Yeah, just
wherever you asked that.
Yeah. No, I was just curious. That's cool. But Spine is what works with what you guys are doing. So shit. I mean, how is that finding people? Are you finding any good leads, or is it still kind of a
we have one
task?
2D artist who we bought a enterprise edition of Spine for, who's giving it a go. Outside of that, it's again, I don't really want to contract someone to do something and then have to contract them again and again and again and again. I want somebody on my team. So
right.
But
right.
Again, if you wanted to spin something up real cheap, you could just do the code yourself and then get someone to do the art, and you're away.
Right. Nah, that's cool. You're taking your time with this shit, man. The 4.5 hour stream, the fucking 3 hour. Most of it has been on Discord, but this has been a good one. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know where this stream goes at this point. It's almost 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, no, I've got to probably kick it. I was hoping to get to that 3 hour mark, and we did it. So shout out.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, we'll pin it here, but this is an ongoing conversation, obviously. And probably what time is it? 4:31. I don't know. I'll probably kick for a little bit longer, do my little outro, kind of reassess. But this has been, man, I learned so much, bro.
Awesome.
Like this is like I might have to clip this and put this as like its own like segment on like YouTube, because like it's really valuable information. I'm not gonna lie, and just the different perspectives. We got people from New Zealand, New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? I'm New Zealand, New Orleans, New England. I live in California, but I'm originally from New England, so it's a whole bunch of new shit going on, and everybody else, of course.
That's dope, bro. I just want to say thank you, everybody. Obviously, to everybody in the stream, thanks for listening to me drone on. A little bit of a different pivot from the normal stream, but appreciate the time, consideration, and concern. And I just wanted to end the same way that we started, by just saying, like, believe in yourself, bro, because nobody else is coming to save you, and you really can achieve anything you put your mind to. Just surround yourself with good people that really care about your outcomes and your intentions. And go hard at it. If you're feeling lost and you don't have those mentors, hit us up, bro, because we're here 24/7, keeping the light shining. So shout out everybody. Thanks for having us on. And to the brother Kyle, we'll link soon, bro. Appreciate you.
W fucking vertical, bro. W outro, W everything, W motivation. There we go. Damn, he hung up. That's what my grandfather does. My grandfather, I'll call him on the phone, and he'll just be like, all right. And he'll just like hang up the phone. Nah, it's probably like fucking like, I don't even know what time it would be in Australia right now. What time is it in Australia right now?
In Canberra, Australia, it's 10:49 p.m.
Oh, he's in New Zealand. I'm tripping. What time is it in New Zealand right now? Almost 1 a.m. W vertical. The fact that it's almost 1 a.m. But the thing is, it's like 3:49 a.m. here, like Tuesday, but it's 1:49 a.m. like Wednesday there in New Zealand. That's the crazy part about it. So he's like it seems like it's like, oh, it's similar time, but it's like, no, he's 2 days from now. It's 1 a.m. here. That's what I'm saying, but it's Wednesday. It's just turning Tuesday here. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Of course, vertical. No, that's W content. Like, thank you for speaking. Like the fact that there's like 10, 11 at points, 13 people watching this shit at 3, 4 in the morning is, you know what I mean? That is real information. I'm not gonna lie. W Skeletard said, what's the difference between 2-star and covered at 3-star? Oh, if you want to hit that one, but it's 1 a.m. here. Time travel. No, it's for real life time traveling. Getting the information early is incredible. I don't know if that says Polish, bro, or Polish. That could go either way. Maybe Polish. Good stream, thanks God. No, I appreciate you, Skeletard. This was a good one, man. I'm not gonna lie. It felt really good. I always like when there's, we started off with politics, there was Glacial and BKS, and then it shifted to Twitch shit, and then it turned into, man, I don't know. It's just always a good time, man. I swear. W Skeletard, W Vertical, W 2000 Sit. I don't even know if I have the whole WBKS, W aka Ty. I always say aka Ty because I know him as Ty. W Glacial Musher. Glacial was pushing lines tonight. W fucking Lord Derek. Did we get any more? It was a solid crew, but it's always different. It's always different. If I forgot you, I guess my bad, but I'm trying my best. Maybe it's over here. I think I got everyone though, because it was pretty much Glacial, then Ty, 2000 Sit. Did I not say 2000 Sit? I had to say 2000 Sit. If I didn't, my bad. But 2000 Sit, that one goes without saying. But I'm pretty sure I said it. It is what it is. W. Skeletard, unlocked character in the universe. Even he said he's been here before. Yeah, let's pull up actually Skeletard. This is gonna give me a good you were here 10/28. October 28th? What the fuck? Down south here, Louisiana, right? You said that. Everyone's feeling the end of this chapter. Time for whole energy crashing. The AWS is massive. Powers almost everything. Oh, yeah, you had a different name. Or maybe it was that name. I don't remember saying the name Skeletard, though. I feel like you had a different name. I remember we had that deep conversation about the future. That was a good convo. That was a great convo. I swear your name was something different, though. Huh, now I'm confused. I swear I don't remember saying the name Skeletard. But maybe it was. Maybe I'm just tripping. But I remember that whole convo. We were talking about some deep shit. The folding. You were saying, I remember you talking about this one device or some shit. I don't know. Now I'm confused. That's what I'm telling you. Like, some Matrix shit is happening, guys. Like, some real Matrix. The fact that we had this. And I'm watching watching this dude raise his arm. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is just, like, weird shit, bro. The synchronicity it's the synchronicity for me. And he even pointed out I was on the same arm and everything. Like, what the fuck? That kind of makes sense. If you're right-handed, you might put it on your left arm. I'm actually left-handed. I put it on my left arm. But the red shit was trippy. That's what I'm saying, bro. See, it's like I'm like, and you're not even. And there was a little. The funny thing is that there's a little delay when I say it, and then when you can hear it, and then I watched you go, because at first I was like, he's not making a big deal about it, and then I watched you realize what I was saying, and you were like, oh shit, you know. That's what's crazy about it, bro. I don't know. I can't explain it. So maybe we are wizards. Maybe we're just all wizards. And the weird coincidences and the synchronicity is just our own minds just working in a hyperdrive, and we're just master manifestors. We're able to literally cast spells or perform whatever, miracles or whatever. Or maybe we've always had the ability, but we forgot because of technology. But with technology, we're being reminded. I don't know, but I've seen the thing is, my life, how you said that's trippy, like that's literally the story of my life. Like my whole life is just based off of weird coincidences and shit like that. It's been, or not even my whole life. It's when I figured out like the law of attraction, The Secret. I can't even say that. I feel like it's been like since 2018. I've always had these moments, and I've noticed shit as a kid, but like especially since 2018, like just life has been like domino pieces. It's just like not even domino pieces. It's just like these weird shit synergy. That's the only way I can say. And maybe a little bit before, maybe like 2017. Just shit, just aligning and just working out. A lot of bad shit, of course, but like just weird, unexplainable coincidences and magic that I'm like, I never believed in this type of shit, and it just all of a sudden just been potent as fuck. Wow, brother. Thank you again for the stream, brother. Night boy, see you tomorrow. Hell yeah. W vertical. Damn, what a stream. This is one of my favorite streams, low key. I might have to clip. I don't know. I might have to like retitle this or something just so I can. It's different. It hit different. And that's what I love about these streams is like, I always try to like think about like, all right, I'm always like anxious, like, oh fuck, what am I gonna talk about today? And like I swear I never know. And but it's a feeling. It's that faith thing we're talking about. It's just like you just gotta like do it, even when you're nervous. Sometimes it just ends up working out, and sometimes more than you thought. And this is my proof of this. Every time I tell myself I'm gonna just do a 2-hour stream, every time I announce that, it's never a 2-hour stream. Like, and a lot of times it ends up being, sometimes when I say this is just going to be a 2-hour stream, it ends up being my longest stream ever. I'll break my own record, So it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on in the world. Maybe it's just my brain. Maybe it's just wisdom where you feel you start to understand life. Maybe I'm a late bloomer with this fucking metaphysical shit, but I don't know, man. I don't know if it was like this in the early 2000s. I don't know if the manifestation was so real. I just feel like in this modern time, because it's like when you manifest, what do you do? Oftentimes when I'm manifesting something, I'm doing the research. I'm fully immersing myself in the thing that I'm trying to manifest. Just say you want to get a Corvette. It was a good stream, bro. Yo, the fact that Derek is still here. Yo, did I make it to the 75? Or am I still on that 55? I appreciate you, bro. Nah, for real.
You the best, bro.
Everybody is the best tonight, for real. So much information, bro. My mind was blown. I had to, you know what I mean? Like, crazy. This is a good this one hit different. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I said it's one of my favorite ones. Still on the you said still on the 55. One day this will change. I'm gonna pin this message. I'm gonna pin it every time it comes up. That's lore right there. But no, dead ass. Like, so when you're manifesting something, you fully immerse yourself in that thing. If you want to get a Corvette, you want to learn everything about a Corvette. Every Corvette that's existed in history, the future, the specs, everything. You know everything because especially if you already get in it. But so it's kind of like the same thing. what technology helps with the manifestation, I think that's why it's so fast, is because we have this information. You can look up facts. You know what I'm saying? When you have the facts, you're there. You know what I'm saying? It's like being like, damn, I think this place that I'm trying to find is somewhere around here. But when you have the address, it's less work that you have to do to do it. You already know where it is. It's just a matter of, getting there. And so the same thing with manifesting is just like we can look up anything. We can look up what anything looks like. We can look up how to pronounce something. So you're manifesting it the right way. Where we can use AI to tell us everything about it. We can use AI in different. I'm just saying, bro. I think that's why it feels like we're in a new era of like higher consciousness and intelligence, because, and it's not even magic. It's purely the things that we have. There's a scientific explanation for everything. Everybody's a wizard, bro. Like, this is a magic wand. Like, dead ass. Bluetooth is magic. It's not I mean, there's a scientific explanation of everything, but dead ass. You can point this at something and you can just speak it. You can say a spell in your phone and it can contact another human being. You don't even have to push a button. You could say, grant a spell, call blah 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 blah. And you can see another person on your phone like a fucking crystal ball and talk back in real time, bruh. We're wizards, bruh. I know I'm saying it in like a funny way, but dead ass. We can do things that if we showed someone in the 1600s, it would be magic. It literally would be magic. You can call someone, you can text. Like, imagine seeing a text. People wouldn't even be able to conceptualize what a text is. People might not even be able to read in the 1600s, let alone you could send, you know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? Like this, bruh, this alone is magic. This. I'm just saying, bruh. You could take a picture of somebody, a video. You could say to someone in the 1700s, yo, say your first, and I'm going to record you, say your first and last name. And you play it back for them on this little screen in fucking 4K, and they're like, what the fuck? They might not even know what they look like. There's probably a certain population of people in the fucking 1600s that don't even know what they look like. You know what I'm saying? Their only way is to look in the river and see the reflection type shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different time. It's wild. We have so much magic, and it's wild. And we were talking about before, magic is just a combination of wisdom and science, essentially. Wisdom, math, and science. So deep shit. My mind is expanded. I understand why people that travel the world kind of have this upper sense of understanding. It's just because it's just different. You learn the best ways from the best perspectives. DoorDash is magic. Deadass. Speaking of, I was about to order some DoorDash too. Yo, you fucked me up with that one. I'm not gonna lie. Like, deadass. The fact that you said DoorDash and I was waiting to get off this shit so I could order some fucking DoorDash is crazy. What kind of algorithmic shit? Are you a bot? That's some weird shit. You can't be tapped into my conscience like that, bruh. Lord, what if we found out that Lord Derek was a highly advanced AI bot? Blow my mind. That would blow my mind. I would have to just stop everything at that point. Way too much lore to be a bot. Bro, but I am hungry though. That's actually crazy you said that. And this is like when you order McDonald's and you're like, damn, that was a dumb idea. That was a dumbass idea. No, for real, food delivery. Soon a robot's going to be delivering your food. These things, I don't even know what company these shits deliver for. These shits are everywhere now. They all have names. They have eyes. These shits are everywhere in LA now. They're even in the Valley, which is crazy. I saw some in Sherman Oaks. It's insane. Like, who the fuck needs this? But it's a lot of... I want to try it. That's like, should be a stream. I don't even know how to... What service they deliver for. Does anybody know? Oh, it's Uber Eats. Oh, shit. That's the easy answer. Damn. Like, this is so advanced that it has to be inevitable of our future. Lord Derek, you're gonna be getting your fucking DoorDash from this soon. Within the next, by the end of the year, your DoorDash orders are gonna be 50% from these at least. I guarantee. I don't know what. Maybe you live in kind of rural. I don't know, but man, there's gonna be a whole car with 7 orders in it that's delivering your shit. A whole self-driving car that's gonna drop your shit off at your house. You gotta go out and get it though. That's the only thing. You gotta go out and get it. You pay a little less to go out and get it. These niggas. You said, well, let me say Grok is full of shit. That's what Ty was saying earlier. He said Amazon now using drones to deliver packages. They've been showing that for years. They've been showing that for at least, I feel like that was around 2020 when they started showing that. Maybe even before. They've been showing that shit. Why do you say that Grok is full of shit just in general? I do notice a slight bias on it. I'm not gonna lie. There is a slight bias on
Hello everybody, welcome back.
Oh, Matan Evan is dope though. I like his podcast. Big troll. Big troll. Yeah, no, they've been showing that Amazon delivery where they fucking a drone just drop your shit off. I guess if it's the right thing, like some shit that won't break, like shit. Let me get my I don't even know. Let me get my toothpaste dropped off real quick. You feel me? Like, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. It's gonna be everything. Fucking drones. A drone that can fly in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter if it's 4 a.m., 5 a.m. It's just gonna fly and have your shit same day, next morning delivery shit. You know what I mean? That's crazy, bro. I don't even know. Doesn't that seem kind of like impractical? Doesn't that seem kind of impractical to just have one drone that delivers one package? Like, how the fuck does that work? Or is it like a truck just parks in like a general area and then the drones kind of like dispatch from there? I don't know. It just seems like, but maybe it's like maybe it's more like local, like from a pharmacy or some shit. I don't understand. Because how far can a drone really fly though to be able to deliver some packages? I guess if it's a big ass drone. Or do they have multiple packages? Pause. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Everyone started fearing for their lives after Aiden Ross accidentally leaked from his higher-ups connections that another quarantine is currently on the way. Why do I feel like I believe that?
Quarantine for sure. I'm telling you, there's gonna be another quarantine for sure. I wish, yeah, there is, 100%.
You know some shit?
In our lifetime,
Yeah, I'm just looking at this dumbass, like, Jewish shit right here.
in our lifetime,
Like, what the
1
fuck
million
this
percent.
nigga know that we don't know?
Guys, it's been happening since history. The Black Plague, for example, you heard about that? I'm telling you, there's gonna be another quarantine.
Okay, so he's speculating. I hate when people make kind of crazy clip titles, but hey, get your money, I guess. Yo, we got Northwest with the black teeth. Yo, I'm the first.
It's 10:14.
I'm the first person to have the black teeth. I started the wave. I'm not gonna lie. Hold up. Let me get back on my shit. I was just thinking about putting my black teeth in today. I'm the first person to go mainstream with the black teeth. It's probably from the same person because this person made props for Tyler the Creator Yonkers music video. Shout out. Damn, I forgot right now, but don't play with me. Nah, a lot of people had the Necro Grills first, but I low key like peep game quick. I paid $300 for these shits. $350, I think, for these shits. Now they're popular. Now it's mainstream. I had to go to the fucking cocaine after parties to get these shits. Not get them, but to meet the person that made them. There was something else I wanted to play real quick too. My bad. First time a form of AI was a car parallel park itself. Oh yeah, they had the Waymos here, the Waymo shit. I remember seeing that shit, that car. I didn't realize it was a Waymo, and I saw it, and I was like, oh shit, there's nobody inside the shit. Like, and it was driving around. Yeah, get used to it. Self-driving Ubers are definitely on the way. They're already here. It's already a thing. It's already a thing in LA. Waymo. Zoox is another one. Zoox is cool. I really like let me see if I can find a good Zoox video that explains it. Yeah, type shit. I love this shit. Years ago. But they have a whole like Zoox thing. Basically, the Zoox. Oh, this is a good video, but I don't want to play the whole thing. Basically, like the Zoox is cool because I didn't realize this was made by Amazon. I didn't know that. The Zoox, it doesn't have a front or a back, so most cars they will back out of like a spot to turn. They'll turn around, K-turn, U-turn. The Zoox, it'll park. But instead of turning around, it'll just drive from the other side. So it just goes in the other direction. There's no front or back on it, basically. So instead of like backing out and turning around, it just drive back out of the spot and just keep driving type shit. That's what's cool about the Zoox car. There's no front or back. So I guess you could be driving backwards sometimes, but I guess it's kind of like being on a train. And inside it's just like two benches. So I guess somebody's always driving backwards at some point. But yeah. Zoox. Yeah, I probably should have cleaned these first. I can kind of taste mouth. Pause. Low key. Yeah, low key. I should have did that. I can. Fuck. Okay. Turn up. Yeah. Yeah, these are dope. Yeah, I never really got to like wear these shits. I think I wore them in like a couple like some pictures or some shit, but I never really got to. I wore them in this picture with like Adam 22. That was about it. Never really got to wear them. Let me see. Maybe a shout out LA. I got another article coming soon. Yeah, it should be done. That I submitted. Oh shit, it's up. The article's up. Fuck. I didn't see this yet. I didn't get the email with this. I swear this just posted because I was looking for this shit. See, it won't even let me go to it, bro. Look. Canvas Rebel, meet Kyle Young. Why can't I click it? What the fuck? Don't be un bitch. Open link in new tab. There we go. Nice. Canvas Rebel. That's me, right? That look like me. I take the glasses out. I should have made the teeth black. That would have been funny. Oh, that would have been hilarious with this one if I made the teeth black. But no one would have got what I was doing. Meet Kyle Young. We're excited to introduce you several Kyle Young. Saw a little article. You know what I mean? I'm promoting the streams. Hell yeah. Oh shit. I'm about to paste this in the chat. Yeah. Basically, Canvas Rebel, there's like 3 websites. It's Canvas Rebel, Shout Out LA and Voyage LA. Voyage LA is like I think the original one, but basically you do these like self-guided interviews, but it gives you a chance to like post your shit. There you go. I wonder who's in this stream on this day. New York, breaking my arm. So I talk about like some of these things in this article. Tota, Mel, Canal, Sketch. Dope. I didn't know this was posted. That's what's up. I was waiting for this shit. I looked for this shit today and it wasn't there. Hell yeah. I wonder if I could post it on Twitter right now. Fuck it. Nice. I'll post that shit later on like social media, but that's dope that it posted just now. I saw Extra Emily right in one. Oh yeah, the Waymo. Yeah, I haven't tried the Waymo yet. Oh look, it's on X. Oh yeah, that shit came out fire. What is that site used for again? This is basically it's an online magazine called Canvas Rebel. You know what I mean? It's like this. They like it's like what is the it's basically like businesses and community people in the community that artists and shit like that let an artist tell their stories. Basically it's like you get an article written about you, like, you know what I mean, like just say crazy entrepreneurship stories. If you want, I can refer you. You can actually refer yourself though too. And they're pretty open to it. And let's just see, like, so they basically ask you questions and then you answer them and you get to post photos and get to tell your story, and you can promote it on your social media, things like that. So I don't know, once in a while they'll reach out to me for different categories and shit. So I've done a lot of them actually. Voyage LA, I would say. So there's me, Voyage LA magazine. This one was when I did accountability, and I just told my story, told what I was doing. But I did Voyage LA a couple times. Conversation with Kyle Young. Some of the photos I swear disappear after a while, but yeah, same thing. I did Voyage LA I guess 3 times. Shit, this is the first one I think. The photos disappeared though. There were more photos before, but I don't know what happened. So I guess they keep the one photo. But yeah, it's cool. You get to be in a little magazine. I will refer you, but you can actually refer in. So Kyle, Voyage LA. What's the second one? Shout Out LA. Well, yeah, I posted on my Insta. I don't know what's up with Shout Out LA. Let me see if I can find myself. Yeah, see this one. I got maybe I only just I did it twice. Yeah, with Eradicate. Yeah, type shit. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know how I stumbled in this. I don't know who the first person that referred me was. But yeah, and then there's so I just posted all my shit through different articles, and the other one is Canvas Rebel. It just gives you. It always gives me a chance just to like. It just gives me a chance to promote what I'm currently doing, and they just reach out once in a while. I don't know if it's just they have a mail-in list. It's like self-published articles, but it's kind of, I don't know. I just like it. It works. This is not me, but yeah. Anyway, W. I'm glad they posted that. Yeah. And they have shout out different states too. I think they have like, let's see if they have shout out Houston. Shout out Houston Magazine. Shout out Houston, Texas. See, so you can literally do it. So you could. They usually have like a suggest button, nominations, and yeah, you can. They pretty much will reach out to you. So I would say it's worth it. You know what I'm saying? You can submit yourself. I maybe use a different email, but I've definitely submitted because when I was doing accountability, I didn't have a nomination at the time, but I just like submitted myself and they reached out and I was able to do it. So it was kind of fire. Yeah. And then I don't know if Canvas Rebel seems to be more not just for one state. And then shout out LA Voyage LA. There might be a Voyage Houston. Let me see. Voyage Houston magazine. Yeah, Voyage Houston, yep. Same thing. Same exact thing. Voyage and shout out. Just put in Houston and yeah. This one I don't see the thing where you nominate, but it's probably here. Somewhere. Submit a story idea. There you go. Yep. They're pretty open to it because it seems like they're getting content, so they just want as much as they can. So it's kind of a good time to get in with that one. I like it. I like it. I like it. And so I put in my real shit, but I used AI to make it in the right format and everything. You feel me? And then what I did was I answered each question. I told what I wanted AI to do, and then I had it clean it up, and then. Because you answer like each question individually, and then I had it read the whole entire thing as one thing to see if I like repeated myself. So I like ran it back through my ChatGPT to fix it, so it'd be like more of a good read. So low key, yeah, basically. So I do use AI, but fuck, I'm not trying to write my own article. What the fuck? That's not cool. So it's kind of like I look at it that way. That's dope though. I can't believe that shit came out. I don't even know how I just ended up seeing that shit. I forgot what even happened. How I was just able to just randomly see that shit. I can't remember what I was trying to do, but it's dope. Yeah, man. So spread the word. And it was cool is like what's cool about it is that every time you do an article, they like make you nominate people. I think I bullshitted this time because I was just like I just put like my own email, but it makes you kind of like nominate people, so it kind of starts to build this kind of like thing. It's dope. It's actually dope. And I think they have it. I've noticed they have it in multiple places. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. So, use it. Be well. I didn't even look. I read it, but I didn't. I gotta. And what I like is it lets you tell your stories. It's text. It's a news article. Low key. I don't remember which one goes to the news tab. Let me see. I don't know if I think one goes to the news tab. Yeah, Canvas Rebel goes to the news tab on Google. So, it's hard to get on the news tab. So it's actually it hits. I don't think it hit the Google yet, but it actually goes to the news tab. Only for like a day though, but still dope. You know what I mean? It's hitting that shit. So I fuck with it. The news tab on Google. Damn, 5 hours. I'm probably about to get off this shit. Did you get a you mean what, a boost from that? I just noticed it now, right on stream. I didn't even know that. Oh, did I get a boost? No, I use it more for like, not really. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I use it. It's more like indirect. It's more like, what do I say? It's more like just more bragging rights from my like social media, like, oh, another article. It's more like that rather than like I notice that certain traffic comes in. But it's like this one I posted on there. I posted on here. I posted here. So it's just more like that. Posted here type of thing. Just more like it just looks good. It's more just clout for my social media. But no, as far as people reading, I didn't notice it overwhelming like that. It was like, oh, I saw your Canvas Rebel article and I hit you up. I don't think that happened. But hey, you never know though. Maybe the right thing will hit. at the right time. You know what I mean? And maybe as their platform grows, more of that will happen. But no, I didn't notice a distinct boost this time, or any time from that. But more or less like, oh shit, you know what I mean? Like people reading it and be like, oh, great article or whatever. So I got, you know, I haven't posted on Instagram in a minute. So yeah, that type of shit. I just like to archive what I do. Damn, I'm fucking starving, bro. Damn, here comes the spam. Damn, hella spam. Jamaica. Damn, Lord Derek said I'm still on the 55 one day. Oh, you know what's crazy? Derek, I think you recommended that I follow, what's the dude's name? Ozemi? And I could have stream sniped him today because he was at Venice Beach, and I was just like, I don't know enough about his lore to stream snipe this dude. What am I gonna say? My chat told me I should told me about you. Maybe I should stream snipe you. You know what I mean? So I didn't have anything at that moment, but I also saw that I could have stream sniped. Yeah, you were the one telling me. I figured. I also saw that Rampage Jackson was at fucking Venice Beach today, and I could have did that shit, and I just didn't. I let that one slide. I'm kind of mad at myself because that would have been a good one. Because I think I could have made it down there. Anytime someone's going to Venice Beach, you can almost like guarantee that they're going to be there for a couple hours. Unless they're moving like I Show Speed, who was there for like dead ass 20, 30 minutes. You kind of already have to be there or live close by to catch them in that type of thing. But this dude was down there on the beach and all this shit. I could have stream sniped Rampage Jackson. That would have been a good one, but I didn't. So kind of mad at myself. But next time, I'll catch him again. I'll catch him again. But I don't know anything. I haven't watched Ozemi stream. He gets good viewers, though. He gets cool viewers, I'm not going to lie. So he was at like 300 today. I'm like, that's a cool viewership. I'm not going to lie. That's emotion. That's a little bit emotional. I mean, getting 300 viewers is hard as shit. That's hard as fuck. I'm not going to lie. He's getting 3 times what Potlord is getting. And it's like, damn, Potlord has the No Jumper, you know, that universe on top of him. And it's like, I don't even know. You know, it's very interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, I'm probably about to, I don't know. I need to eat something. I need to eat something, bro. I'm fucking hungry. See, this is how it starts. I just end up getting some McDonald's or something, and I'm like pissed off at myself. You'll get him again. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. No, I think Rampage is out here. It's just every time I look at his stream, he's in a different state. But hopefully, nah, this is easy. I'm not worried about the local guys. I always end up getting the local guys. I'm not worried about that. Appreciate you, though. Appreciate you. Damn, what do I want? It's always McDonald's because it's quick. It's fast. Man, McDonald's is fucking ass, though. Let me see. It's probably gonna be McDonald's. I remember when McDonald's was cheap. Why is make McDonald's cheap again? That's the MMCA. That's what we need. McDonald's used to be able to get like a whole thing for like $5, $6. Now you gotta spend $20. Oh, it's breakfast time. Wow. So I can only get breakfast right now? Damn. I don't even mind. I love the breakfast, but damn, that's not what I was expecting. Shit. Fuck, I'm hungry. Damn. Yeah, I should probably call it, right? It was about that time. Lord Derek is here. I know, you came back, you're like, I'm still going. Yeah, it was a good convo. It was the W stream. Right? I should probably end it here, eat some food, start again fresh. It's already 4:30 a.m. as usual. I like to go to some, I will catch you later. I'm going to breakfast too, bro. Exactly. All right, bro. I appreciate you. Appreciate the tap back in. Means a lot. Always means a lot. Always adds. Yeah, I guess we'll call this more like a 5-hour stream. You know, I'm always tempted to like do like go to 5.5 hour, but I feel like we've done more than enough. You know what I mean? Somehow yesterday was a 6-hour stream. I was confused, but I think it's because I started maybe at 10 or something. I can't remember, but it went to a 6-hour stream, and I'm like, how is this possible? But I guess if it was, yeah, I guess about 3:30. My mind was blown though. I looked back, I was like, 6 hours? How, bruh? How the fuck? I don't even remember that happening. That's weird. That's the weirdest shit when you're just so caught up in the fucking stream that you just stay on for 6 hours. Hold on, I need to fact check that. Maybe it's like a YouTube glitch. Yeah, 6 hours, 22 minutes. That's bizarre, bro. Eh, sheesh. But this is a good one. I don't know. All right. I'm going to call it. My stomach is growling. I don't know. I'll either eat or I won't. If I don't eat, I'll be happy with myself. If I do, I'm kind of going to be mad. Like, man, why'd you eat that bullshit? My stomach does hurt. All right. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Day 242. I don't know. What do I do tomorrow? Drink 1942? That shit's expensive as shit, bro. How much is 1942? How much is it? Man. How is there something for $14.99? How many ounces is this? Oh, I think it just said it. 50 milliliter. What the fuck is 50 milliliter? What the fuck? 50 milliliter. That's like not even a. How do they don't even sell that at Rouse? That's a lie. It's a fucking potion. That's a shot. All right, so it's $15 for a fucking. Nah, bro. They're wilding. Don Julio. $50 for a 750. That's actually not that bad. That's actually cheaper than. Wait. This has to be a. This has to be a lie. How can this 750 cost the same as this 750? I mean, cost not the same. Doesn't make sense. Or is it just I'm confused. I don't want to spend that much money on fucking tequila, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what I'm gonna do for 42. Isn't that Jackie Robinson's number? Yeah. That's a good one. I'll figure it out. 242. 242. Damn, I need some breakfast. All right, anyway, I'm about to call it. Let's wind it down. We always gotta say. Deuces.